Everybody, it's nice to see you all. I see my Aunt Rosemary in the audience there. Hello, Rosemary. She's wearing yellow right there. So just as a reminder of the current mask policy, because it does seem to change a lot, if you're vaccinated, it's mask optional. If you're unvaccinated, then you need to wear your mask, and it's the honor system. So we won't be coming around and checking your vaccine card. So we're going to call this meeting to order. It is the special meeting of the Encinitas City Council with one agenda item. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, let the record show that all members are present.
Okay, thank you. So the first item is assessment report for the Pacific View site prepared by Jeff Katz Architecture. So we'll hand it over to our Assistant City Manager, Jennifer Campbell. And how many speakers do we have tonight?
We have 5 so far.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Today I have with me Jeff Katz from Jeff Katz Architecture. I also have with me Development Services Director Roy Sapau, in case there's any questions that come up about use or entitlements. So tonight what we want to present is we did an assessment report for Pacific View. There was an assessment report done back in 2015 by Westberg and White. However, it's been 6 years. So we wanted an architect to come in and just to give us an updated view of how the building is, what the current conditions are, and then also current estimates for construction. So what we're going to do is Jeff is going to go over what he did with the assessment, and then out of the assessment, we developed 4 different options for the building that we could consider for reconstruction and rehab. We'll go over those 4 options as well as the cost for each of the 4 options. So I would like to go ahead and turn it over to Jeff Katz to talk about first the assessment and what was done.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Pleasure to be here in front of you this evening. As Jennifer said, we had the opportunity to assess the existing facility. Our assessment included structural, mechanical, electrical engineers, as well as a hazmat consultant to check for lead and asbestos in the building, and a cost estimator who put some costs together based on the options that we developed. The report itself looked at all of the different conditions with the building, from ADA access issues to the existing building systems, the building structure, and the finishes of the existing building. And we use the Westberg and White report as sort of a basis for jumping off, but the existing conditions that we found when we started going through the building had deteriorated even from when that report was done, and obviously the cost of construction has changed considerably from when that report was done. So I won't go into detail on all of the elements that we inspected, but suffice to say that we looked at every aspect of the existing buildings. From there, we looked at what the options were to bring this building back into some usable opportunities. And we looked at trying to establish what was sort of the minimum to make a portion of the site usable, versus at full build out what would be entailed. So if we want to go to option A, so these are our proposed layouts. So this is the existing site plan and what we called building 1 and building 2. And so our first option was to just try and rebuild and reactivate the building 2. So in that option, we are looking at infrastructure improvements to support the ultimate build-out. So new electrical service to the site, new mechanical service to building 2, as well as the infrastructure to support building 1 down the road, and then redoing the restrooms to provide ADA accessible restrooms within the building itself. So this impacts a lot of the site, but only repurposes and allows for reuse of essentially one classroom and some office space in this option. Option B is similar in that we're bringing in the infrastructure to support the overall project, but we are also including modifications to Building 1 to put that back into service. And so we're creating the classroom spaces that were there previously. We've taken out a lot of the interior walls to open things up. And again, it's new infrastructure, electrical, mechanical, plumbing systems throughout. It does keep the restrooms in Building 2 where they are currently, but they are ADA accessible. Option C took the restrooms out of that building and created a standalone restroom building to serve the whole complex, which allows us to create additional office space within Building 2. And in this option, we're trying to stay under a 500 square foot threshold with new construction. And so we're proposing sort of modular restrooms along the west side of the site to support that. All the work in Building 1 remains the same as option B. And then our final option, option D, essentially is the same as option C, but instead of trying to stay under that 500 square foot threshold, this creates multi-user restrooms in that location. It's about 600 square feet of restroom area, but we think it's sized more appropriately for the number of potential users of the site. So we developed a pros and cons list for the various options. If we go back one slide, in all of these, we think it's going to be important to create some new wayfinding and a sense of arrival when you come to the building. Obviously, when it was used as a school, everybody knew when they got there what the purpose was and where they were going. But in its repurposed form, we think some improvements are going to need to be made to create that identifier. So we're sort of gesturing here what could be done at the intersection between the buildings. The pros and cons, obviously, option A would be the least cost, but it would also provide the least programming out of the gate. And it would be, then difficult to come back and phase work in the Building 1 at a later date. Option B puts everything back into workable order, but it keeps the restrooms in their existing location. Option C and D are more costly, but pull those restrooms out and potentially would create a more usable overall plan. However, option D, we think, would require a coastal development permit once we exceed that 500 square foot threshold. All of these options are presuming that the use of the facility stays essentially the same. And I think that can be addressed, what the potential uses are when I'm done here. And then in terms of the cost estimates, these costs were put together a couple of months ago. We are obviously in a very challenging construction market right now, but we think these costs are representative of the work that I've just described. So option A comes in right about $3.5 million. Again, a lot of the cost there is infrastructure to support the future development of Building 1. Option B is $7.3 million. Option C is $7.8 million. And option D is almost $8.3 million. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have for me, but that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. I did have a quick question before we go to the public comment. So all of these options involve maintaining the original building structure. Is that right? None of those options involve leveling the buildings.
We did not propose tearing down the existing buildings. There are some structural improvements necessary to bring the buildings up to current code. But we think the bones of the buildings are fine, and it's just a matter of rehabbing the rest of the systems, the electrical systems, mechanical systems, in order to put that building back into functional use.
Okay, thank you. I like that personally, so I'm glad to hear that. Councilmember Lyons?
Yes, thank you. Two clarifying questions. Some of the numbers that you have up there look like they're tenant improvements. Would that be correct? At least you have allowances for some TIs like AV equipment and, well, I don't know if that's a TI, but, but some things that are assuming certain kinds of uses. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we've put allowances in there assuming that it would be used in somewhat similar form to its original use, not necessarily childhood education, but we're still considering these to be classroom uses. So audiovisual components and so on to support however that end use ends up being.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that because I actually didn't catch that earlier, or when I was reading it earlier. And so the use that you're predicting is education. Is it education for K through 12, or what is the assumption?
So currently, and council is aware, this is zoned public, semi-public, and it was a school. So there are several uses that can be allowed on the site, but most will require some type of coastal development permit, major use permit, and that's why Roy is here tonight. So with the building, it was looking at using the existing classrooms, and upgrading bathrooms, ADA accessible, all the electric, plumbing, things like that. But since we don't have a defined use, we know that EACA was one of the groups we worked with and was looking at entitlements. We'll have to define what the use is. So currently, this would get the building completely up and operational, and it could be used for some type of classroom education. I can have Roy speak to it. There are some things in the zoning that it do allow additional programming, but it would be within that classroom area. And it would have to hold that and to that capacity.
Okay. Well, I wasn't thinking this was the question I had, but I think it is a clarifying question then. So I'm going to ask it if we can be more specific about what uses then could be accommodated here on this property without a coastal development permit. And I know I've asked this in the past, but I'd like to hear it.
Thank you. As far as the concern related to coastal development permit, it's usually a function of improvements. So it's not necessarily the use. Coastal development permit will only be triggered if the use requires some sort of a conditional use permit. But if the use is permitted by right, then a coastal development permit wouldn't be required. However, if there are improvements that are needed for the use in order to have the use there, then those improvements could trigger a coastal development permit. As far as potential uses for the site, obviously the educational component, if it's a public institution, then that is a permitted use. However, if it's a private educational use, then that use would require a conditional use permit. There are also uses such as a museum. A museum is a permitted use. However, if there are improvements needed to accommodate the use, then we would look at whether or not that would trigger a coastal development permit. Some of the uses that the prior organization presented to staff to consider included a theater, a public gathering space. That use is permitted by right. So again, same thing. The use by itself is permitted by right. However, any improvements necessary to accommodate the use could trigger a coastal development permit or other discretionary permits.
May I ask then, by improvements required for that use, does that would include things like the bathrooms that Jeff was presenting? That would be an additional improvement, right?
Most likely any that could result in additional floor area.
Additional floor area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or potentially if there are substantial exterior improvements to the structure, that could potentially trigger a design review permit, which would automatically trigger a coastal development permit. I think it's important to note that this site is located in the Coastal Commission's appeal jurisdiction. So any coastal development permit that is issued by the city is appealable to the Coastal Commission.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you.
Yeah, can you go back to the slide that has the pros and cons and the 4 options? So it says option A here, no CDP permit needed. So option A is essentially building 2 rehab only. And same with option B, no CDP permit needed. So those 2 don't require a CDP because there's no additional square footage?
That's
What-
correct.
Okay. And so then the CDP is driven by the use and whether there's a major use permit that's necessary?
That's correct.
So if it's a use by right, that we didn't have to have a conditional use permit in both options A and B, there would be no CDP that we would need to issue.
That is correct, but also to clarify, any use that is contained within the building.
Got
So
it.
any outdoor uses will require a use permit. So if there's, for instance, a farmer's market or outdoor sales area or outdoor uses such as if there's a theater and there's an outdoor
Or an art fair or something like that.
anything that is outdoor that will require a conditional use permit.
And does that then trigger the CDP?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear the public speakers.
Okay, there are 5 speakers. First speaker is Naomi Woodard, and then Deanne Sabeck, and then Rosemary Kimball.
There should be a little button right next to it that's bright.
It should be on.
Okay, I think so. Okay, before I start that, there is a video that I wanted to show. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Lovely to see you all and happy holidays. And job well done on the parade. I loved it. My name is Naomi Woodward. I live in Encinitas, and I'm the president of Encinitas Friends of the Arts. I'm here this evening to thank you personally for allowing this conversation to take place and to actually hear what's going on. That's very encouraging. Before I offer my support for the renovation and activation of this site, I wish to show the following video, and I want to talk about a little bit about EFA. You heard, because I think it's time to talk about EFA and who we are and why we were formed. So would you show the video? And sorry, Tony, you're in it. Hello, my name is Naomi Tata, and I'm the president of Encinitas Friends of the Arts. We are a membership-based nonprofit organization. EFA's mission is to partner with the city of Encinitas by fundraising and advocating for cultural arts in Encinitas and a city-owned art center.
As a local artist in Encinitas, I've worked in the public art field for many years. We have many wonderful artists here. I'd like to see EFA help support a public art program in Encinitas.
Well, I am very proud of the arts community in Encinitas. Not only is it part of our quality of life, it is a strong economic driver.
The Encinitas Friends of the Art is a wonderful organization that brings our community together.
Well, I'm excited about the Encinitas Friends of the Arts and all that they have dedicated themselves to do in order to promote the arts here in Encinitas.
The city of Encinitas has a thriving arts program, but where we needed to grow was in having a partner in a nonprofit arts organization that would align with the city to help us reach our future goals.
I look forward to being able to take advantage of the wonderful space that we now own at Pacific View in downtown Encinitas to turn that into a first-class arts center.
Encinitas Friends of the Arts is helping the city realize its education goals through the arts.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those who helped us put all these wonderful programs together. Please support us by joining Encinitas Friends of the Arts as a member. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I think that kind of summed it up, didn't it? We were essentially formed. I was the arts commissioner at the time Pacific View was purchased. And we got signature, we supported the city, and we wanted to make it into an art center. And we formed EFA with the mission to really partner with the city and to advocate and fundraise for the center. So naturally, we want to see the center succeed, and we want to be engaged. We have several years of experience. I guess my time is up, so I will hand it over to one of our board members to continue. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and yes, happy holidays. And I agree the parade was, well, it was the best one ever that I've ever witnessed, and it's kind of shocking when it was kind of canceled, and so kudos. I'm Deanne Sabeck, a local artist and founding member of Encinitas Friends of the Arts, along with Naomi. And I'm here to encourage you to go through with this. It is heartbreaking to see that building sitting there year after year, looking like a prison, just getting more and more dilapidated. And I feel like maybe this, and I'm sorry if this is a little negative, but I feel like the city maybe isn't taking the arts seriously enough here. And the arts and culture in a community are the heartbeat of the community. They really are, and they're an economic driver. So I think it's time to look at this a little bit more professionally and what possibilities we have. And I think we're ignoring a lot. In this community, you have more nationally and internationally known artists than probably any other community on the coast. And who would ever know that? Nobody, because it isn't ever, they aren't promoted, they're a treasure, and they're not being used. So I think Pacific View I think we have the opportunity here to really turn things in a different direction. And Pacific View is just a perfect place to do this, to have classrooms where adults and children can create, learn. The possibilities are really unlimited. I know we have some limits with use permits, but I think that we can work within that to some degree and maybe add to it as we go. But I think that it's time to pick any of those options, whatever you think is best. I know it's spending a lot of money, but it's a jewel that I know we will all be really, really proud of eventually, and it'll be so well worth it. So thank you very much.
The next speaker is Rosemary Kimball, and then after Rosemary is Peter Tobis, and then Kathleen Lees.
Well, I don't have a prepared, it's wonderful to be in front of all of my honorable council members and mayor. And I would have been more prepared if I had known exactly what was going to be happening today, and I unfortunately am coming in a little bit late. But I have seen art centers in other cities. I spend a lot of time going to Barcelona because of the art, and I've seen what they can do in every other country, but we haven't done it here. And 10 years ago, we bought Pacific View to do an art center, and it hasn't happened yet. We're burning Naomi out. She has just worked her heart out to do this, and let's get the money and do it. And I know it needs a mom and a papa, but we need the money. So say yes. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Thanks for the parade. It was great. Basically, first of all, I'm Peter Tobias. I live on Arden Drive up here, or whatever direction it is. First of all, I just want to second what Deanne said about the art expertise in this community and the fact that we're not making use of it. I think having a facility where we can do that is really critical. So my first point is, I'm absolutely hands down in favor of making this an arts center. No questions about that. I do have two small concerns, which I think could be easily addressed. The first concern is that I think some potential uses are not maybe planned for by way of the facilities that have been planned. And I don't know what all the potential uses would be, but I can think that a ceramic studio, for example, would need running water, first of all, and secondly, might need enhanced electrical service and perhaps natural gas service to do the firing of the ceramics. There may be other arts that would be pursued in this facility that could be included in the initial build, if you will, to avoid having to come back in and install them at greater expense later. So my point about ceramics is just as an example. The other thing I was a little surprised to see in the plans was no mention of solar electricity. I don't know whether that calls for some kind of alternative use permit or additional use permit or whatever, but given the environmental sensitivity of this community, I'm really surprised not to see that. It's possible that somehow rainwater catchment could be involved as well, but I'm not sure what that would be used for in an arts center, although of course they do use water. So my recommendation would be that in the plan, before it's finally approved, that some of these facilities issues be hashed out. It might be that some, space for initial meetings would be useful so that people could decide what they wanted to do in the building, and then building one, I guess it would be finished up. But I think most of it could be done ahead of time. So what are my other notes here? That's it. Just, tend to some of the details and maybe get them done ahead of time instead of doing them later. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Thank you for redoing this space. It was kind of shabby, and this is the thing I love the most. Oh, it's not on. I know. I actually can put something at a height I can read it at. So thank you very much. And I'm totally unorganized about what I want to say. But I propose that you go for option B, because that means we're in the space and we can use it. We can use all of it. And this is going to be an art center for Encinitas. And it's going to develop into what Encinitas wants and needs. And we don't know what it's going to be like in 20 years. But if we don't do something very soon, it's not going to be anything in 20 years, because it's not going to last that long. So I propose option B, unless if you choose option A, then you have to do it along with a plan for exactly how and when B is going to be financed and done, because otherwise it won't ever be anything that we can actually use, and that other building will just sit there and fall apart. So I love the idea of the solar panels, and it crossed my mind too. And I have seen areas where there's a structure that holds the panels over a parking area. They actually have it at our new doctor's offices at Scripps. And the solar panels create shade for the parking at the time that they are collecting sun for the electricity on the building. So I think that's a great idea. I invite you all to come to Arts Night on Saturday night. I'm on the Arts Commission, and part of that job, I helped select the art that would be shown in the public buildings. We had 177 2D artist submissions. So they want to show their art in our public places. And that's just the minimum of artists that would be able to come in and use Pacific View. It doesn't count the 35 or whatever it was that had 3D proposals. And Jim proved what we can do with music in Encinitas. And with Pacific View, we can prove what we can do with the visual and performing arts in Encinitas. So I propose you do option B. I don't know where you're going to get the money, but I'm sure you can. And I think also it will be eligible for grant money because it's an arts. And so we should be looking at getting that kind of money too. So thank you very much for bringing this forward so that we can talk about it and finally take some steps to do something about our wonderful Pacific View. Thank you.
And the last speaker is Jessica Toth.
Thank you. I'm Jessica Toth, the Executive Director of Solana Center for Environmental Innovation. I have no specific perspective on the different options here. I think it's wonderful that there's some activity happening there. Solana Center is an environmental nonprofit, and we provide education and outreach to the community. We're headquartered in Encinitas right now. I just want to put it out there that we have, we support the community with enabling opportunities for self-reliance and sustainability, and I think that we can help support the program there. I'm not sure when it became very focused on art specifically. Originally, this had been a site where there was going to be ecology as well as other aspects. Again, if I don't have a strong perspective on it, I'm really here at your service. We're happy where we are located right now, but I think that we could help activate the site pretty readily with some of the outdoor classrooms that we have. We have a portable trailer that we could put on the site, and we do a lot of our programming outside. So I'm here at your service if there's any questions that I can support. I do encourage the site to be a broader use than necessarily arts, but I'm an Encinitas resident, and I think it'd be wonderful if it's an arts center exclusively. So not a strong perspective, but I'm here if I can help out. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you to the speakers and everyone who came out to listen to this. So could I just ask the city manager, if we chose option D and said, let's just renovate both buildings, put in bathrooms, figure out the programming as we go, what would you say to us about how we would finance that?
Oh, I thought I was going to get a better question than that one. So right now, there isn't funding for this project. It competes along with all of the other capital projects. The reason why we brought it forward was to have some updated figures in terms of what it might take. We also wanted to see if there was some things that we could do in phasing, which it turns out it doesn't save us much money because the cost of renovating just gets more and more expensive. But to that end, each of you throughout the past year have expressed different ideas of how we might be able to activate the outdoor portion of the site during this time period that we try to seek funding for it. In addition, I believe a couple of council members had some ideas about perhaps pursuing some public-private partnerships or potentially sending out an RFQ to see if there might be a foundation or another entity that might be willing to partner with us, maybe put their name on the building, et cetera. So sadly, I wish I had a outline of here's $6 million and here's what you can do. But right now, we don't have a path for funding for this project.
Okay, for any of the options, for the 3 million or the 8 million. We would basically be starting to talk about any of these in our CIP process.
Correct, and we're really right around the corner from that. That would be something that we would talk about in the spring. You usually start that budget process right around February, and you certainly could talk about the $3 million option and weigh that against some of the other things. So that's certainly an option to do something like that.
Okay, and I'll just say that I know that in the time that I've been on the council, the council members and the public have all been interested in activating this site. And there have always been these cross currents of different ideas of what that would be and what kind of permitting is necessary and who's leading it. Is it inside the city or outside the city? And I think that lack of consensus is really one of the reasons that we've been just haven't moved on it in terms of dedicating millions of dollars to it. You could even see, in the public comments today, which were all supportive, but different ideas about exactly what would happen or what is the most important thing to pursue. And in many ways, we just have to move through that and make those decisions and recognize that maybe there will be uses that don't end up there, and that's just the reality of it. But it would be activated for the arts, which was the original purpose of it. And maybe certain arts and other arts wouldn't be there. But I think initially there was a kumbaya feeling that we would be able to do everything there. And I think when you look at the space and the costs and the realities, probably we won't be able to do everything, but we could do something. So being able to move forward on it is really important, and I appreciate it being brought to us so that we could have this discussion in public. So let me call on my colleagues here. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. And I don't totally disagree with what you just said, but there is one point of clarification that I would like to make, which is that we really went out on a limb to acquire the site. The initial recommendation from the city manager is that we couldn't afford it, and 3 council members made it happen. So we own this building, and it's going to be a legacy for our community for years to come. The question is, what type of legacy will it be? And right now, that prison idea with the fences all around it and the buildings falling down is unfortunately the picture that I have in my brain. But the reality is that we move forward with, I thought, a strategy that was going to get it activated, which is we engaged the Encinitas Arts, Culture, and Ecology Alliance, and I thought that they put together a pretty good plan, but the key part of the plan was that the city was going to be hands-off. We were not going to really finance a thing about it. And so the EACEA, as they're known, were required to come up with programming that was going to generate enough revenue to do the building rehabilitation and to get the support staff. And I think the key question that we have as a council is whether we're going to actually engage on this with our own resources, or whether we're once again going to look to a nonprofit organization to try and raise the revenue on their own. And so that's the key question from where I sit. I don't know that we have enough information to make that decision anytime soon. This analysis was important, but at the same time, I think that there's a lot more community conversation that needs to go into it. I did have the opportunity to meet with Jessica a couple of times, and I do think that while it's not an arts use, her ecology aspects, her bona fides here in our community is really critical. She's currently operating in a very small footprint over on the county burn site. And I think that in the space over right adjacent to the old schoolhouse over there, Solana Center could easily operate and conduct their educational outreach from that site. They have a portable trailer that could be moved over there, which ironically happens to be owned by the city of Encinitas. There are some other containers. I have a presentation that she gave to me that we could flip through the slides, but I think probably the better bet would be to encourage all of you to meet with her and get the presentation and talk to her, because I think that her organization, which has been in existence for 40 years, has the credibility that it would be necessary to get to the site and get operational and create activity on that site. From there, we, I think, should be working to find the resources as a city to execute one of these plans and engage our arts community. We are currently offering grants through our what used to be Mizell grant program. It's kind of the ECI Encinitas grant program at this point. But that just gives you a clue, a hint of the number of nonprofit arts organizations that we have in our community. And that if we could get to the point where we were exercising option B, C, or D, there's no question that there would be a ton of really wonderful activities that were undertaken at this site. So I do want to get to that point, but the question is, what do we do in the near term? Do Do we come up with a pre-option A and move Solana Center over there so that they can activate, have their composting classes and other things? I guess there's some questions for Roy in terms of the use and whether a conditional use permit would be required, or a CDP, or those sort of things. But I think that activating the site is probably the most important thing at this point, because the fencing around there is ugly, and we should be doing things. Finally, one last thing. This reminds me a lot of the city's efforts to build a community park. And the city paid a significant amount of money for the community park, which was the hall, greenhouses, hall agricultural operation, paid good money for that, borrowed the money to buy it, and then spent 10 years developing a park. And the real bummer about the way things have gone on is that we haven't pushed forward the conversation about just exactly what we want this site to be. And so here we are 6 or 7 years later, and we're just kind of getting started on that conversation. My hope is that we can activate the site fairly quickly, and then continue the conversation about what activities we will have there, as well as how we will come up with the resources in order to execute plans B, C, or D.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by saying just a little bit of my own background for those who might not know, because I think it's relevant to my comments. I have been volunteering on this property for the last 8 years. I'm a landscape architect, and when the EACEA was first put together, I was a volunteer with the landscape committee under the EACEA. I've also been a volunteer with Carolyn Cope, sitting here in the audience, with the Historical Society, which is the old schoolhouse, which is on the property, for that many years as well. My firm, Coastal Sage Landscape Architecture, was the landscape architect on the permit drawings that EACEA submitted to the city, which articulated a lot of things that actually didn't make it to Jeff's assessment. But you know that, and the direction was different for Jeff. But some of the comments that were offered here by public comment, such as solar and rainwater harvesting, those were some of the ideas that were originally put forward to really educate the community, demonstrate and model what some of these innovative ecological strategies are. And we saw this as a campus that could demonstrate those. It still could. If it's not, it might not be included now. But I actually, I don't want to kind of get too tied up in the detail right now, because I think there's a bigger question. So EACEA was the nonprofit that was bringing the project forward, and that evolved over time. And now the city has stepped up, and they've come to the table. We've come to the table, and we've said, we're going to help take this on. So I actually think that's really good news. However, there's a little bit of a caveat I have, and that is it's a big bite for the city to take. And we did have money dedicated to this in prior years. The reason we don't have it now is because we're not really sure where we're going. And so today, I hope that we can give our staff some direction that says, this is the direction we want to go from here forward, so that we're not feeling like we're in a stall anymore. So the good news is, I think the city's here. We're an active participant in this project moving forward. I believe there's the appetite for that here on the City Council, and I guess we'll verify that. But I think that we will struggle because there's so many other infrastructure needs in our community. So when you think about $8 million as the upper end of what the options assessment is, that might be realistic, and I certainly not going to argue with that number. But I wonder if our next step should be something a little bit more specific so that we know where we're headed, and that would be a business plan or a feasibility plan. So I don't want to kind of get mired down in more planning, but on the other hand, I think the one thing we've been missing is, how does this pencil out and how does it make sense? whether we are financing it as a city or whether we have a private or a for-profit or nonprofit partner who steps up with us, we need to know where we're headed so that we don't find ourselves over our head in the future and wishing that we had had a better plan. So I want to bring that up as an option. I don't know if anyone knows, up in San Francisco, there's the Presidio Trust that was a U.S. Army base, and this is at a federal level, but the trust came in and took over that public property, and they put together a business plan that works so that it finances itself over time. There's other examples around the country, and I think also our city has done similar things where perhaps we can develop a land lease with a for-profit or a nonprofit to come in and to be kind of an anchor that helps to make the finances work so that we can have some assurance that this is going to pencil out and work for the city and work for the public and work for all the entities who want to participate over time. So from what I've done on the project over the years, and from what I know right now, we don't have a business plan that articulates that for us. I'd like to have that before we decide on option A, option B, C, or D, because it may reveal some things that are opportunities that we don't see right now, and that might affect which options we choose and what things are included as far as improvements in those options. So I wanted to throw that out there. Let's see. I see if there's some other notes I have here that I wanted to mention. I see it. I'll support what Deputy Cran said as far as doing a phase as quickly as possible where we activate the site. I think I understand that we can do that if we dedicate that. Yes, we want to do that, and we make that clear. We make that statement tonight. Let's figure out how we can get flea markets or art fairs on the site in a way that meets all the permitting requirements and activates the site and helps prevent it from continuing to decline. Just getting people to be there and embrace the property is really important at this point, I think. And then I want to hear what my other colleagues say, but I would be in favor of us looking into a feasibility study / business plan about what some of our options are for making sure financially this works for us over time, putting a plan together based on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosca.
Thank you, and thank you to Jeff for the plans, and thank you to staff for bringing this forward. And to the arts community for coming out today and giving us some feedback. I want to give some support and voice to the idea that this should be an art center and an ecology center. I think that both have room in our community, and I think both are in sync with our values and consistent with what we've been trying to do at this center. So I think that's important. So I do want to say from the outset that I support that, and I think that we need to move toward that. I think we have to think about where we're at now and think about what has happened over the last decade or so with this building. Everybody agrees that it's languishing, that it's not good, that it's in the condition that it's in. This is a gem in our city, just as it is now. But what it can be is even more of a gem in our city. So for me, the goal is certainly, baseline goal is that it's not sitting there and not being put to use. We have to put it to use. We have to activate that site, as we've said already. But we have to learn from why it's not activated now. Why is it fenced up? What happened in the past that should have happened? Why do we find ourselves in this situation that after 10 years, it's still not being activated? I understand prior councils have made decisions to purchase this property. We now own it. How can we make a use of this property? It's not being used now. And so I think that what we need to do is learn from what we have done in the past or not done in the past, and come together, put a plan together to activate this site in the future. The obvious big issue right now, besides the permit issues, is the money. This city is spending millions of dollars on mobility improvements. We have actually gone into debt to activate and to finish several segments of North Coast 101. And so we have said as a council, that is our priority. So right now, one of the biggest issues for me in terms of moving forward on this is funding. And so I think that I certainly, sitting here right now, don't have the information in terms of how do we get to the next step. And so what I would say is that this needs to go back to staff. They need to come up with, as Councilmember Lyons said, a business plan. What is the business plan? What is the use going to be? How are we going to pay for this? And as we've seen with a lot of our mobility projects, the dollar amount that we identified today is exponentially lower than the actual amount it's going to take to actually activate to construct the project. And we've seen this time and time again. SDG&E just talked about 20% increase in their electric rates. We're seeing labor shortages. We're seeing supply chain issues. So whatever cost it's going to be today, it's going to be exponentially more tomorrow. And so we need to do really good analysis about when are we going to go out to the market to do this. And so from my perspective, Arts Ecology Center, absolutely necessary. It's what it was purchased for, but we need to go back, understand why it's not that today, why it didn't get to where it's supposed to be, and how do we get there? And one of the biggest stumbling blocks for us is financing that. And so I'd put that back on staff, come up with a plan. I want to see this when I have a financial plan before me, and that we're also talking about it around the time that we're talking about our CIP, our capital improvement program, because I think it's important that we're talking about it in conjunction with the other things that we're doing. So thank you. Thank you for the report. Thank you for the architectural renderings. You did a great job. It really gives me some understanding of how we can activate the site, and it gives us more of an understanding of where we are at right now in terms of the financial picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hensy.
Thank you. So I see Carolyn Cope in the audience here, and it's nostalgic for me to even look at some of these plans, having gone to school there myself. And my mom taught in Building 2 kindergarten, Carolyn's kids, all three of them, I think, for quite a few years. And so I remain as committed to ever that I'm grateful for Tony Krantz and Lisa Schaefer and Teresa Barth for having stewarded this property to be in the public trust and be part of our domain. So I am in consensus with my colleagues here that I would like to see us move on something. And I had starred some of these more expensive options until I heard the outlook from our city manager. And so it seems like something more realistic would be this option A here for us to move on more quickly. I liked what my colleague Lyons said about going out for a business proposal. And I don't know if that's an RFQ that we put out for other nonprofits, other public entities, other arts organizations to propose something to us that we could do in tandem. But I think it's really important that we start out by making that commitment to get something going sooner than later. So I would like to see a budget option come back to us this spring that would include the $3.5 million proposal here, where we could at least have one classroom open, and then the future planning that we will do for the site could actually take place there on the site. And I believe, just correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff and Jennifer, but I believe that option A included the rehab that's needed for the parking lot to be able to get that graded and evaluated so that we could use that outdoor space.
Do you want to answer? It did, didn't it?
We did include costs for some remedial repairs there, not fully vetted out in terms of all of the stormwater requirements that may be necessary as well, and how the rest of the site was going to be used. But there are some dollars in there for that, for a start on that.
That's great. Yeah. So I think the short-term priority should be activating the outdoor space, planning to activate Building 2 with the $3.5 million option, and then just opening up the opportunity for others to partner with us who might be able to come to the table with some really specific ideas about how we can engage. And I think there's a role there for Encinitas for the Arts to be able to go through these proposals and see if it's acceptable to you. I think there's a role for the Solana Center. And I also hope that we can engage ocean advocacy groups that might be able to help us expand coastal access with folks who don't always get to come to Encinitas, but that they can come and access the ocean and take part in that, because that was always one of my favorite things of going to school there. So those are my comments, and I thank the advocates for coming out and staying engaged for as long as you have and being patient with us, but also putting some pressure because we need it. So Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Briefly, I just want to kind of get back to that issue of the community park and point out that there was no business plan put together for the development of the community park, nor was there a business plan put together for the community center or the library. And I think that one of the things that we need to do is kind of shift our focus on this particular site to essentially be a community gathering place that doesn't have to have a business plan per se. That was one of the things that when the EACEA went to the Planning Commission said, well, you're asking for a lot of permission to engage in a ton of events here. What's your business plan? What is the plan for, why do you need this many events, et cetera, et cetera? And they put it on the shelf, and nobody could ever really address that particular issue. And the issue ultimately was about the EACEA being able to have enough events to raise the revenue necessary. And so there was this big circle that they were going in. And I think that, one of the things that a mistake that we make is if we lean too heavily on this notion of whatever we do there has to make money, because I don't think our community, is going to hold us accountable if the arts class only has 3 students signed up instead of 30. So they don't meet their revenue goals and things like that. So I think that's a pretty important thing to keep in mind. That's the perspective that I'm looking at it from. I know everybody's got their own personal point of view, and it may not be the same as mine, which is strange. I can't imagine that. But I do hope that the council will at least ask for staff to work with Jessica at the Solana Center to explore what it would take to get the site active with her business plan and her business model and her outreach and education, because I think that's the quickest way to get started.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. So I would like to, at this point, make a motion. I would like that we direct staff to look into the feasibility and business plan aspects of this property. Whether the city foots the bill for it, or we do it in partnership with a private entity or nonprofit, or we look at it in terms of it has to support itself. I'm happy to look at all those options, but I think at this point we don't have any information on any of them, and it would be nice if if the city can take on, if we have the appetite to take on the full costs of a new facility like this. But I just know how challenging coming up with a good amount of money is. So I think I'm trying to be a bit realistic about the benefits of having partners come to the table to help financially, and also those partners would need to be aligned with the objectives and the mission of the facility. So let me get back to the motion would be to address the feasibility and business plan aspects of the future of the site. Now that may be in an RFQ if we need outside consulting, or it may be able to be done in-house. I also would like to add in that we look at the 3.5 million option A, and also include the site improvements that would probably be necessary that should be represented in that option A, because it's a good place to start. Some of the items that are in option A may adjust a little bit over time, but I think it demonstrates a commitment financially from the city. And the third aspect is to facilitate the engagement of the site with activities and events as soon as we can. So that would mostly be the exterior, the outdoor spaces of the site. So that motion has 3 parts to it.
Question on the motion. So when you're talking about the improvements, the 3.5, and then other improvements, are you saying to bring back a plan? And Councilmember Hensey talked about bringing back a financial plan that would come back in the spring. So
Yes.
I assume that's around the CIP time.
Thank you. That's a good clarification.
All right. So I would second that motion then.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. And that would be that we have another council meeting where staff brings back an outline of the conditional use permit that EACEA submitted to see which parts of that conditional use permit we would like to focus on as part of our business plan, because been a significant amount of effort that has gone into imagining how to activate the site. So my concern is that you're basically asking to go back to square one, which I just don't think is a good use of our time when so much effort has gone into 7 years of effort. And so I'm concerned about this notion that we're just going to go to a business plan that doesn't have any framework. So let's go back to what EACEA did as a council and say, this was the right focus, or this was not, or something along those lines, so that we can put some more framework to what it is that we're giving staff direction on.
Deputy Mayor Krantz, could that be considered augmentation to this motion? Because I don't see that it would be in conflict. It could be added as part of the task that's done as we evaluate the feasibility moving forward.
Well, yeah, and I don't have any problem if you're willing to amend your motion, but I think that was, what I heard was, let's go get a business plan done, and we haven't really given the framework of that business plan, and I think the framework should be for where we sit today with the application that EACEA did. So if that's if you're willing to amend that motion to include that as direction, I would be supportive. The other thing that I think is worth the time is to do the analysis about whether we could very quickly accommodate the Solana Center. Is that something you're not interested in, or?
I wouldn't necessarily exclude it. I think it goes in with the ecology element of the EACEA, the
Right.
art, culture, and ecology.
So would it be part of your motion to direct staff to engage with Jessica at the Solana Center to see what it would take to activate the site with her portable classroom, or?
Well, the only reason I'm hesitating is that's at a level of detail that I would hesitate to go to, because there's probably many other groups that would be in that category too, that the city should talk to as we move forward.
I don't know of any other groups, but maybe that would be one thing we could ask for people to. I don't know anybody that's currently operating, has been in business for 40 years, has their own temporary portable office space, et cetera. So
I tend to agree with Councilmember Lyons' instinct here. I think that what you're saying with respect to the first part of what you're saying is not inconsistent with what her motion is. And if staged properly, I could see the staff bringing your discussion first, and then we could start on a business plan and a financial plan after that subsequently. And maybe there's informal communication or informal direction for staff to follow up with the Solana Center and see if the Solana Center fits in somewhere within what we're doing here. And I just want to push back slightly against that we're starting over. The fact is that it didn't work. It's not activated. So what we're doing is taking another stab at, are there organizations out there, arts and ecology organizations, that can take another go at this, that can actually make this work? And at this time, the difference would be this time too, that the city would be in the lead, would drive the permit process. We would not only drive the permit process, but come up with a plan of how we can actually finance what it's going to take to activate this site at bare minimum. And so I do think that it's different this time around, but I think that it would be preferable on my part that we find a nonprofit, some other organization that would want to take over this building for the benefit of Arts and Ecology Center. And that may be the Solana Center in the future, or the Friends of the Arts, or some other arts group out there. So I think I support this motion. I don't think it's wasting time. I think it's absolutely moving in a progressive and direction that's going to produce, hopefully, some results in the future.
So it sounds like it's sort of a kitchen sink motion, where it includes business plan, feasibility plan, public-private partnerships, the Solana Center possibly, and others possibly, and it's coming back at the budget time. And the only thing I really heard was that it seems like we're foreclosing the $8 million options, which are 3 of the 4. We're just asking for options that would involve just opening one building and getting the outside activated.
I think that Councilmember Hinsey had mentioned the 3 million and Councilmember Lyons had mentioned the 3 million. I'm not aware that we have the capacity for 3 million or 7 million or 8 million, but I am open to the city manager, creating magic. Maybe we'll give you a bonus or something if you can come up with $8 million. And so I would say the sky's the limit. If you're able to come up with, if the Build Back Better bill goes through and we're able to get millions of dollars, more power to us. So I think the sky's the limit, however much, whatever you can plan for. But I think it needs to be, I think the community has said they don't want it fenced up and they want something that is real and practical. So we need to take steps, and we can't basically just say that we're going to do something that we just don't accomplish. And so we need to have a plan together that absolutely gets us taking those concrete steps to take the fence down and activate the site.
So maybe the direction is to ask the city staff to come back with a possible plan.
We're saying.
But I think, so you make a good point, but I think giving them more specific direction about the feasibility of it, the financing of it, the business plan aspects of it, who's going to pay for what, just is the reality we kind of need the gaps filled in on. And the fact that we have indicated we want to dedicate a $3.5 million budget as a first step as a concrete commitment to moving forward, I think is important to reinforce our statement that we're committed to the project.
Well, we're not having a full budget discussion, but if my memory serves me, that's the entirety of our capital improvement budget bill for next year. So that would mean no other capital projects. So we have to have that discussion in context with the things we're cutting.
And I don't believe we're making that determination today because that's part of our budget decision. But if we assign that amount to the project as a first step, then we can include it in our budget discussion. That's how I was understanding how we'd move forward. Included in our budget discussion when we're looking at all of our other priorities.
Yeah, I think that's part of the budgeting process is looking at all those priorities. So we would just be kind of asking for this to come back at that time. But in many ways, this feels as if it's essentially where it's been, which is that we have all these different strains of ideas and a lot of different visions that go off in different directions. And I feel comfortable saying to the city staff, you've been seeing us swim around in this as decision makers and the community asking for more action. What do you think is a good plan that we would be able to accomplish? And I think in some ways they've been waiting for our direction. And if we said, give us your best shot of what it would look like to get something going as soon as possible, whether that is public-private or that is business plans or feasibility plans or a portion of our CIP budget or some other thing. Or some, a Solana Center as a subcontractor, whatever it looks like, so that we're actually responding to a real possibility instead of just a lot of ideas. What does the city manager think about that, and the assistant city manager?
Mayor, members of council, I appreciate that. I think that's one of the hardest things. Working with EACA for the last several years, the liaison for the city, is really determining what we want to see in the building, and that is. And once we have a focused vision, then we can go after how to achieve that. So what at least I'm hearing from council, and being the former Parks, Rec, and Cultural Arts Director and engaging with the Arts Commission and folks in our community, it sounds like you want staff to basically give it our best shot as to what we could envision in that building, how we could make it possible, and then how we could pay for it.
Yeah. What does the city manager think?
So I'm going to add something because I am super excited. And one of the reasons why I wanted Ms. Campbell to be our assistant city manager. So I think that there is a way. I think there's a two-step process here, and one is something that if there is a way to activate, whether it takes a use permit or not, if somebody wants to do a farmer's market or they want to do something outside. I do not want to give you false hope that in February I will have a magic bucket of money, because I won't. We have studied a great deal of the way that the ARPA funds and the Build Back Better bill are coming. And we are hopeful that we will get some of those funds to be able to do road and street projects and stormwater and water projects, because that seems to be what the feds are saying. So I don't see an initial, and trust me, our lobbyist is here tonight, and he can talk a little bit about this as well. I don't see an easy route for 7 or 8 million for a art center. I think we are looking for that person. You know, where's Mr. Annenberg when you need him to put his name on a building? I think we need something like that, or another entity. I think the EACEA has been looking for that for several years and have found it difficult. It's very difficult to raise money, especially for a government building. In the meantime, I think we can look for ways. We do occasionally have people who ask and do a special event permit or what have you, but in terms of actually doing the work on the building, it would be an effort that you would take a look at it and say, we're going to do this part this year, we're going to ease back on some of the other things. Now, that being said, we are recommending to you in the early part of 2022 a cannabis tax. I don't know how much that cannabis tax is going to bring in, but it'll bring in something. It'll be another source of revenue. We will also be taking a look at our state of all of our infrastructure in the city. There's possibility in a couple years we might be looking at another type of ballot measure, which could be another source of facility money, et cetera. But I do like the idea of bringing it back during the budget discussion, and in the meantime, we can have discussions with some not-for-profits and see if there's a way that we can activate the site without the high-ticket, multi-million-dollar investment at this time.
I can see the headline, Encinitas funds Art Center with weed tax. Perfect.
Thank you, Tony.
Okay, well, that's.
Couldn't see it, you now see it.
Do you feel that we need a motion for that, or is that it's going to come back at budget?
The only thing that I think sounds like you're not quite in agreement is if you would want, if we were to do some type of a business plan, we would bring something back during budget for you to give us money to hire a consultant. And I think you do need to decide tonight whether or not you need to do a business plan, or whether or not you want to start with the work that EACEA has already done and refamiliarize yourself with that. And I think the piece that you're missing is that some of what was, all of it was amazing and, really great ideas. Some of it is inconsistent with the zoning. And so I think the piece that does need to come back is take the EACEA list and put it into a matrix with our Director of Development Services on what it might take. And just for people who might not understand, if it's inconsistent with the zoning, it would mean that you would need to do a Prop A vote. So, and I think that that's probably where the EACEA got stuck a couple of times, is wanting to do a lot of different things that are inconsistent with the actual zoning, and then that requires this additional step of putting something on the ballot. So we could certainly bring that back in the next couple of months. It's right in keeping with the budget, and you can take a look at that and make some decisions, get more input based on that analysis of what we might be able to do.
So my preference would be not to hire another consultant to do more analysis. I do feel we've hired two to do a cost analysis, and there have been many business plans that were created by EACEA, and my preference would be that we direct our staff to do it. I think it's going to be faster and less expensive, and to get us a real possible thing for us to react to.
May I just contribute that if the staff has the bandwidth and the capability to do the business plan, I'm happy going that direction. But to my knowledge, and I think I know this pretty well, we have never had a business plan done on the EACEA. And I'm looking at Carolyn because I know she's on the board.
And if I could, Madam Mayor, I
Yes.
would say that I'm not offering to do a business plan, because you're correct, we don't have that capacity in-house. I was thinking that there's an interim step of taking the work that's already been done and bringing forward something much more elementary and simple, that, you know, here were the ideas, here's what's consistent or inconsistent with the zoning of the property, and start to take a look at, you know, where you might want to go based on the level of difficulty to try to get through some of those zoning issues.
And it wasn't just the zoning issues, but there was a significant amount of activity there that I think it would be reasonable to dial back, because it was dialed up in order to generate revenue. And so if we're saying the city's going to take this on, we can dial it back, I think, but you guys could take a look.
What does everyone think? Yes? Direct the staff to do that?
I mean, I'm not generally in favor of hiring consultants, but I think sometimes if staff doesn't have the expertise in-house, and we need that analysis, then I think that it's a good thing to hire somebody with certain expertise. But so I guess that I would, I would say if you want to let go of the motion, I would say that maybe the first thing to do is to ask staff to do that initial analysis, and then from that conversation, we can see what else is needed in terms of taking steps in the future.
I mean, I think to me, this goes back to that basic question of, you don't need a business plan for a park. Like, if this is going to be, the city is taking this on as something, and we recognize that there was an effort to make it pencil and to make it be financially productive by EACEA for many years, and they were unable to do that. And in large part, these questions of, it's buried in a residential neighborhood, it does have certain zoning that's limited. So as we start to ramp up the programming with all these expectations and nighttime and sales and food and all the other things that produce money, I mean, a business plan is really about inflow and outflow of money. So it's like, to me, it seems like what we're saying to the staff is, give us something that we think we could get this open and operating, and not go through another process of, let's do a potential speculative business plan that relies on the private market to make this thing fly. Because basically that just hasn't happened over 7 years. And so, let's take it on as, this is actually our own property, just like all of our parks properties and our senior and community center, which has lots of programming that's very successful. And then to me, this seems like a much more direct route. Another plan seems to me like us chasing our tail again, especially when we don't know what we're doing. If we decided this is a ceramic studio and this is our main goal, then let's go make that happen with a business plan. That's different. But right now we're still in this, what is the programming going to be? And is it music or visual or creative or whatever all the different parts are? So that's why I lean against the business plan.
So if I could just respond to that, I mean, what I'm hearing is that you're saying that the city has the appetite to take this on. And I came to this tonight thinking the city did not have the appetite to take this on, or at least not take the whole thing on, as far as the cost of what we are planning to do, what the plans show that we're doing on this property. So if we have the appetite to take it on as a city, just like a community center, just like a park, as you've said, I'm happy for that. And so I want to support that. And and I think if it turns out we want to consider some private, I think that EAC was able to bring it as far as they could, but I think we can do better. So if we want to engage private entities and have them have some skin in the game too, I think that's always going to be an option, and I hope we'll consider that as we move forward.
And I just want to piggyback off that. It is not that Joy, Councilmember Lyons, or anybody up here doesn't see this as a useful use for the city, and that it would be an amazing gem in our community. How do you activate it? If we're saying that we are going into debt to get to the next phase on streetscape to effectuate that, how are we going to come up with $3 or $4 million? And I don't want to set wrong expectations. I want to get this activated for you, and I don't want it to sit there for another 10 years. And so I think what Councilmember Lyons is talking about in terms of business plan is a prudent move. It is, slightly push back against the fact that this is a park. It is not the same as a park. It is not the same as some of the other amenities. If it were, then it would already have been activated. It's not. And so if the city is saying that we have $7, $8, $9 million, $10 million, let's do it. Then maybe it is the same as the park. But it hasn't been for the last decade. And so looking at ways of partnering with the private sector to effectuate this property and ensure that it's actually put to use, I think is a good avenue to go down. But I'm willing to withdraw my second if the motion is not going to stand, to basically still give some hope to the fact that the city manager can come up with some additional information that we can kind of maybe take some baby steps in the future and see if we can kind of start to activate it that way. But I do think that we've done our analysis. The Parks and Rec has done their analysis, and Parks and Rec would have moved into this building if they needed that building. We would have created the Parks Department. We would have done what we had to do. It's not that, and we don't have the money for it. And so I think somebody has to say that. And I think that what we have to do is think about how we can actually raise the money to do this. And I think one of the things that Councilmember Lyons and I support is looking at, a way to bring in the private sector, just like it was the last organization was trying to do. And there may be some hope to do something like that. And so I don't foreclose that. I think that that's still a possibility.
Yes, and I don't foreclose it either. I think that, we should keep an open mind, but I think that it is important that the city pick up where EACEA left off and do the analysis that isn't going to require any consultants, and to come back and continue this conversation. I do know that the path forward for the community center and the park and the library was a ton of engagement by the city council, city staff with the community. And so, I think that that's an important part of this process, and hopefully when the staff brings this back to us, we'll have a better idea about where we're headed. And then maybe if we need a business plan, we might all agree that we need a business plan. But I do want to, before we end this special meeting tonight, I want to thank all the people that have been a part of the Encinitas Arts, Culture, and Ecology Alliance leadership, the board members that have worked quite diligently to make this thing go, and just ran into some pretty tough headwinds that made it difficult to do. Garth Murphy was the original president of that board, and he brought a vision to it, and I think that vision is still a part of the conditional use permitting plan that the city has on file and that we should pick back up. John DeWald has been, as a developer, knows what's necessary to get the permitting completed, and he has been working diligently to make that happen. There are some great people that have really been working hard, and I would love to be able to pick up from that energy and as a city move this thing forward. I know our budgets, the resources are limited. I know we're not going to be putting a big art staff over there to run the place, but I think that the goal of getting it activated is one that this city council should focus on, and figuring out a way to do it in the short term is really important to me.
Okay, thank you. So do you have enough direction?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, great. So this is the end of our special meeting. We're already running late. Thank you to everybody who came on this topic. We're going to move on to our agenda. Does the council want a 5-minute break? Okay, so we're going to take a break until just a little bit after 6:30. We'll get started. 5 minutes.
Okay, do you want to go set them up?
Yeah.
Okay, let me take a look at all this stuff. Let's go. These are all the speakers, huh?
A lot of them.
Okay, good. Do you have any that are pulled? 8H? Okay. Oh, isn't that the person?
No, that's not the person on that.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's not. I looked at that.
Oh, okay.
It's not the person from the county.
There you go. Okay, and then you gave Catherine the appeal
I
thing,
did.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
good.
So let me go sign it.
Okay, so we have a speaker on 4B. 4B, right?
Yeah. 6 for oral.
6, okay. And then, which one was it?
8H, which is the short-term rentals, was pulled.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay, perfect.
Do one thing at a time.
Yeah. No, because but he's not, is she part of the appeal though?
She's part of the appeal with it.
Is her name on it? Is her name on the appeal?
It's on the
Oh, okay, then she needs to be part of his 10 minutes.
That's what I told her. The 10 and the 10 and the 5.
Right,
That's what
exactly.
I told her. So.
Okay.
All right, let me just Exactly.
Oh. We sit in the dark and then all of a sudden they put the spotlights on. That was, I know he can dim them. That was Karen. Yeah, he dimmed them the last time.
Who's he?
That's Karen.
Okay.
He's in the little. Oh my God, that is way too bright.
So Steve, does she want to go in the other room and have to do a presentation? I think she needs to bring it. We'll send her. We can send her. No? No. If this is Dr. Orr.
Oh, thank you.
She'll come in here soon. So she's just gonna, but she wanted us to go hang out over there. No, during the public speaker session.
You know what? We have 6 oral communications. We have 1 speaker on. I was going to give this to Catherine on 4B presentation.
One more people here than I thought. But I think it's because the Airbnb is a big issue. I've only been
H, which is short term. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep, just the one.
Well, I was here with all of you, and they brought in 100 kids, all dressed in blue uniforms.
Yes.
Carrying balloons.
Which item? 8H? Okay.
Good,
And the same? Okay, thank you.
they want.
Hi, how are you, CJ? I'm doing good.
But
Yeah, she is. She is at a conference, so we get me tonight. Oh yeah, she's fine. Yeah, she's fine.
they were
Yep.
not going to be able to walk.
Yep. How have you been?
Down the bike.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really hard year. Mhm. Yeah.
So that's good.
Yeah, that's good. I know a lot of the people that, we were seeing before the pandemic, haven't been seeing them. It's just been really interesting, Well, I hope that they're okay, because we are not even getting emails and stuff on some of them, So you always wonder. Yeah, we're doing fine. Yep. Yeah, it was good seeing you too, CJ.
Leslie Canadian, nice to meet you. That was fun. Looks to me like Barry got a free pass. You got a free pass.
many speakers are on this?
Okay, everybody, we're going to call this meeting to order. So go ahead and find your seats. We're going to get started here. We have a long agenda and a lot of people, I think, on different items today. So welcome. It's nice to see everybody today. This is the regular meeting of the Encinitas City Council. It's Wednesday, December 8, 2021. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, let the record show that all members are present.
Thank you. And I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have two special presentations today. The first one is a commendation to Captain Marcus Medic regarding his life-saving rescue at sea. And I'd like to invite him and his family to come up here, and I will read this Mayor's Certificate of Commendation from the Encinitas City Council and the Mayor. Hello, welcome. Nice to see you. So this is a certificate of commendation, and it is in recognition of his miraculous rescue of 25 migrants adrift at sea, given with sincere appreciation for his outstanding leadership in responding to a vessel in distress and saving lives. The City of Encinitas is proud that you are part of our community. So thank you. Let's give him a round of applause again. So would you like to say a little bit and to share with the audience a little bit of the specifics of it?
Sure. Well, I think I'll start off by saying thank you, Mayor Blakespeare and members of the council for having me having me here tonight and presenting me with this award. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, no, really, it was, it's kind of strange here. I can't see the audience. But anyway, no, I think we were just really lucky to be in the right place at the right time. We were out fishing here about 95 miles off the coast in the middle of the night, actually. It was about 1 in the morning, and fairly choppy weather. And like I said, I think we were just really lucky. We happened to drift closely enough to this panga that was drifting that I was able to see a couple of the people aboard the boat. They were just flashing their the flashlights on their smartphones at me, and that was the only thing I could see. In the middle of the night, it was dark, windy, choppy, and I could see a couple of lights over there. It looked a little strange. Couldn't tell exactly what it was, so we headed over there and were able to see that it was very heavily loaded small boat with the weather coming up, and luckily we were able to make it over there and keep an eye on them. And really, the big thanks ought to go to the Coast Guard, because they were able to, I mean, we didn't do the actual rescue. We're not really equipped for that, especially in any kind of weather. So we were just able to keep an eye on them, get them some food and water, and make sure that nothing got worse while the Coast Guard was able to make their way out there and rescue everyone. So that's pretty much it.
Well, thank you. We'd like to have you join us all over here with a photo, if you don't mind. We'll all join you.
Okay.
Everybody's looking at me. 1, 2, 3. All right, and then did you want to get one as well? Okay. Thank you.
And just a couple of little short announcements. So I had a request to change the order of the agenda. We do have items that are of interest to people throughout the agenda, and I'm going to keep the order as it is so that people have that expectation of when they might be coming to the meeting if they're coming a bit late. So we will be going in order. And then also, I wanted to update our policies around masking. So if you are vaccinated, it's mask optional. And if you're unvaccinated, then please wear a mask. But of course, it's on the honor system. But so to say, if you are vaccinated, then it's mask optional. You don't have to wear it, but you can if you want to and feel more comfortable. So with that, we'll move on to our second item here, which is 4B. So this is a presentation from the county on micro enterprise home kitchens, MICO. So I'll hand it over to the county to do the presentation.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, my name is Heather Bonomo, and I'm with the County of San Diego Department of Environmental Health and Quality, and I'm here at your request to provide information this evening on the state law regarding microenterprise home kitchen operations, which we'll call MICO throughout the presentation. For background, the California Retail Food Code is a state law that regulates food service in California. The California Retail Food Code first allowed home food operations in 2013 with the introduction of cottage food operations. Cottage food is limited to non-potentially hazardous foods such as cakes and cookies. In 2019, MICOs were introduced through Assembly Bill 626 and allowed for a new type of home operation more similar to a mini in-home restaurant. At the time, there were significant food safety concerns with the law. And as a result, later that year, Assembly Bill 377, an urgency bill, modified the MICO law to address the food safety concerns. It also clarified that the governing body of the local enforcement agency is responsible for opting into the program for their entire jurisdiction. In the County of San Diego, the Board of Supervisors is the governing body of the local enforcement agency, which is Environmental Health and Quality. If they opt into a program, it would be for the entire county. On September 15th, the Board of Supervisors directed Environmental Health and Quality to return to the board in 120 days with a proposed MECO ordinance for the County of San Diego. For reference, in the state of California right now, there are 8 jurisdictions that have adopted a MECO. I know our slide says 7, but one just adopted in late November. And those counties are Riverside, Solano, Imperial, Alameda, Santa Barbara, Lake, Berkeley, San Mateo, and now Sierra County. So what is a MECO? A MECO is a mini in-home restaurant operated by a full-time resident of a private home or apartment. The food must be prepared and served on the same day. The resident can serve up to 30 meals in a day with a maximum of a total of 60 meals per week. MECOs are limited to a maximum of $50,000 of gross annual sales as adjusted annually for inflation based on the California Consumer Price Index. MECOs must serve their customers directly by having them dine at home, pick up their orders, or receive delivery from the MECO operator. MECOs may have one full-time employee, not including a family or household member. A MECO operator must have a food safety certificate, and the employee must have a food handler's card. MECOs can operate outside, including the serving of food and the preparation of food using barbecues or other similar outdoor cooking techniques. A health permit is required from the Department of Environmental Health and Quality prior to operating, and routine health inspections are limited to no more than 1 time per year and are scheduled with the operator. If there are complaints regarding the MECO operation regarding food safety concerns or potential foodborne illness, those can additionally be investigated. A MECO operator cannot also be a caterer, a temporary event, a cottage food operator, or a mobile food facility. They're limited to just being a MECO operator. If a program is authorized by the County Board of Supervisors, the Department of Environmental Health and Quality will have regulatory oversight over the violations of the California Retail Food Code, such as temperatures, food safety, vermin, and sales verification. And the local city or unincorporated area will have regulatory oversight over the land use items that pertain to their jurisdiction. The MECO law preempts land use requirements, and restrictions cannot be placed on MECOs. If the county were to authorize MECOs, they would become a by right use. No CEQA analysis, discretionary permit, or public notice would be required. MECOs would be allowed to operate within any residence within the County of San Diego. From a compliance standpoint, the law does not allow for signage at the MECOs, and the municipalities can enforce violations related to their noise ordinance as well as their nuisance ordinance. On September 15th, the County Board of Supervisors directed Environmental Health and Quality to do the following. Number 1, return to the board in 120 days with an ordinance authorizing MECO operations in San Diego County. 2, conduct community and local municipality outreach and provide opportunities for public input during the drafting of the MECO program, which is why we're here today. And lastly, implement a public education program for MECOs on food safety following the adoption of the MECO ordinance. The education shall also include suggestions and general guidance on being a good neighbor while running a MECO operation, including considerations for land use, traffic, parking, noise, and the importance of appropriate disposal for grease and other food-related waste. When the Department of Environmental Health and Quality returns to the board in January, the following options will be presented. Authorize a MECO program, authorize a temporary MECO program where the authorization would consist of a temporary period, such as 2 years, or not authorize a MECO program. The MECO law is pretty prescriptive. However, there is some room for potential ordinance components, and we're just going to briefly go through those. There's only 5. The first is regarding a food safety certificate. This is an 8-hour food safety course that teaches cooks and food handlers to prevent foodborne illness. State law requires this be obtained within 60 days. However, the certification could be required sooner, such as at the permitting step. The next is defining allowable food storage areas where the home can safely store food. It could be considered to be allowed in a non-occupiable area, such as a garage, or be required to be kept inside the home. The next ordinance component is regarding the frequency of inspections. State law requires a minimum of 1 inspection per year, but local ordinance could reduce that. Next, regarding the meal service volume, state law allows Mikos to sell up to a maximum of 30 meals a day or 60 meals per week. However, a local ordinance could choose to reduce those numbers. And finally, Miko operators in rural areas whose home water supply comes from a private well are required to meet water standards for a transient, non-community water system. To do this, they must test for total coliform bacteria, nitrates, total dissolved solids, and pH levels. A local ordinance could define how and when the sampling results are provided to environmental health and quality to meet this requirement. If there's any questions that come after from the public regarding Mikos, we do have a Miko webpage and a dedicated Miko email address and phone number that could be reached out to. That concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions from council.
Okay, well, thank you for coming to talk to us about this. It's actually somewhat rare that the county comes and shares their new programming with us, so I'm happy that you took the time to do this, and thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers on this?
We do. We have one,
Okay, let's go ahead and call the public speaker.
Karen Melvin.
Good evening. And hi, and thank you, Mayor and council members and staff for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Karen Melvin, and I'm honored to be able to address you today. The truth is that the opportunities and benefits of Mikos are many, and the concerns put forward by some have not become a reality. As co-lead of the San Diego Miko Coalition, I'm happy to hear the council's desire to learn more about Mikos. In that regard, I'd like to offer data of what has actually been occurring in Mikos that have been operating in Riverside County over the last 2 years, in addition to now 7 other California counties that have already passed Miko ordinances. Riverside County has had Miko permitting since July 2019, and with over 130 Mikos currently operating there, we have 2 years' worth of data to see if concerns of food safety, oversight, parking, traffic, and noise have been borne out. In August of this year, I conducted a public records request of the Riverside County Department of Environmental Health, along with code enforcement of 23 Riverside cities and the County of Riverside, for 133 Miko home addresses. The findings were zero food safety-related complaints, and only 2 cases of nuisance issues involving brand-new Mikos. The other 131 Mikos in our records request had no complaints. That's a 100% compliance rate in food safety and a 98.5% compliance rates for nuisance issues in over 2 years of operation and over 100,000 meals served. Mikos provide inclusion, innovation, incubation, and mobilize the strengths and capabilities of diverse members of the community to ensure that home chefs have the means to contribute to their community's health and well-being through delicious and nutritious home-cooked food. Cost is a significant barrier to having a food business, with $400,000 cited as the average startup cost for a brick-and-mortar restaurant, $50,000 for a food truck, and $45,000 average annual rent for a commercial kitchen. These high costs most often exclude women, immigrants, and people of color. With startup cost of less than $1,000, Mikos provide an opportunity to bridge the business ownership disparity for women and people of color that currently exist in Encinitas and other cities in San Diego County. Mikos provide opportunity for food entrepreneurs to start businesses without breaking the bank. These home-based operations are incubators for burgeoning micro businesses or sources of ancillary income, or ancillary income. They are not intended to subvert the professional food industry or evade health and safety processes required for commercial scale businesses. Many of those who would aspire to a Miko micro business cannot be here tonight. My goal is to give voice to those hardworking people and ask you to support them in the opportunity to live a dignified life of self-reliance and empowerment by increasing their family income and contributing positively to the economy of Encinitas. Thank you. I urge your support of Mikos.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, I don't see any questions, so thank you very much for the presentation. All right, next we have oral communications.
Yes, Mayor, we have 6. First 3 speakers are Natalie Setoon, then Mark Wilcox, And then Gerald Ann Kessler.
Hi, good evening. My name is Natalie Satoon. I became aware of an issue at the Swamis parking lot in recent days involving a transient, a longtime Encinitas transient who happens to have an active known communicable disease, MRSA. I was made aware of this disease as I learned from an individual associated with the San Diego Sheriff's Department that I should not touch this person. Yes, I'm friendly with some of the people who loiter in the parking lots, this person being one of them. I was told that members of the Sheriff's Department are well aware excuse me, of the actively untreated medical condition and that the Sheriff's Department has notified the City Parks Department with a request to routinely sanitize the benches and bathrooms. The individual associated with the Sheriff's Department is aware that cleaning occurred once, but is not regularly maintained to a safe standard. I was also told the Sheriff's Department conveyed this danger and liability risk which the city takes on in allowing this person to potentially spread MRSA in our community. Since the city is aware that someone with MRSA is loitering and lingering most of the day on the benches of our public parks, I'm requesting that Pam Antel and Travis Carlin take personal responsibility for the oversight and regularly sanitizing the benches and bathrooms. I would like to acknowledge the Sheriff's Department for their transparency, for the health and safety concerns of all Swamis Parks visitors, as well as their proactive effort in reporting communicable disease issues to the city. It is council responsibility to oversee that both the city manager and parks manager ensure public health and safety concerns are addressed. Additionally, I'm requesting that the city enforce posted ordinances which are knowingly being violated. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Wilcox. And then Gerald Ann Kessler.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Mark Wilcox, father, grandfather, and advocate for youth. I attended the city marijuana workshop last week and noted that there were many marijuana businesses from out of town waiting to have a marijuana storefront in the city. In fact, they outnumbered the many citizens who were there with questions. It was clear that these prospective applicants had already been contacting city staff and planning on more contact. I would like to share with you a situation that exists in a local city's planning department, where last month a designated staff member that handles the marijuana business applications left the city's employ and went to work for the marijuana industry. I'm not interested in suggesting that this staffer would have been predisposed to work in a biased manner on marijuana business applications while entertaining the job offer to work for the marijuana businesses. I just want to spotlight the huge amount of money involved in marijuana transaction and the potential for abuse. Then last week I discovered at that same city a council member staffer was previously employed by a marijuana consulting firm that advocated for policies that would expand the number of marijuana businesses in the city. Now, this same city council member staffer is the point of contact on a city proposal coming to their planning commission that would reduce or eliminate municipal code language around youth-sensitive uses from which a marijuana storefront needs to locate. These proposed municipal code changes will radically reduce or eliminate protections for youth, neighborhoods, businesses, and residences. I find that it is unprincipled that the marijuana industry has this sort of power and access to elected officials in that city. I thought about this situation while I sat in the workshop watching the prospective marijuana business applicants bustling around your city staff at the end of the meeting, while the confused and frustrated residents left the room. I share this with you because I don't want to see anything similar in Encinitas and say, to be forewarned is to be forearmed. Thank you.
I was walking my usual walk on Saturday, and I stumbled on a photo op going on at my kids' old elementary school, Ocean Knoll. There was 2 botanical garden employees, a coastal conservancy employee, and Tasha Barnard Harvest, the assembly member for District 76. They were taking a photo of an amazing project that recently received a grant from the Coastal Conservancy to enhance and restore more than half of Ocean Knoll's Canyon, an important section of the Cottonwood Creek watershed in the city of Encinitas. The canyon is a multi-benefit ecosystem serving as a refuge for native plants and animals, some of which are endangered, in addition to holding significant potential value for educational opportunities for thousands of children. This is such an amazing project to see happen. It warms my heart on many levels. Ocean Knoll was one of the most least desirable schools for many years, but our wonderful principal, Angelica Lopez, turned it into an international baccalaureate school. And now it's one of the most desirable elementary schools in the area. This restoration project not only adds the quality of life of the current students and teacher, but future children and all the area residents are benefiting, along with the surrounding communities and other schools. This brings me to the Environmental Nightmare Staver project on Melba Road, which is slated to tear down a grove of mature Torrey pines, plus 173 other trees and 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, and demo a beautiful historical home built in 1938, all based on the ill-fated Density Bonus Bill AB 2345. The Staver project sits about 3/4 of a mile uphill from Ocean Knolls Canyon. The current Staver housing project plans have no real way to deal with the drainage and runoff of these 31 homes will create to the surrounding area. Most likely, the drainage and runoff from these housing nightmare projects will head to Ocean Knolls Canyon. This is not good for anyone residing in the neighborhood, and especially for the people who will be working hard clearing out the canyon. But this is where the city can pivot and make a difference by helping the community acquire the last piece of sacred, historical Encinitas property from that Staver Trust with soft infrastructure funding and community funding. The property sits next to the last rural horse farm in Encinitas, the Boys and Girls Club and Garden, Oakcrest Park and Middle School, and the community center. It has potential to serve as an outdoor STEM classroom or open space contiguous with Oakcrest Park. It could also be similar to the setup at San Diego Park. It has a historical home that could serve as the groundskeeper. The property has many wonderful attributes that I have mentioned in past meetings. Please don't pass up on this opportunity to preserve the open space for the community, which aligns with the city's climate action plan goals. Thank you for listening.
The next 3 speakers are Gia Shaki, then Julie Thunder, then Becky Rapp. Gia?
Good evening. My name is Gia Shockey. I'm an LCC high school graduate and about to begin my career as a pediatric registered nurse. I've lived in Encinitas my entire life, with the exception of 4 years away to play collegiate soccer on the East Coast. I frequently read the Encinitas Advocate, and the passing of Measure H has caught my attention many times. I know it was voted in by a small margin, and we are certain to have marijuana businesses in Encinitas. However, my ask of you tonight is, please don't let these businesses ruin the charming environment of Encinitas. I've been in other cities and seen sign twirlers inviting people into retail marijuana stores or parked cars with banners. Remember, this is inviting to the youth. Please put restrictions on sign twirlers. I was recently at a grocery store in Carmel Valley. When my receipt came out, it had many advertisements for discounts and giveaways at marijuana stores. Measure H mentions the name on the retail sign shall be posted on the outside of the retailer and shall only contain the name of the business and limited to 2 colors. It does not say that the marijuana storefront can spread its name everywhere. This violates the intent of the restriction of signage on the marijuana storefront. I hope that code enforcement is prepared to protect us against this detrimental procedure. Thank you and happy holidays.
Can you bring up my first slide, please? I'm just going to try this before I get Thank you. Hi, I'm Julie Thunder, and I'm here with good news to talk to you about an important issue facing Encinitas density. With the recent passage of Senate Bill 9, the state has enabled multifamily complexes in every neighborhood, which has killed single-family zoning in California. Any of your neighbors, and I'm talking to the room particularly now, can now split their single-family lots into 4 smaller lots. Counting ADUs, the split lot could become 6 units built in a towering 3-story structure with reduced setbacks and no space for parking. Local planning boards can't stop this. Your neighborhood can't fight it, and our zoning laws don't matter. Without yards, we'll lose much of our tree canopy and gain more heat-absorbing rooftops and concrete. Your neighborhood will be more dense, less open, and less green. Adding insult to injury, this law doesn't even mention affordability. It's all about density and gentrification, not affordable housing. If you're thinking, my neighborhood will be safe, think again. SB 9 overrides local planning commissions and homeowners associations. But we are not powerless. There is a solution, a petition drive underway to put a constitutional amendment on the November ballot to secure the right of Encinitas and other cities to control their own futures. It's called Our Neighborhood Voices, and hundreds of volunteers, I lost my track. Hundreds of volunteers are gathering signatures throughout the state right now. Our Neighborhood Voices is not a partisan effort. It's supported by people across the political spectrum who don't want their communities destroyed by Sacramento's one-size-fits-all dictates. This amendment will secure the right of communities to make their own decisions about local matters instead of being micromanaged by Sacramento. Initiative support is pouring in from cities that now see the state legislature is more beholden to Wall Street land and investment speculators than people they represent. What can the city of Encinitas do? First, this council can join dozens of other cities by enacting a resolution supporting the initiative. This will help drive the point home that cities are awake and organizing, and that we are standing up for local control in Encinitas. The Oceanside City Council just did this with a unanimous vote. Second, each registered voter, including each of you, can sign the petition being circulated. I have it with me here tonight. Thomas Jefferson once said, quote, "The government closest to the people serves the people best." Let's recover our local control and serve the people of Encinitas best. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a mother and a youth group leader. I come here tonight as I attended the city workshop last week where the public was able to become better acquainted with Measure H. I came away with more questions than answers. I especially have concerns with the ability for residents to contact code enforcement regarding problems with marijuana businesses and to expect speedy and effective results. We learned last week that code enforcement will send a letter to a marijuana business regarding the needed corrective action. Then, given 2 weeks to make the appropriate change, and if they do not make that change in 2 weeks, what is the next step? The answer was very vague. If the behavior of a marijuana business is damaging to a resident and/or personal or public property, which would be a clear violation of the law, it would be destructive to allow weeks to go by while this violation of the law went on. How about a cease and desist requirement for those businesses? I saw this damage to public property firsthand when over the Thanksgiving weekend, I visited Mission Beach with my family of elementary children and teens. I was shocked to see the marijuana sales unashamedly going on along the boardwalk near Belmont Park. This was a blatant visual disregard for everyone around, a number of whom were children. This was clearly in violation of San Diego's law that does not allow for marijuana sales, smoking, or vaping in public spaces. In contacting nearby law enforcement, they were unable to act because of the code enforcement process that needed to unfold, which has been proven to be a very slow process, while the children and families are affronted. I realize that the city of San Diego is large and has difficulty enforcing the law these days. However, I ask if this is what we can expect in Encinitas. Now would be the time to clearly establish guidelines readily available to the public regarding how the city and its code enforcement will handle the nuisances, the outright illegalities that marijuana businesses bring to youth, families, and neighborhoods. As the Surgeon General's advisory issued yesterday regarding the challenges faced by youth and their families stated, those who surround young people and shape their day-to-day lives, schools, healthcare systems, media, and government must protect them. Is Encinitas code enforcement prepared to protect them and all of us? Thank you.
That concludes the speakers.
Okay, thank you very much to the public who came out to speak tonight. Now we have our report from closed session.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Council, and members of the public. The City Council met in closed session on a number of items. The first one was conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation on one matter. The council met to discuss that with the city attorney's staff, and there are no reportable actions following that discussion. The second one is closed session, conference with real property negotiator regarding property on 748 and 750 Lucadia Boulevard in Encinitas. Are negotiating with San Diego Habitat for Humanity, and the City Council met with the property negotiators on that item, and there are no reportable actions. The third one is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation on Anderson versus the City of Encinitas, and the City Council met with legal counsel to discuss that matter and the legal issues involved, and there are no reportable actions following that discussion. Next one is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, CPD Holdings versus the City of Encinitas. And again, the city met with legal counsel to discuss that litigation, and there are no reportable actions following that item. Council met in closed session on conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, national prescription opioid litigation, to discuss that item. And that item will be coming forward in open session at the next meeting, which is December 15th, I believe, to discuss that, but there are no reportable actions following the discussion in closed session. The last one is closed session public employee appointment city attorney to discuss RFQs coming in for the city attorney position, and there are no reportable actions following that item. I also wish to note that Councilmember Hinsey was absent during the closed session, and that concludes my report out from closed session.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the posted agenda. And under the consent calendar, item number 8H has been removed by the public.
Okay, I would entertain a balance on the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote on the consent calendar, minus 8H.
There we go. Oops. Oops, sorry.
Okay. The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
So we'll go to 8H. How many speakers do we have? This is the second reading of the short-term vacation rental
Yes, we have 5
ordinance.
speakers.
5 speakers? Okay, let's go ahead and have the 5 speakers.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to excuse myself from this
Oh, yeah.
conversation because I'm recused on this item due to a property interest in a short-term vacation rental that's operated by my mom on Melrose Avenue as an owner-occupied rental.
You ready for speakers? Okay. The first 3 speakers are Chris Carrico, then Laura Rendell, and after Laura Rendell, it would be Peter Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is in regards to the
sending out the letters to residences of the 300 feet each year that you renew your license. I would like to suggest that we propose an alternative plan to the changes being considered in this ordinance. Instead of mailing notices, instead of mailing notices, amend the city's website so citizens could have access to a short-term rental database. This way, any citizen with a complaint could have a place to go to determine the property manager's name, phone number, and email address. Changes could be made online, and it would be updated information immediately throughout the year. Letters in mailboxes for 500 rentals is wasted time, energy, and trees. People will just disregard the notice and throw it away in the round file. You will still have the same problem of an angry homeowner trying to find a number to call to stop a noise violation. Thank you.
The next speaker is Laura Rendell. Laura? Okay. Peter Rodriguez? Is Peter?
Good evening. I would like to note to you again that there were only 23 cases in the last 2 years from vacation rentals, the majority of which were disputes between neighbors. 2 of them were on properties that I manage, disputes between neighbors. I'm disappointed in the city that we had to go through all this primarily on disputes between neighbors, and I'm hoping that we're able to discuss the status of the duplex thing tonight, put a nail in that. Thank you.
And the next 2 speakers are Gabrielle Preston and then Kimberly Jackson.
Good evening, everybody. I'm a divorced, single, former teacher who owns a home at 874 Arden Drive here in Encinitas Highlands. It's a modest little 975 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bath box built in 1952. But I can't afford to own it on my own, so I side hustle. My gig is landlording. I like to live in my home when I can afford to, and when I can't, I try to find long-term tenants who take really good care of my house, and I retreat to my back studio on the property. During vacancies, I have my short-term rental permit just in case as a fallback to fill in the blanks. I move furniture in and out of my storage units, buy bed sheets, bath towels, toilet paper, laundry detergent. I've never even rented the place short-term. I just have had a permit for 2 years as a backup option, so I have more confidence that I can hold things together if I need that option. I have, however, used Airbnb to rent my place for stays of more than 30 days. In this role, I also serve as an unofficial Encinitas ambassador, tourism booster, concierge, cleaning lady, personal shopper, surfboard, bicycle boogie board distributor, pillow plumper, and bookkeeper. It's energy and time consuming and expensive. My property taxes are more than $11,000. Thank goodness I bought my home almost 10 years ago. I pay almost $5,000 a year for my guests' energy, trash, and water consumption. Thousands more goes to landscape maintenance and repairs. And to hold my property last year cost me more than $40,000 in expenses aside from mortgage payments. I provide housing to local residents and to temporary and exploratory residents via Airbnb. Last year, I hosted tech workers able to telecommute, a local PhD candidate, and a woman in her mid-80s who needed a single-level stay. These are people visiting Encinitas with an intention to stay, and my home gives them a landing pad. I'm not getting rich, yet in the middle of the pandemic, council is proposing a near tripling of the short-term rental permit fee. With around 400 vacation permit rental holders, how is $60,000 not enough revenue to pay for existing short-term rental programs? And what services am I receiving for my existing permit fees? So far, in my experience, my $150 has gone towards the salary of someone who processes and approves my permit. Short-term rental owners are a big benefit to the community. We provide affordable room nights to visitors who spend money in our city. Our visitors boost sales tax revenues. They boost property tax revenues as property with short-term rental opportunities are more valuable, and transient occupant tax revenues. We are expecting more than $3 million in additional property tax funds as a city, and I think that money can be paid to go towards any further expenses. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Kimberly Jackson, and I'm here to say that I do not support the new rules that are being proposed. Number one, there were no short-term rental operators or opposition to our side that were on the subcommittee, and I feel that there should have been representation from both sides on the subcommittee. Number two, the 300-foot notice is going to be very costly for operators. It's also going to create waste in our city. Why not maybe send out one postcard with a code enforcement number to all residences, because a lot of the nuisances are long-term residents too, and that way every resident in the city knows who to call when anything's a nuisance in their neighborhood, not just us. We're going to create fear by sending out these postcards to everybody when there really doesn't need to be fear if there's not an issue yet. Number three, the fee increase is very hefty for owners who operate vacation rentals. Going from a $125 fee to a $425 fee yearly is excessive. The city of Oceanside's fee is the most costly one in the city right now at $250. My fourth point is that this 3-night minimum should be triggering a CEQA review because it's going to fiscally impact the city financially with less people coming to visit our restaurants and our shops. A lot of people can't stay for 3 nights. They might only be able to stay for 2, and that should trigger a CEQA review. So I'm super opposed to this. I really hope that you would reconsider it. It's a lot for the short-term rental operators in our city, and it's going to put a lot of people out of business and I'm unable to afford to operate and make ends meet. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers. We did have one person who filled out a speaker slip but chose not to speak, Jessica Solano.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I would, in response to the previous speaker, I would point out that the subcommittee was composed of Councilmember Lyons and myself. There were no members of the public that were on the subcommittee. We had noticed meetings that anybody from the public was welcome to attend. So it wasn't that we heard from one side or the other. We heard from anybody that wanted to participate in those publicly noticed meetings. So, and I think that this very important update to our short-term rental rules that have been in place for around 15 years is critically needed. It provides us with some very important updates to the code enforcement process. The fees, as I recall, were targeted to recover 80% of the cost of, yes, so, you know, you may quibble with the amount of the fees. We had some professionals that analyzed that, and the fees that have been established for this update to the ordinance were calculated not to be 100% recovery. They were 80% recovery. So I would also add the comment about having the website. We do on our website in our GIS system have a short-term rental map that you can click on a parcel. It identifies which parcels have short-term rental unit permits, and you click on that and it shows you some information about the permit number. I would ask that we add a field for emergency contact, nuisance contact to that map so that people have that as a backup. While I still think we should do the 300-foot notice, I think that's important. So I am going to make a motion that we complete the second reading of this ordinance and adopt it.
I'll second that. I saw you nodding your heads about adding that phone number on the website. Does that seem like it's relatively easy to create that field?
Yeah, we're currently working with the IT department to see if we can get that on there. And We have built a webpage for short-term rentals. It is currently live, so if you go to encinitasca.gov/short-term rentals, you can access that webpage. And there's a direct link into the GIS mapping system that's currently been built as well. And that's updated approximately monthly by the IT department.
Okay, great.
And then one of the speakers had asked about the duplex, and just out of abundance of caution and wanting to give people as much notice as possible, do you know when we're going to come back with the further kind of review of duplexes and the kind of add-on things that we were going to look at, just to give people notice since he asked? And
yeah, thank you, Councilman Mosca. We plan to bring forward the direction that council asked us to bring back sometime in February of the new year.
All right, and I just want to reiterate, I mean, I think I am absolutely sensitive to both sides of this issue. I want you to know that we're not just acting to be penal, to be punitive, but this city council, myself, I receive, hundreds of emails on the fact that short-term rentals are taking over our neighborhoods and that there's trash, there's cars, there's loud noises. And so we have dedicated and committed hours of our meetings to looking at this issue, subcommittee, looking at what we can do to resolve this and not be punitive and not regulate too much, but just enough to see what we can do to affect this issue and to make sure that our communities are neighborhoods that we can all enjoy. And so I think that this is a compromise. This wasn't the absolute, what we started with, wasn't what the subcommittee had recommended, but after hours and hours of public comments and discussion, we came up with a compromise that I think is a good try. And if there are unintended consequences down the line that we find, the noticing isn't proper, or this isn't good, or that's not good, we'll change it. There'll be an opportunity for us to look at this again, and we'll change it and fix it and make sure that we continue to try to reach the goal that we want, which is making sure our areas are enjoyed by everyone. So thank you.
Okay, we're voting in progress here.
Let the record show the motion passes in favor of the motion with Councilmember Hensy reclusing.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our action item 10A, which is an appeal. Public hearing to consider 2 timely appeals. So I think we need to get set up for that.
Pardon? Okay.
Yes, so I'll just explain the procedures so everybody remembers them. So we have the staff report first, then we have council disclosures and preliminary questions. Then we open the public hearing and we have the appellant appeal presentation CDP first, and then the appellant appeal presentation SUBC3 second. Then we have public testimony, then we have rebuttal by city staff, and then CDP has 5 minutes, SUBC has 5 minutes, then rebuttal by appellant, CDP 5 minutes, SUBC 5 minutes, and close public hearing. So that is the procedure. So we'll hand it over to the staff for the report when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you indicated, this is an appeal related to, actually 2 appeals, related to 2 directors' approvals. One related to a coastal development permit, case number CDP 004885, 2021, which was to allow a temporary office storage trailer to be used in conjunction with the safe parking program at the community center. And an appeal of a substantial conformance determination, case number SUBC 004896, 2021, And that is a determination that was made in relation to the existing major use permit associated with case number 98068, which approved the community center. And that is basically to allow 31 parking stalls at the existing community and senior center to serve the safe parking program. And the applicant is the City of Encinitas and Jewish Family Services, and the appellant in this case is Steve Gherkin. And this is a site, I think we're all familiar with the community center. Essentially, it's a specific location within the community center. So 1140 Oak Crest Park Drive, right off of Bloor and Oak Crest Park Drive. The community center building is basically shown here, and then kind of the area in question for the safe parking lot is highlighted here in red. Kind of the surrounding characteristics is, we've got Oak Crest Middle School here to the south, essentially open space, and then the community park down here. We've got Fire Station 5 across the way to the west, as well as St. John's campus, which is pretty much most of this area here. And then north, so essentially the building and more parking lot, and then we've got Encinitas Boulevard, as well as then some multifamily apartment buildings across basically the 100-foot right-of-way of Encinitas Boulevard in the area. So this is the site plan that we're looking at here. So essentially the CDP is looking at placing a temporary office trailer here, shown here in red, basically taking up the 3 parking stalls. And then there'll be an ADA parking stall with some temporary restrooms, as well as an ADA restroom stall or porta potty. And then the numbered spaces shown here are basically the spaces in question. So that is the 25 stalls essentially to be used with the safe parking program. And then the red area indicates barricades, essentially closing that area off during the time of operation. So same thing, you can see it more zoomed in. This is Oak Crest Park Drive, and then you'd be essentially accessing the community center driveway this way to enter the safe parking portion of the parking lot. Cones, yeah.
Those barriers are going to be essentially signage that we will put up. So we haven't identified exactly what type of barrier. It might be just tape that we kind of tape off that area during the evening hours. We haven't decided yet what kind of barrier we'll have. There will be a need to allow vehicles to pass through. So we're still yet to decide exactly what barrier we will use.
But nothing permanent.
No, not permanent.
No, it will be movable.
And so just looking in context, looking at the surrounding character again, you can see Oak Crest Middle School across Oak Crest Park Drive here, looking south. Here's the driveway access, looking basically north. This is the community center. These photos were taken just, I think, a day ago. Looking north, same thing. You can see the drop from the north part of the community center parking lot, approximately 40 or 50 feet down to Encinitas Boulevard, to the apartments there to the north, and then same thing here at the upper right is looking northwest, so kind of at that corner of the property, looking across Encinitas Boulevard. And then this is the kind of spaces in question. So this area here will have the trailer essentially screened by the existing tree vegetation and hedges. The area here will have the temporary portable bathrooms and ADA parking stall. And then this photo, just showing it from the other perspective, the community center has kind of a tiered terrace parking lot set up as most of you are aware. But it's approximately about 20 yards away if you're up at this middle tier looking back west towards where the safe parking lot will be. So you can see the hedge and call it screening from what would essentially screen partially the trailer, as well as the porta potties, as well as cars when they're essentially in that area. So it'll provide some screening there. Once again, the parking lot, looking at from different directions, you can kind of see, obviously, plenty of parking in this area, and this is basically looking at those stall locations as we were specifying from the plan. This is just looking from above, looking back at that parking lot. So kind of the westerly stalls, and then some of these central stalls here will be utilized. And so some of the background, so getting into the senior and community center approval, that occurred back in 98, case number 98068. And basically that included a 39,000 square foot community center, which consisted of a community hall, senior center, gymnasium, meeting and conference rooms, kitchen, a parking lot, and all the landscape improvements that we were looking at. The safe parking program is going to consist of 25 stalls with that temporary trailer, as I showed you in that location. And it's basically to accommodate households living in their cars in accordance with the state government code section 8698, the shelter in crisis law, state law. The senior center has 243 parking stalls and operates from Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and on Sunday from noon to basically 5 p.m. The senior center located at the community center is Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., and then is closed on Saturday and Sunday. And then basically there were two ordinances that council had recently seen and adopted, one being ordinance 2021-09, the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Encinitas establishing reasonable local standards and procedures for operation of a safe parking lot in accordance with Government Code Section 8698. And then also the City Council Resolution 2021-89, which was a resolution of the City Council of the City of Encinitas confirming the existence of a shelter crisis and taking actions to approve the establishment of a safe parking program. So basically with both those mechanics in place, the city was tasked with processing a coastal permit to basically put the storage office trailer in the parking lot as a temporary measure. And then same thing to process a substantial conformance application to allow the 31 parking spaces for the program to be conducted within those stalls that we were looking at. Basically consistent with those ordinances. And so just kind of breaking the two permits, I guess, down a little bit further, the coastal permit specifically is dealing with the placement of a trailer, basically for staff to operate out of and to store any needs that they need. The temporary bathrooms, essentially, the modifications of the parking lot, they'll need to basically create an actual ADA stall next to the ADA porta potty. And then with the substantial conformance, it gets more into the operational characteristics. And that deals with utilizing the 31 parking stalls in conjunction with, call it the community center. The hours of operation for the safe parking will basically be 6 p.m. to 7 a.m., 7 days a week. There'll be management staff involved with it, basically 2 employees that are on site the whole time from 5:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., 7 days a week. There's quiet hours that'll be in place from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then basically there's no entry allowed on site after 9:30 p.m. So kind of those barricades that we were showing will basically be in place. Once they enter after 9:30, they won't be able to come back in. Basically, a maximum of 1 vehicle allowed per household. No RVs, motorcycles, or camper-style vehicles are allowed. There's no smoking, alcohol use, or drug use permitted. And then there'll be safety and security measures in place as well. So there's a third-party security service that'll be in place, basically managing security on site from 6 p.m. to 7 a.m. 7 days a week. Once again, any illegal drug use is immediate disqualification from the program, and a call by the on-site security to sheriff. Violent behavior or threats will result in immediate disqualification from the program, and a call by on-site security to sheriffs. No visitors are allowed at any time, and participants cannot approach another vehicle or vehicles unless invited to do so. And so that's basically the 2 permits broken out as far as what they approved. And then there were 2 appeals filed by Mr. Gherkin. First one was related to the CDP itself, and the main points were dealing with the consistency, or saying the CDP was not consistent with the general plan. The use was not consistent with the underlying zoning, which is the ROSPK zone. The hours of operation of the program conflict with the community center hours, and just various safety concerns that he had outlined. And I think just, backing up into, got a site plan here, but looking at the CDP is really kind of a basic approval to allow temporary structures on the site. There's not really much more to it other than allowing those physical structures here to be within the parking lot as a temporary measure. It's a pretty standard feature you see on a lot of sites throughout the city, a lot of temporary office and construction trailers or similar on job sites as they're in operation. So pretty standard procedure. And then getting into the sub C, the appeal was kind of based on these main points, that the use was not consistent with the underlying zoning, safety concerns with proximity to schools, impact to public-private open space, insufficient evidence to demonstrate proper notification, program reduces existing structural nonconformities, inconsistency with city design guidelines, and conflicts with the hours of the senior center. So to kind of take these kind of one by one, I mean, it is consistent with the zoning. It's a temporary allowance, right, with this use permit. So it's not out of the ordinary. Staff did analyze looking at the parking, and the parking essentially is offset with the senior center going offline. Senior center only operates 5 days a week. This operates on the off hours, and then the senior center shuts down on the weekends. This operates essentially. So there isn't really a parking impact, so to speak. As you can see by the photos, there's hardly any cars in there as well. The other issues as far as proximity to school, yeah, it's about 500 feet, I believe, from the perimeter, so to speak, to the adjacent. If we go look at the, from the edge of this, the proximity. And I think one of the concerns was dealing with the path of travel through what would be the safe parking lot. And essentially, the ADA path of travel, or the way it works is you take, the public right-of-way. You don't technically trespass on private property through a trail back down to public property. So the idea is the path of travel would be on both sides of the sidewalk, which are the public rights-of-way, as well as the crosswalks are across Oakcrest Park, as well as Ballure on this side. It's not over in this area here. So this is kind of a cut through that really shouldn't be occurring. Let's go back. Public-private open space, it doesn't affect anything about open space. There is no change there. The notification was done properly. We basically are required to notice the CDP, but not the sub-C, as it's just it's found consistent with the use permits. There's no additional notification required for that. The CDP was noticed in the paper. It was sent out in the mail. It's posted out front. It's posted on the web, so it was done properly. I don't know what the structural nonconformities part is. There are no structural nonconformities with this. As far as design guidelines, it's not a design-related permit. We're dealing with use as well as a coastal development permit for a structure. And then I already mentioned that it does not conflict with the hours of the senior center. Okay. And just, I guess just some final photos here. You can kind of just see as far as the distance, this is from the fire station looking across Belor. So you can see the elevation change of what would be, call it, porta potties or cars behind existing vegetation. Same thing along the side here. You can see the significant grade change. This is looking from the corner as well. So the stalls are basically behind the trees, essentially here. So essentially the facility is screened from the surrounding adjacent properties. So staff is recommending that the City Council deny both appeals, basically adopting those two resolutions, 2021, 115 and 116, and we're available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We have our council disclosures now. So I'll start with Councilmember Hinsey.
I have met with anybody who would like to meet with me about the project, both those in favor and those against it. I have not met with the appellant, Steve Gherkin, about this particular issue, and other than that, I have nothing to disclose.
Yes, over the time that we've been considering this safe parking program, I have met with many constituents, and I have talked on the phone with Steve Gherkin, and that's what I have to disclose.
So I've received hundreds of emails. I've spoken with folks over the phone. I've not met with the appellants in this matter, and so nothing else to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
I have nothing to disclose. Okay, so now we are on to the public hearing, which I'll open. It's now officially open. So the appellant appeal presentation. That's you. Yes.
We're going to combine both of our appeals into one presentation. So just to let you know, we're not going to cut it in half.
That sounds great.
Okay. Mayor, council members, thank you so much for hearing me tonight. I'm here today to appeal the relocation of the North San Diego County Safe Parking Program to the Encinitas Community and Senior Center. I want to be sure that the council knows that every person I've spoken to, everyone that's spoken before, and myself have compassion for those that find themselves homeless and sheltering in their cars. Let me be clear, this is not an appeal of the Safe Parking Program. I support the program's goals and successes at offering services to the homeless that helps them return to a safe, sheltered life. I want to make sure that's clear to everyone, okay? It's unfortunate that I find myself, like so many other residents, in an adversarial relationship with the Jewish Family Services in the city about the relocation of the Safe Parking Program. That relocation decision was made without presenting it at a public hearing or to the City Council for public discussion. In fact, the last engagement Encinitas had about the city's homeless programs was in December 2019, when you held a hearing at the community center about homeless programs. That was 2 years ago. So why weren't the changes to the city's homeless shelters programs discussed publicly so that a collaborative and cooperative approach to community-based solutions could be used. I find that unfortunate because this appeal was completely avoidable in my mind. So my appeal is going to start now with introducing Dr. Cheryl James Ward. If you'll hold the clock while she comes up. She's the superintendent of the 13,000 plus student San Diego Union High School District. Dr. Ward.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. City Council Member Joy Lindis, I want to thank you for your time meeting with myself and Principal Friedrich a few weeks ago. I just want to say that I was formerly the CEO of E3 Civic High, which is downtown, in the downtown library and a couple blocks away from a very large situational homeless population. Situational homeless, those are people who find themselves there not forever, but for a time. And so even though we had this very large population just a few blocks away from E3, we had security at the library that also took care of E3, 5 to 7 officers at any given time. We worked with the Downtown San Diego Partnership, and we had safe passage to the school. Now I'm talking about a school of high schoolers, and we worked very closely with the homeless population, with Father Joe's to provide resources and other solutions to what some of the situational homeless found themselves in. But again, these were high schoolers. Now we're looking to bring a parking lot next to a middle school, and there will be security there at night. The security at night is there to protect the homeless from criminals who might prey on them. And that's what we found out downtown, that at nighttime there are criminals, and those criminals don't disappear in the day. So there's a parking lot with security at night, and the security is there to protect the homeless. But when the homeless leave in the day and the security goes, the kids show up, our babies show up, and there is no security there for them. Now, most of the homeless may leave, but there are other homeless who come because there's a homeless parking lot. A homeless place is a magnet for other homeless, so they will also show up. And then you may have homeless who are in great despair. And what I've learned about homeless who are in great despair, sometimes they end up going to drugs. And other times when they're in that great despair, they can't really see past that. And so that means that those who are around them are at great risk to whatever it is that they may present them with, great risk to their drug use, great risk to sometimes people acting out and doing things to others because they're in such great despair. The others that we're talking about are the babies, my babies in San Diego Union High School District, my babies at Oak Crest. And so what I'm asking you is not that you not have a homeless parking lot, but that you not have a homeless parking lot across a driveway from 800 middle schoolers who are very vulnerable themselves. That is my ask. Thank you.
Dr. Ward, thank you. I'm going to try this clicker. Uh-oh. Well, okay.
You can stop his time, please, so he can get his presentation going.
Yeah. When I was getting my PhD, and I would try and make photocopies, I never could, and so my joke was always, well, they taught me how to be a scientist, but they never taught me how to run the electronics, so thanks for giving me the time. The Jewish Family Services sent a memo shown here in April 21 to city staff listing the 11 sites they had identified for relocating the safe parking program to, and the criterion that the site should include, but not be limited to. These sites were into 3 categories: city-owned, faith-based, and then the other sites. The Encinitas Community Center was part of that list. But the criterion that they included was that the sites have fencing, have gates, have privacy, of course parking, safety, and the ability to offer dignity to those participants at the sites. I'll skip that. If you look at the sites that the Jewish Family Services runs right now, the 4 sites in San Diego, they offer the site in Balboa, in a light industrial site. Nearest home's 1.15 miles away, closest school's 2 miles away. It's gated, it's fenced. If you look at the Murphy Canyon site, it's light industrial use also. Closest family is over half a mile away. Closest elementary school is over a mile away. Again, it's gated, it's fenced in remote locations. If you look at the Mission Village site, closest family home is a half a mile away. The closest school is over a mile away. Also in a light industrial service site. Gated, fenced, private. If you look at the Leaktog Farm site, zoned agricultural, family homes are very close. The closest school is the road school, over a mile away. The property is double gated. It's got an electronic gate and a manual gate up above. It's fenced, it's private. If you look at the Encinitas Community Center that's proposed, it's sitting smack dab in the middle of a very urban population center, with the closest home 175 yards away, Oak Crest, the closest school at 175 yards, and all the other schools of St. John's, Bethlehem, all the way out to Ocean Knoll, and then San Diego Academy at the furthest at 0.8 of a mile. And the parks and the Boys and Girls Club are close by at a 1/4 mile. So a very different setting. This is the entrance to the community center. You'll see that it has no fences, no gates, no privacy, and it's going to be hard to offer dignity to people when thousands of students are walking by every day, cutting through that lot, and the hundreds of community events that are going on weekly are occurring with the homeless parking program right in that site. So the Encinitas Community Center does not meet most of the needs of the Jewish Family Services criteria. Again, no fencing, no gates, no privacy. You know, it's a very, very different site than they asked for in their memo to the staff. Let's see. And I know that the community here tonight and those watching and those that'll read the news medias and outlets would hope the city council ask why this site was not chosen and not one of the other 10 sites that the Jewish Family Services proposed. So with that, I will stop and ask that you hold the clock while I have Julie Hamilton, California attorney, California Coastal Act expert, come up and continue the appeal. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to us. I think that there's a fundamental flaw in the assumptions made in approving this project. And the fundamental flaw is the assumption that Government Code 8698 supersedes the Coastal Act. It does not. There's no evidence that it supersedes the Coastal Act, and in fact, the Coastal Commission has taken the position that much of the land use law that has been legislated at the state level recently does not supersede the Coastal Act, and indeed you are required to continue to comply with the Coastal Act, which means you are required to continue to comply with your local coastal program, including your land use plan and your implementing ordinances. The problem is that this use is not allowed under your land use plan or your implementing ordinances. So the LCP not being superseded by Government Code 8698 creates a problem for you, and that you can't allow this use on this site. So you're asking for a coastal development permit for the trailer. Well, to start with, you can't isolate the trailer from the rest of the project. The project includes the use, the trailer, the loss of the parking stalls, the portable restrooms, and the hand washing stations. There is no other use that you would look at where if all they put on it was a portable trailer and you didn't care what went inside or what the trailer was for, You wouldn't ignore any other use that accommodated a trailer or that used a trailer. In fact, you have to look at the definition of coastal zone development in your own municipal code, and that is inclusive of everything that's proposed for this site, including the use. So your coastal development permit requires that you make findings for the entire project. It's very much like CEQA, and those of you that are attorneys in the room understand that the legislature has determined that the Coastal Act is a functional equivalent to CEQA. So your problem is that you have to include the use, and the use is not allowed by the LCP. So you can't find that the project is consistent with your LCP, so you can't make the findings for a coastal development permit. What's your solution? Well, you have 3 zones where this parking lot would be allowed. The light industrial, business park, and then you can, through a conditional use permit, you can put it in the general commercial zone, or you can amend the LCP. But what you can't do is ministerially approve this project because the Coastal Act is not superseded by Government Code 8698. So let's look at what you do have to look at also. You already know you can't make the findings for the coastal development permit. It's not allowed under the LCP. It also is not consistent with the coastal permit that was already issued for the community center. The parking was a significant issue with the community center when the community center was approved. You had lengthy reports from Lynn Scott Law and Greenspan, lengthy findings related to the adequacy of parking for the community center. This went to not just the major use permit, but also to the coastal development permit. Those findings are no longer acceptable because you had you had a technical report and substantial evidence that said that 243 parking spaces were necessary to support the daily activities, and that anything beyond the daily activities required additional off-site parking. If you're going to reduce that parking by 31 parking spaces, plus the parking spaces that will be utilized by the security guard and the employees, you have gone into and invaded an essential component of the approvals for the community center. It was essential at the time. They spent, the findings spent pages on whether or not the parking was adequate. It was no small thing to whether or not you could approve a community center and whether or not you had parking adequate to support the community center. So you can't find that this project, which removes at least 31 parking spaces, plus adds a parking requirement for the employees of the safe parking program, you can't say that it substantially conforms to the major use permit that was approved. In fact, the major use permit that was approved relied on a mitigated negative declaration. And one of the mitigation measures that was necessary to find that the major use permit would not have a significant impact on resources was that the parking was adequate, and that if there were any uses that went beyond the normal, they had to get additional off-site parking. This is not some minor issue that the major use permit considered. It was an essential aspect to the project that allowed the major use permit to be approved. You can't then reduce that parking by more than 10% and say it substantially conforms to the approval. It does not. Your own ordinances tell you that it was essential. Your own actions tell you that it was essential, and it's not minor. You can't say it's temporary. First of all, are you going to stop in 6 months and reevaluate? Who knows? We don't know. We don't know what the process was going to be. The process to get here wasn't what we would have expected. But the other thing is that your own ordinances define temporary. And temporary is 2 weeks of continuous use or 4 months of non-consecutive use. This is 6 months. It doesn't meet your own ordinance's definition of temporary. So you can't rely on the temporary nature of this trailer to be what guides your decision on whether or not the project can be approved. Because the project can't be approved. It does not conform to the major use permit. You can't make the findings when you do get to whether or not it conforms with the major use permit because it's not an allowed use. Again, these are all part of your LCP. So you ran into this problem when you looked at your emergency shelters ordinance where you had to get it certified by the Coastal Commission. And you did that. And you found places that were appropriate for emergency shelters. To avoid all of this, you could have gone into one of those zones and gotten around the legal issues associated with not being consistent with your own LCP. But you can't ignore that LCP. You find that across the board. You find that with the ADU ordinances. You'll probably find that with SB 9. When SB 9 goes into effect, you're going to run into issues where somebody is going to challenge the fact that you are trying to supersede the Coastal Act. And the Coastal Act has taken a very strong position on that, particularly as it relates to ADUs. These laws do not supersede the Coastal Act. So you have to abide by the laws related to your coastal development permits, and you've already acknowledged that because you've already required a coastal development permit. So you have to look at the entire project. You can't make the findings for a coastal development permit because the use is not allowed. You can't make the findings for substantial conformance review because the use is not allowed. But outside of that, if you only isolated the trailer, just the trailer, and you decided that that was the only thing you had to look at in your project description, the trailer impacts parking, and parking was an essential aspect of the major use permit approval. It was lengthy discussions. You paid an engineer, an expensive engineer, a lot of money to determine how much parking was required, and you have no evidence to say that that parking is no longer required. You can say that these hours are off hours for the senior center, but in fact, the senior center and the community center are most heavily impacted for evening events, for large evening events. Muerte del Dia, I messed that up, and apologize. But your major community events at night are where you're going to be most impacted. Reality is that legally, you can't make the decision that you want to make. It's not legally supportable. And if you wanted to support it, you didn't put substantial evidence into the record to say that this would not impact an essential aspect of the major use permit. So you can't give the trailer substantial conformance review. You can't allow the entire project unless you amend your LCP or you put it into a zone where the use is allowed. I think I've made my point, and I am going to run through these slides real fast. You don't meet the design aspects, you have to look at the design review because you have to look at the whole project. There are aspects that you don't meet, which you could had you gone the distance on this, but that did not happen. I want to conclude with a couple of comments, and I made it clear, and I'm going to say it again. The government code does not supersede the Coastal Act. You still have to comply with the Coastal Act. Your definition has to include the entire project. Your coastal zone development definition, not only does it refer to all of the things that you have to consider, but it also refers you back to Public Resources Code 30106, which also tells you that you have to consider the whole project. It's not an allowed use. You're putting it in a heavily traveled community center, particularly during the day. In the evenings, the people that you're trying to protect are going to be exposed in a very public area. That's not fair. That doesn't protect their dignity, and it doesn't give the privacy that the Jewish Family Services had asked for in their request. Could you hit I timed it when to tell Steve to stop talking. So the plans for the safe parking lot are not adequate. They don't meet all of the design requirements that were in the major use permit. They take away parking. I just want to say that you can't approve this. Legally, you can't make the findings to approve this project. It's inadequately described. It doesn't meet the requirements for a project description. It is not an allowed use because, again, government code doesn't supersede the Coastal Act, and there are better places. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I think all of the information that we have to have you talk about and discuss has been presented. And I will ask the City Council to affirm this appeal and locate the safe parking program in a zone that permits the use, or amend its LCP to allow the use at this location. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So now we have public testimony. How many?
We have 12 speakers.
Okay.
The first three speakers are Natalie Satoon, then Stephanie Wheeler, and then Stephanie Huey.
Hello. I'm Natalie Satoon. I would like to voice opposition to the homeless lot location. The City Council has said that the new location was the choice of the city staff, but the wording in the safe parking lot extension request from 11/17/21 says otherwise. On September 29, 2021, JFS with support staff, proposed to relocate the existing safe parking program to the Encinitas Community and Senior Center, end quote. To me, that sounds like the city staff was told that the community center was the new location, which makes sense because the JFS website was already promoting the new location before the city council voted on this. Collusion? I think so. There are already vehicles parking in the lot location. We know this attracts the unvetted. There are currently 3 right now. One gentleman had his genitals out this past Saturday on the wall. Resolution 2020-03 stipulates JFS must document significant safety issues and convey such to the city. In conjunction, we already know from my October public records request that City Manager Antle made baseless claims about threats and disturbances in reference to the community center relocation site. This contract allows for the city of Encinitas to be a party to a potential claim. How can this council justify entering into yet another contractual lease with the same party who failed to disclose such significant issues in the quarterly updates that could adversely impact the Encinitas community, which Resolution 2020-03 expressly provides for? Each of you council members who votes in favor of this agenda item tonight are knowingly entering into an agreement with a party who failed to meet their prior contractual obligations in Resolution 2020-03, as supported by my PRA. This council should not even entertain entering into any contract with JFS because this party already put our city and residents at risk for potential litigation. The Office of the Attorney General will be notified of your flagrant disregard for your obligation to protect Encinitas residents, public safety, and fiscal liability. Councilman Hensy, you voted against the parade due to children's safety concerns, yet this.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Wheeler, and I'm going to be reading a letter from Maureen Muir, the board president of San Diego Union High School District. Dear Mayor and council members, I continue to hear from concerned parents and residents regarding the relocation of the homeless safe parking lot to the senior community center. The school board has voted to oppose this site and requested the mayor and city council reconsider other sites. I agree that having someone housed is better than not. The real question is where. The city selection process lacked logic, collaboration, proper risk analysis, and proper public engagement. We should do our regional part in caring for our homeless, but our children matter too. Our kids and families have enough challenges to deal with right now, including helping our kids feel safe at and around the school during a pandemic. Placing this site next to a middle school, a community center, a boys and girls club, host to childcare, elderly groups, and youth sports is a poor decision. The Boys and Girls Club hosts multiple sports for Oakcrest Middle School student athletes year-round, with games and practices that continue until well after dark. Many kids stay after school, bike to and from middle school, walk to the Boys and Girls Club for sports, or are late to be picked up from the games while parents arrive from work. Please reconsider this decision and the potential impacts it will have on our Oakcrest Middle School students. I encourage the city to work towards a solution that works for our kids, community, and the homeless. While it is a community responsibility to care for the homeless and those less fortunate, it should not decrease the safety of another vulnerable population, our children. Sincerely, Maureen Moore, Board President. I have 1 more minute, so I would like to share with you that I've been here multiple times to also share my concerns. I don't agree that this should be anywhere in Encinitas. I think it should still be a county solution that we should work towards, and that we should be working with the county a lot more to find a solution. But if you're going to continue to have something here in Encinitas, this is the wrong location, and I think you guys all know it, and you need to do something different.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'd first like to thank Dr. Ward, who's already left, for taking time out of her busy schedule to share her thoughts with us. This is the third City Council meeting I've attended regarding the Safe Parking Program relocation, and the first time we've heard directly from the school district, and better yet, our amazing superintendent. Also, for the first time, we have someone presenting with a PhD in education and past experience with situational homeless. Her career and education speak for itself. My hope is that you not immediately dismiss what Dr. Ward said tonight because it might go against your agenda. She speaks on behalf of our students, our babies, as she called it, and if anyone has their best interest and safety in mind, it's definitely her. Dr. Ward also brings something to this discussion we've never had since this whole thing started in September. For the first time, we have diversity of thought and diversity of leadership and experience. I would hope as our city council, you would embrace this opportunity to listen to someone that might think differently from you or have different experiences. Okay, so it wouldn't be productive for me to tell you that I think the Senior Community Center is a bad idea without suggesting a better one. This is something I tell my 3 daughters all the time. If you're gonna complain about a problem, have a solution. I would ask that maybe you would consider the City Hall parking lot for the program. In my opinion, this location aligns perfectly with your mission to help participants get into permanent housing and find work. That's our goal, right? What drew me to this location is the Encinitas Library, directly next door to it. Those in the program could use the library's free resources, free internet to job search, as well as find permanent housing. It was brought to our attention at the last meeting that youth have had to use this program at times. Having the library easily accessible is a safe place for them to go and study and honestly keep them out of trouble. Lastly, I want to make 1,000% clear that I'm all for the safe parking program. I don't want to get rid of it. I know it works. In fact, I'm so in favor of it that I believe it needs to be in the best location possible so that we can maximize who it serves while also protecting our precious babies. I find it unfair that the council makes us out to be heartless people just because we think the program relocation was poorly executed and there was zero transparency with the community. I beg you to listen to Dr. Ward. This is the first time we've had this level of diversity of thought and leadership in the mix, and I beg and ask that you make the best decision for our children and for the homeless in the area. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Tom Scott, then Teresa Beauchamp, and then Bob Kent.
Well, I've spoken on this many times in the past, and I don't want to read the same old statistics that I've read before. I notice a lot of times, every time we talk about the parking lot, the safe parking program, criminality or criminal elements are brought up. And I had a meeting with, I was in a meeting with Captain Lopez and asked him outright, is there a lot of extra crime associated with safe parking program? He said, no. In fact, they said that'd be kind of a silly place for a criminal to be with the safety officers there and the lighting and all that. That is not, if you want to look for crime, go along 101 where the bars are and where we've had regular reports of people being assaulted and stuff like that. The crime has not occurred in the safe parking program. I also think, I've been here 25 years, my kids graduated from La Costa. Until very recently, I think we've seen a kind of disturbing trend in Encinitas in general, and especially with the housing crisis. And homelessness is just part of the housing crisis. We have seen a trend where Encinitas has turned away all kinds of housing, turned away homeless programs, turned away everything that would ameliorate the homeless crisis until recently. I thank the City Council for finally doing something about these issues. I think it's extremely important. And these are just small steps forward. One way you can sound right but oppose these programs is by letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. We can demand that this program solve homelessness, but we all know it doesn't. It's just a Band-Aid. That's all it is, but it's a very important Band-Aid. It's a Band-Aid that I experienced myself about 50 years ago when I was in this situation and had only my car. And I know from personal experience, that is what keeps you from really, really being in trouble. And this program has been a success. I'm sure in the future, maybe it'll expand, maybe we'll find better places. I hope so. But I thank the City Council for pushing this program forward and making this a reality.
Honorable Mayor Blake Spear and City Council members, thank you for continuing to support our unhoused neighbors. I'm a 33-year resident of Encinitas and close neighbor to the Encinitas Community and Senior Center. One of my sons works closely with the city's senior nutrition program for our food insecure residents and hears daily stories of our seniors' fears of losing their homes due to being on fixed incomes with skyrocketing rents. My sons both attended Oak Crest Middle School, and I well understand the concerns for our children's safety. I'm a member of Encinitas for Equality Housing Committee. We strongly support the city's Homeless Action Plan and the Safe Parking Program's new location. I urge you to deny the appeals before you. The city's planning staff thoroughly researched the appeal's multiple claims and determined that the Safe Parking Program is in compliance with the state's shelter crisis law. Since the last time this issue came before you, E4E Public Safety leadership had the opportunity to speak with Captain Lopez of Encinitas Sheriff's Department. He supports the new location because he says that the majority of its participants are seniors who use the resources provided at the Encinitas Senior Center, particularly the nutrition program. Surely Captain Lopez considered its proximity to the schools. The state of California, our city, and JFS are operating under emergency guidelines because we are in a housing crisis. Homelessness is growing, and this program is one of the many pieces of the plan needed to address this crisis. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Bob Kent, Encinitas resident, member of Keys for Homes. I support your decision to relocate the Safe Parking Program to the Community Center to ensure the continuation of the successful program without any lapse. I also support the staff recommendation to deny the appeals tonight. On October 13th, the city adopted the appropriate ordinances, local standards, and procedures that permits the Safe Parking Program to operate on city-owned property located at the community center in accordance with the law. The Safe Parking Program is an ancillary use and should not have significant impact to the overall operation of the community center, and there is sufficient parking for both the Safe Parking Program and the community center operations. In addition, the on-site temporary trailer is integral to the Safe Parking Program. The trailer provides space for JFS case managers and services, which have demonstrated success by helping participants find stable, permanent housing, which is really the goal of the program. JFS fully vets all clients, and the program provides for on-site security during the program hours to ensure the safety of both the clients and the surrounding neighborhood. This protocol has proven to be effective, as there has been no crime at the current Leashtag Commons location, according to the sheriff. The Safe Parking Program is really the last rung of homelessness prevention. So now more than ever, having a safe, reliable, and dignified place to sleep at night is critically important for those individuals and families who are unfortunately living in their vehicles, many who are seniors, almost all who are experiencing homelessness for the first time, while many continue to work. And I'll just say, moving forward, I do hope that the city and JFS will have a framework for dialogue and open lines of communication with the school district and the neighbors. I think that's important. And I'll also say, I don't question the compassion of my neighbors who I may disagree with on this. Let's continue to do our part by helping others who are less fortunate. It's essential that the Safe Parking Program continue without any lapse. I respectfully request that you deny the appeals tonight, and thank you for your service.
The next three speakers are Jolene Aldridge, then Jeff Stirk, and Julie Thunder.
Good evening, Mayor Blakespear and council members. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Jolene Aldridge. I'm a resident of Encinitas for 11 years. I'm a parent of students at Oak Crest Middle School and SDA High School. I'm also the president of the Oak Crest Middle School Parent Foundation. I will say that I do not represent all parents that are at the Oak Crest Middle School. I had several very great conversations to understand both sides of the issue. But I will say that the majority of the people that I have spoken to at the school are against the location. I won't go into detail about all the points that were already made, but I do want to say that I do very much support the safe parking lot program. I did not have an issue at all with the current location that it's operating in, and I think it's a wonderful program, and I think it should continue here in Encinitas. I do have an issue with the following items. The fact that the school district states that it's unsafe and that they had an issue with it and asked for their opinions to be considered, and they were not, alone should be enough of a reason to reconsider the location. The location is not private, secure, monitored 24 hours, making it a poor choice for both residents and the program members. The location that has been approved is vastly different than the existing site and all others managed by JFS. So any data points around safety or comparison should not be valid. As Mr. Mirren stated, we are all very aware of the location of the community center. The community center is one of the hearts of the city, and it's utilized by many residents in surrounding cities. Classes, activities, and facility rentals are offered on site and overlap with the proposed hours of operation. Has the city considered how a decrease in utilization of the community center will impact revenue and the ability for the center to fund itself? I, for one, would have to remove the community center as a location for a potential evening event if the site was approved. Is it fair for such a small population, the program participants, to be given access to such a large percentage of the property? A center that's there for the entire community of over 60,000 people. And lastly, is it safe and comfortable for the participants? I would argue very much no. It is normal and instinctive, really, for parents to worry about their children's safety, and I urge you to reconsider the location, and I'm frustrated. I implore you to choose a different location. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jeff Stirk. I'm a 31-year resident of the City of Encinitas. I'm supportive of the homeless parking lot program. My father and grandparents were homeless for a period of time during the Great Recession back in the 1930s. It was a difficult period in their lives, and I deeply sympathize with the people in the program. However, I strongly oppose the Community Resource Center's location. And I have 2 points, which Dr. Ward has brought up, but also the first one is crime. And it's clear there's no crime by the people in the program. The crime issue is with the people it draws to the area that are not part of the program. In fact, this is already happening. JFS is already advertising the community center site. I had a conversation with a sheriff's staff officer last Thursday in the Oak Crest parking lot. He said homeless people are already showing up in the community center parking lot. They dump their trash in the parking lot, and in the trash are used needles. Some are drug abusers, and some also have criminal records. He believes the homeless lot will put the school children at risk, and it was of grave concern to him. He referred me to contact Captain Lopez at the station. I spoke to Captain Lopez on the phone that day and gave him the officer's name and encouraged him to talk to the officer. I have also met with Captain Lopez this week. At our meeting, he had yet to get in touch with the officer.
Wait for her to be paying attention.
Okay. Well, the crime's going on there now. And what Dr. Ward has said is the reality of what's happening. And the issue isn't what's happening at night. There's protection at night. The issue is what's happening during the day and what's currently happening there during the day. And you can't ignore that. And the coastal plan shows industrial zones to give separation from schools and homes. We're putting it right in the center of our community, and it's going to draw more crime to that parking lot. And it potentially is a recipe for disaster. My second point is the lack of due process and total disrespect for the school district. It's beyond belief to me that you ignored the resolution by the high school district and were not willing to pull the item from the September 29th agenda and collaborate with them. Please take heed to the testimony of Dr. Ward and letter from Maureen Moore. This is the reality of the world we live in today and the circumstances surrounding the community center. Please do not take a blind eye or a deaf ear to these facts. If you do not change your position, you are willing to put children and other vulnerable people at risk. I have a second time, by the way. On my slip, I had time for my son. Okay. Anyway, you're willing to put children, the most vulnerable people, at risk. It only takes one incident to impact a person for the rest of their life and cause great pain and anguish to their family and our community. I implore you to reconsider your decision. There are much better sites on your location list that are safer for our community and offer the homeless in the program more privacy, security, and dignity. Thank you.
Hi, Julie Thunder again. I'm here to ask you to side with Mr. Gherkin and approve the appeal that he's presented before you and take to heart the information that was brought by the attorney, Julie Hamilton, and Mr. Gherkin. I mean, I've found his statements and comparisons to the other safe parking lots in the county stunning. My first concern with this location of a homeless facility in the middle of so many children's programs, as the mother of 4 girls who attended Oakcrest and whose family frequents St. John's Church services, I find it disturbing that this location made it this far in the process. I don't dispute that the people in the program are safe. I don't think anybody in this room does. Our concerns are about the attractions that come to the location because they've heard that there's a homeless facility there. I'm also concerned that I've heard so many references to the senior lunch program at the community center. The mayor's mentioned it at least 3 times at council meetings. And that tells me you're assuming that the homeless in their cars will transfer to different parking spaces and stay there for the day. So now we're getting a mix. Now we're getting more people. Will they have friends come join them over there? You're just turning this into a homeless facility, and it does not make sense. My third concern is for the car and RV campers that camp on our streets. Call after call by residents to both the city and the sheriff go unanswered, while the car campers are allowed to ignore standing municipal codes designed to keep our residents safe and our streets clean of human waste. I suggest that if you're going to deny this appeal tonight and continue with the program in the community center, that you discuss having the sheriff give car campers a choice, an on-the-spot choice, by telling them to either move out of our city or into the lot. That's reasonable. Please don't make excuses about what the lot administrators can and cannot do. It's your duty to find solutions to these safety problems. Also, please rename this lot the North County Regional Homeless Parking Lot. We know that the grant was approved on the condition that it be made available to all residents, all homeless persons in North County, including those from Carlsbad, Oceanside, San Marcos Vista, and Escondido. This facility is not exclusively for Encinitas residents who have fallen on hard times. Homeless persons from outside of Encinitas are sent here for safe parking. The name change would amount to honest disclosure. Oh, thank you.
And the last three speakers are Jedediah Stuber, then Marco Gonzalez, and then Becky Stumpfig.
Whoops, sorry. How you guys doing? My name is Jedediah Stuber, and to start, I would like to congratulate you on the success of the new location, which is already being used by RVs, box trucks, and cars who are so comfortable in the lot that most do not leave during the day. Secondly, I brought you guys a gift. This is a fantastic book about failed homeless policies written by Michael Schellenberger. Mr. Mosca, I even brought you one, even though you blocked me on Instagram. According to Michael Schellenberger, homeless advocates often level serious charges at people who disagree with their view of the problem and the solution. In the early 1990s, a Harvard sociologist who wrote a book on homelessness noted, "Those who see the homeless as passive victims of circumstance beyond their control often react with a mixture of fury and disbelief." Jack Kerouac said, "A homeless man has reason to cry. Everything in the world is pointed against him." And that is exactly what is going on here. These people should not be used as pawns in your political game. The nonprofits that exist in this town exist only to ensure that their jobs are safe by not proposing viable solutions to the problem, but yet aim to keep more people in the cycle for the sake of money. But the safe parking program is not solely the problem. The problem is weak policy. The problem is the shady circumstances in the choice of the new site at the Encinitas Community Center. The problem is the lying and backroom deals that are clearly being made. The problem is not the people who are vetted and in the program. The concern is the ones who will show up in the middle of the night, get turned away, and filter into the neighborhoods, or worse, sleep in the bushes above the community center going undetected. The problem is inviting drugs, crime, and prostitution to the doorstep of our community's most vulnerable people, middle school students and senior citizens. The problem, this is an idea based solely on political gain. What we need to have is shelters with mental health, drug, and alcohol treatments that are mandatory, and housing that is contingent on those programs. This city council is wasting an estimated $47 million on the Leucadia Streetscape project. That could have been a fantastic number to start a real solution. The JFS slogan is moving forward together. Well, let's do that with actual compassion. Let's admit that placing this program at a middle school is not the answer. Lastly, I want to thank the folks that are here tonight. Whether you agree with me or not, I still thank you for being here, because without us having this discussion, they win. These guys being here for you, you can pick them up.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Marco Gonzalez. I got two kids, 13 and 15 years old. My son is at Oak Crest now, he's 13. About the same age as the mayor's daughter and Councilmember Mosca's son. My daughter's 15, she also went to Oak Crest. Both my kids, and most kids in that age range of 12 to 14 or 15 years old, spend time down on the 101, whereas we know there is more of a homeless problem. These are not babies, these are teenagers. These are kids who have to learn how to live in the world, and they are doing so. Now, I don't give this as an anecdote to belittle the notion that inviting homeless services into the vicinity of a middle school is without need for discussion. But I think in the city of Encinitas, we have quite a lot of history and evidence to point to suggest that the folks who come before you and say, we care, we care, we care, it's always, but not here. And my son and the appellant's son spent a lot of years together. And I have no reason to believe that Mr. Gherkin doesn't truly believe that the homeless should get sheltered. However, there is no place in this city or in this county or elsewhere where you are going to put homeless people, whether they're in houses, still in their cars, or in tents, that isn't going to receive the same level of backlash. It simply does not matter where you put them. Leech Tag was about the most perfect spot that we could have chosen, and Miss Hamilton stood before you, threatened to sue you because it was such a bad place. And then the residents came out and said how their community was going to be destroyed, and the sheriff could stand before you till time immemorial and tell you that there was no increase in crime, and yet they are still going to make the same spurious claims as Dr. Ward makes. And frankly, I'm a little bummed that our new superintendent got up here and echoed the tropes of criminality and drug use as a argument against this site and this location. Have you been downtown to what those of us who work in homeless services call the war zone, which is basically centered around the Central Library? To liken Encinitas to the war zone, and to make the distinction between high school students and the students here, but to not take the time to make the distinction between people who are living in their cars versus people who are living on the streets, people who are known addicts and mentally ill versus people who are vetted in a program, is frankly disingenuous. It's as disingenuous as coming before you and saying, I really, really care about this issue for the school district, and then walking out the back door immediately after she gives you her testimony. So I would just leave you with my last 30 seconds to say that on the legal issues, on the parking issues, you have substantial evidence in the form of your staff to opine that, in fact, there is adequate parking, that these programs at the community center and the programs at the safe parking lot will not act at the same level of impact at the same time. And I urge you to confirm that with your staff. And I believe that the city attorney can address the remainder of the legal issues sufficiently. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Becky Stumpfig. I'm a mom of 2 sons, and I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist practicing in Encinitas. My 12-year-old attends Oakcrest Middle School, and my 11-year-old plans to attend in 2 years. I'm here to ask you to support Mr. Gherkin's appeal tonight. You already know who I am because this is my 4th time now speaking on this issue. And I left my family again tonight because that's how reckless I think this decision is. As a parent, we're told to teach our kids, if you see something, say something. If you sense something, say something. Well, this is me here tonight saying something for the 4th time. Every day I teach them to minimize risk factors. I teach them to look both ways. I teach them to wear their helmets, wear their masks, they're vaccinated. I teach them to listen to their gut when something doesn't feel right. This just doesn't feel right. And I think if you listen to your heart, there is a part of you that can resonate with, especially those of you who are parents, especially those of you who may have had children that have attended Oakcrest. This is not about the Safe Lot residents. They do not represent a risk factor. The Safe Lot is a great program that meets a desperate need in our community. This is about, as so many other people have said, the uncontrolled, unpredictable risk factors that will be introduced at this site. It's already happening. And it is just not accurate to say that we have data on this program at this site. There's no site like this that exists. The current site is gated, it's fenced, it's controlled, there's security. Of course, there's no crime increase there. It's not similar to this site. There's nothing similar about it. So it's inaccurate to say that we have data on this site that we can use with this decision-making process. You have 800 kids right next door, not to mention the staff. It would be different if the council had acknowledged these risks and taken extra precautions against them with added security during school hours, gates, fences. None of these precautions have been taken, as I can see. Something dangerous can happen within seconds, and it will be too late to do anything about. You cannot take it back. All it takes is one person, one incident. But it's not too late to reverse this. So whatever political currency you're dealing with right now, I beg you to put that aside and minimize risk factors for our kids. You simply can't risk it. You went into this job, you're good people, you want to do good things. You know, you have impossible decisions in front of you. You're never going to make everybody happy. This is simply too risky, and you have to weigh that. This program is a great start at the wrong location. Please find another site. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, that concludes the speakers. We also had 6 who filled out speaker slips who were in support of the appeal, and 1 who was in support of the city's recommended action.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on from the public comment, there were a number of public comments about what the sheriff deputies or sheriff captain thinks, and I was wondering if the sheriff captain wanted to address anything from the back row there, because I think sometimes things can be attributed to your deputies, and they might not be accurate. So I just wanted to give you a chance to clear the record on that if you wanted to.
Good evening, Mayor and public. The only thing I wanted to speak upon is I've tried to meet with as many people as I can about this crime issue. Excuse me, about, there was particularly the leach tag project. I've tried to be transparent as I possibly could. The best thing about me as being your sheriff's captain is when I came here, I had a completely clean slate. I had no knowledge of the part. I came from an FBI task force, had no knowledge of, the homeless parking, et cetera, et cetera. So it gave me a really good opportunity to educate myself. And obviously, as you heard the public speaker say, I saw no increase in crime. I look at statistics. We have analysts that look at this, but I can only particularly speak on the leach tag project. So that first and foremost. Reference Mr. Sturck's comment about the deputy saying that. In full disclosure, I have not talked to that deputy yet. However, when you brought this to my attention, part of my job every morning is to look into a log to see any crimes that have been committed or any evidence that have been logged. I saw nothing on syringes being logged from that location. I saw no crime from that location.
Can I comment on what you told me in our meeting about?
No, we're not having a back and forth.
I'm just telling you. I'm just commenting specifically on that. So if there was I'm just being, in full disclosure. If there was syringes found at this location, they would be logged as evidence. I specifically checked that to see. It sounded kind of out of the norm to me when you told me that. So I went back, checked all the evidence logs. There was no syringes or any type of drugs collected or logged as evidence from that location.
Okay,
I can't discuss
Okay, sure.
Sir,
Thank you, Sheriff's Captain.
There's a portion of the population that has criminal records. It doesn't mean they're actively committing crimes.
Do you think that would help?
I'm just speaking about criminality.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, we still have the rebuttal period. This was the public comment period, and I just wanted to give you a chance to give some public comments. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now we have the rebuttal by the appellant.
Excuse me.
Slide 21.
Wait,
Excuse me, I
sorry.
think we're going to start with the rebuttal by the staff and then close with the rebuttal by the appellant. So the appellant has the opportunity to hear everything that's going. You're welcome. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, Royce Powell, Director of Development Services. Just want to address a couple of things that was raised by the appellant as well as the public. I'm going to start with the LCP consistency. As you recall, this was before you in October, where we brought forward the amendments that was done to the Shelter Crisis Act, and those amendments allows the city to suspend our land use and zoning laws in order to allow an emergency shelter in our city. So through that amendment to the Shelter Crisis Act, that addresses the use and zoning consistency issue that was raised by the appellant. So so there is no violation of land use and or LCP. The issue related to parking, the appellant did make a really good point in that the prior major use permit conducted a pretty extensive and comprehensive parking study. And we relied on that parking study. That parking study gave us the information that we leveraged and used to make our determination of the substantial conformance that this use will not be in conflict with the community center use. So that is the evidence that we have, is that comprehensive parking analysis that was done for the community center use. So that's the evidence that we have to use for the substantial conformance. I also would like to reiterate, what's before you tonight is one, it's a coastal development permit for a trailer. That's what's before you tonight. That is consistent with the city's local coastal plan. The local coastal plan requires a coastal development permit for a trailer, a temporary construction trailer, a temporary office trailer. Any temporary trailer triggers a coastal development permit. The findings for that CDP does not rely on what the use is. This is strictly for a a trailer, and that's the findings that we have to make. And the purview of the city is limited to that structure that triggered the CDP. The use, as I stated before, is covered under the Shelter Crisis Act. Therefore, there is no CDP triggered, as there is no improvements other than the structure, the construction trailer or the trailer that triggered the coastal development permit. The substantial conformance, as I've already stated, that is covered. The evidence that we have is the parking analysis that was done for the original community center use permit. So based on that, we are available to answer more questions, but we are recommending that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold our decision to approve the substantial conformance and the coastal development permit.
Okay, thank you. I think Councilmember Hensy has a question.
Yeah, so Julie Hamilton also brought up the concern that the Coastal Commission has authority over the Shelter Crisis Act, I believe is the point she was making. I know we regularly communicate with staff at the Coastal Commission, and they bring issues to us that they see as not in conformance with our local coastal plan. Is this safe parking one that they've brought to our attention as something that they could not accept?
We haven't really had any, we've had conversation with coastal staff. Our position is that the parking lot will continue to be used as a parking lot. The use remains the same, that we're not changing the use. Yes, there is a homeless component. However, from a land use standpoint, it will continue to be a parking lot. The parking lot use is not being eliminated. It will continue to function as a parking lot. So our position is that the use itself, while it's covered under the shelter crisis, bless you, there is no, it doesn't trigger a coastal development permit.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, can you address the issue that was raised regarding the reference to this trailer being temporary, and our definition of temporary is 4 months, and there really is no defined end date for the use of this, quote, temporary trailer?
So the way we, the condition of approval or the trailer will be removed once the safe parking program discontinued, and that's in the staff report. Our understanding is that the safe parking program will terminate, or potentially, depending on funding, will be in sometime in the spring. I don't recall the exact month, or June 30th. So
right. So this issue of no definite end date for the use of the trailer doesn't create a problem with regard to the defining it as temporary?
That's correct. We understand that this will be the way in the staff report when we issue the coastal development permit, that the trailer will be removed when the safe parking program is discontinued, which is June of 2022. So there is a sunset.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have the rebuttal by appellant. This is 5 minutes, or if you're putting them together, 10.
Yeah, we'll do it together. I don't think I'll need 10. Could I have slide 21, Todd? Excuse me, Mr. Murrow. I tend to get too casual. I want to start by doing something I rarely do, which is agree with Marco Gonzalez. And the point, Marco's probably laughing, I hope. The point being that he's probably right. You're never going to find a site that everybody's going to agree to. There's always going to be opposition. I think that's true. I don't disagree with that. So you should find a site that's legally supportable. And you have 3 zones where you could allow a homeless shelter. But those are not the 3 zones that you've ever tried to locate the safe parking lot. To say that this is just a trailer and not a homeless shelter flies in the face of the exact findings you made when you approved the use agreement, where you clearly said that it meets the definition of a homeless shelter. This is a homeless shelter. And again, to say that it's just the trailer. You can't separate uses under CEQA. You can't separate uses under the Coastal Act. You have to look at the entire project. If you took this in context of a different use, somebody's putting a trailer on their parking lot because they're going to sell marijuana, but the only issue in front of you is the trailer? You can't, that's not the way it works. That's not the way the law reads. You have to look at the entire project. The use is part of the project. I want to go back to the definition of temporary. You know that you are committing to 6 months. The definition of temporary in your own codes is 2 weeks of consecutive use or 4 months of intermittent use. So you don't meet the definition of temporary. And it has been stated in past public hearings that this could be extended beyond 6 months, that there's an intent of some people to extend this beyond 6 months. So put it in a legal site. You're going to have opposition anyway. You've got 3 zones which you went to the Coastal Commission and got authorized for these shelters. Use them. You have 1 zone where it's a conditional use permit where you own city land. Use those zones. You know you're going to have opposition, so get it into a legally supportable area. Get it into a legal. Take the steps. Take the steps that you need to take to create a safe parking program on a site where the use is legal, so that when you have opposition, which you always will, you have a legally supportable use. Crime. The crime question is interesting. It was all over the map. Everybody had a different opinion. But I do know that NBC News found that the 3 safe JFS parking lots in San Diego had 39 reported crimes over the 2 years. Is that a lot of crime? It's more than was there before. So the jury's out on whether or not this will attract the more desperate element of homeless people. Now, a lot of people here have given direct testimony that they have experienced it, but the jury's out. But don't dismiss out of hand that there's no crime associated with a safe parking lot with no fencing and no privacy. I mean, it's a tough one. But I'm going to go back to the statement that I've made I don't know how many times. It's not a legal use in this location. And the Emergency Shelter Crisis Act did not supersede the Coastal Act. It did supersede a lot of planning and zoning law, but it did not supersede the Coastal Act. And nobody has anything from the Coastal Commission saying any differently. But what you have is a lot of evidence from the Coastal Commission saying they don't believe that it superseded the Emergency Shelter Crisis Act. As recently as October of 2020, after the amendments were done, they required the city of Eureka to get their LCP certified. And they made specific findings. So I don't believe that there is any substance to any belief that the Coastal Act is superseded by the Emergency Shelter Crisis. Everybody seems to agree that there is a need, and that there is a need to help, and that Encinitas is the only city in North County that's willing to step up to that need. You have a difficult road ahead of you in supporting this use. It's a good use, it's a needed use. I live near the ones in San Diego. But you need to take the opposition and the problems that you have with this particular use and put it in a place where you can legally support it. I mean, to have the school superintendent show up to oppose the use is pretty substantial. That's a pretty big deal. And to have the schools show up and to be against the use, that's a pretty big deal. You don't want them, I mean, the schools are important and they have the knowledge and they have the professional experience. So again, you've got a lot of people here that want to support this program, but you need to put it in a place that's legally supportable, and that's not what's happening here. You can't shortcut the process. It's just like any other difficult use. You want to make sure your process is good and that you're doing it right so that you get a use that is supportable, is legally supportable, and in an appropriate location. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. So I would ask the question is, why would the city not follow the best practices of the Jewish Family Services for operating a safe parking program? JFS brings that expertise. They've developed it. I'm sure they learned a few lessons along the way. They asked the city to follow those practices: safe, private, fenced, gated, as the minimum. But we didn't do that. Why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we following best practices, minimizing risk to everyone involved? Why not follow our own land use zoning that Julie just talked about and locate a safe parking program in one of the zones we've already approved? So I'm asking you to uphold the appeal of the relocation of the safe parking program to the Encinitas Community and Senior Center, and return this matter to staff with instructions to identify a site that meets all of the requirements of state, local, and the shelter provider that have been put in place to allow safe parking programs to operate safely. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, if I may, if I could address two points. The issue related to the temporary use definition and also the issue related to CEQA. I just want to address the CEQA issue real quick. The shelter crisis exempt emergency shelter projects from CEQA, so it is exempt from CEQA. The second issue is related to temporary use. The definition that the appellant pointed out is it's the definition of limited duration in the temporary use regulation. That's the definition of limited duration. The section that we're relying on is the use of a trailer coach, which states that the use of a temporary trailer coach has to be removed when the use is abandoned. So that is consistent with our municipal code in terms of when the temporary trailer will be removed, is when the safe parking program will be discontinued, which is consistent with that provision, which is section 3046.110. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So I will now close the public hearing. And now we'll have council discussion and action. Councilmember Lyons?
Thank you. I do need one little clarification from staff, from Roy, if you would. When you were talking about the parking and that there was no demonstrated conflict with the parking at the. So I'm going to say what I think you said and tell me tell me if you did. There's no demonstrated conflict with the parking that's required for the community senior center, and the fact that the trailer and the porta potties and the additional uses associated with this use removes a couple of those spaces from being able to be used. Am I understanding that the removal of those spaces does not constitute the parking not being adequate for the community center? Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
And are you saying that because of time of use? Was time of use part of that conclusion?
It's a combination of time of use and also the result of the parking analysis that was conducted for the community center. The parking analysis concluded that the 243 parking spaces, there's, I believe, a little over 40 excess parking spaces are available at the community center. And the safe parking program will utilize 31 parking spaces. So we still have extra parking spaces based on the comprehensive parking study that was conducted for the community center.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll make a few comments here. So I think that there has been evidence provided that this is illegal use in this location, and I'm going to recommend that we deny both appeals. I think that we've talked about this a lot, but I guess a couple things that I want to say is that this program helps people and hurts no one. And at the end of the day, I think that it's really important to remember that the data shows that this program helps people get back into housing, get back on their feet, and it hurts no one. I think a number of people have said tonight, and I think this is interesting because it's maybe a clarifying of the position of those who oppose the program, are to say that it's not the people in the program who are the problem, it's actually the people around them, in the penumbra around them, and that the safe parking lot attracts predators to prey on them. And to me, that seems like it's almost the definition of a specious argument, because I think a specious argument is something that superficially sounds plausible, is something that seems like it might be true, but actually it's false, it's actually wrong. And I think you could say this about nearly everything we have in our society. I mean, you could say that safe parking lots attract predators. You could say, do bars attract predators? Do campgrounds where people are staying overnight in their vehicles attract predators? Does the senior nutrition program where people are poor and they are so poor they can't even afford lunch, does that attract predators? I mean, these are all things that we could be having a conversation about, whether there are people that ripple out from other people who might be dangerous, and then to deny something based on something speculative like that. And to me, that just, it's a specious argument. So I think going back to the reality that this is a senior and community center that has the capacity to host this program that helps people and hurts no one is just like the critical thing. I think that the city hosting it after Leech Tag Foundation raised their hand and took on the ire of a number of community members is something that is laudable. I think the Leech Tag Foundation allowed us to have the political courage to say yes to this program. And I'm really grateful for that. And I'm also really grateful for Jewish Family Service being willing to continue to operate in an environment that can feel extremely hostile. So I know that there's really good work being done, and when you go to these programs and you talk to the people who are staying there, this is a lifesaver for them. And it breaks your heart to talk to people and hear the stories that they are going through, the reality of their life for them at that moment. And it was said in public comment, and I think it's really true, that this is that last rung. So this is homeless prevention. And we in the city of Encinitas are demonstrating leadership and saying we want to help people and we're willing to have this program in our city, and it is helping people. So I continue to feel tremendously proud of the city council for supporting it, for the city staff and our community service partners, and all of the many public comments and people who write to us and say, this is a good thing. We wish every city was doing it. Thank you for helping people, because this is a real thing. So I am going to make a motion that we deny both appeals and adopt the resolutions as stated in the recommended action. And then thank you. So there's a motion and a second, and I'll call on my colleagues now. Deputy Mayor Kranz.
Yes, thank you. I find myself in a really terrible position of not being able to support a program that I believe in. And, the one challenging part of tonight is that we're not really supposed to be here debating whether this is the right location or not. Those votes have already been taken. What we're here to do tonight is to serve in a quasi-judicial role to hear an appeal. And it's an appeal of the interpretation, staff's interpretation on a coastal development permit and a substantial conformance review. And I think that there have been some very valid points made by the appellant. And one of the things that it has caused me to do is look in the conditions of approval that were issued by the director. And I would like to ask if you could open up page 8 of 9 in attachment 4 for this item, which lists the conditions of approval.
Do you want to make other comments before as they're kind of trying to get
Well,
organized?
yeah, I guess I could read this out loud. Maybe Roy, if you could pay attention to this. SCA, it says the following planning-related conditions shall be completed, fulfilled to the satisfaction of the Development Service Department. And item 3 says, approval of this request shall not waive compliance with any sections of the municipal code and all other applicable city regulations in effect at the time of initiating use and reliance on this permit. And because this council has never taken action on our prohibition against sleeping in vehicles, I'm wondering why that isn't automatically a situation that creates a non-compliance with that particular condition. Municipal Code Section 9.01.025, sleeping in vehicles. No person shall sleep or lie down in a vehicle parked on a public street or public property between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Yes, thank you, Council or Deputy Mayor Krantz. It's again, under the Shelter Crisis Act that suspended all local land use and zoning
Well, but for the
laws.
CDP, you put in a condition that references back to all the municipal codes. You didn't say, except for the Shelter Crisis Act has ruled all our codes null.
Yes, so our municipal code includes building standards, ADA standards, and other construction standards. So this is an all-encompassing condition that we typically include in all of our coastal development permit. It's to cover things that would be applicable
With
to this
any
project.
sections of the municipal code and all other applicable city regulations.
Correct, that would be applicable to this permit, to this structure, to this is for the CDP for the trailer. Any other municipal code provisions that it's applicable to this trailer, including building code, ADA, would be applicable, and they would be subject to those provisions.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see, Councilmember Mosca.
So just to start off from the beginning, which is the two items that are before us, I've read the analysis and I think it's fairly straightforward. And I think that that's fairly easy for me to find evidence to support the decisions made by the Development Services Director. And I don't believe that what was presented in any way mitigates against that evidence. I haven't heard anything that suggests the opposite. And so for me, it's easy on these two items to find that the CDP exists for the trailer, and that there's a substantial conformance in terms of the parking. I don't think that's at all unclear that the evidence exists for that. On the policy side, which I readily admit is not before us now, but it sounds like everybody has been talking about it. So I feel like I have to talk about it. And we've been talking about it for some time. And, I think back a year or 2 years ago when we first started discussing this program that Jewish Family Service of San Diego came to us with in a grant that they received from the state to operate this. And, we didn't know that the pandemic was going to happen. And we thought that with what we were experiencing in Encinitas, that this sounded like a really good program to help us out. And and after the pandemic happened, this was really a godsend. This is something that really helped a lot of folks that were sleeping in their cars in our streets, that during the pandemic experienced even more economic disruption. And found themselves without a roof over their head and sleeping in their cars. And so this really, especially during the pandemic, had served as a really amazing program for the city of Encinitas. And so, I think we're lucky to have a partner in Jewish Family Services that has operated this. And also has provided us with data showing that it is a solution for a certain segment of those that are finding themselves without a roof over their head. And I think that I want to push back against the notion that it's unsafe. I think that that this city council has looked at it from so many angles, and safety, public safety of those that are, sleeping in their cars in the safe parking program is of utmost importance to us. The safety of our residents are of utmost importance to us. The safety of our children are so incredibly important to us. And I think we've spent a lot of time on it, and it is abundantly clear from the data and from the program, not only that it works, but that it's safe for people that are participating in the program, and it's safe for everybody in the community. I also think that somebody said that I think that this is a hard and difficult decision for you guys, and so I know that what you're going through. This is not a difficult decision for me. What is difficult for me is to sit up in this chair and do nothing, to see that the issue of unhoused and food insecure folks is only getting more intense, and then I have an opportunity to do something about it, and I do nothing. I clearly understand that it is not a permanent solution, but it's something that it's helping some of our residents, and I think that it's shown that it's helped in a big way. And I think that it behooves us to continue basically putting in place a program that is helping, and that we're not even actually paying for, that it's actually a grant, state grant that actually funds us, and another organization that is helping us with this program. And so I think it's worked. It's safe for our community, and at this time, as we're dealing with just the fallout from the pandemic, and you see around the city more and more people more of our neighbors that are frankly falling on bad times and finding themselves in their vehicles. This is a program that can help people, give them a safe place to sleep in their car, in a parking lot. And also, let's not forget that there's wraparound services that are helping people, giving them a hand up so that they're no longer just in their car. And so I think it's a solution, and I think it's a proven solution. And I think that when people say that there's crime, I mean, we've been looking at this. This is such an important thing. And there is no truth to the fact that this is not safe. It's just not true. And the sheriff just said that as well. It flies in the face of everything that we've seen. It is a safe parking program. It is a solution. We're lucky to have it, and I can support it without a doubt. And I can support the fact that the Director of Development Services has also made the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, I'm hearing support for the program, and of course, we also hear that folks are against the program, and that's been consistent over time. I have to reflect, though, that I'm hearing a lot of support for the safe parking program as a whole, and even though some here tonight don't support this location, I'm very happy and enthusiastic that so many people are actually stating their support for the program in general. So I'm totally aligned with that, and I hope I've been clear that I am aligned behind the program and support this program. I am also compassionate for our community, but I don't believe that this program is dangerous or offers risk in itself to the community, and I feel confident that our sheriff is completely on top of that as far as his understanding of the risks associated with the program, and also this location. I've been working with JFS, Principal Friedrichs, and Superintendent Ward, as she mentioned in her statement. I think it's been constructive. I feel as though we can help make this program at this location successful. And the decision has already been made. The time for deciding where this is going to be located is past. Today, we're not deciding that. Today, we're deciding on the merits of the appeals. And so we're not here to decide where this program is going to be located. So my perspective is, let's do what we can to make this successful. We've got great staff on board. Our lead, Christian, with the housing and homeless specialist. We're totally aligned behind the Jewish Family Services and making this program successful at this location. I look forward to continuing working with Principal Friedrichs and Superintendent Ward, and I believe we will have success. I come from a family of teachers, and I think about things in terms of, Yes, we have some points where there's friction in everything we do, honestly. And I think we all know that. But where's the teaching moment? Do we have an opportunity here, especially located near schools, near the community center, near the senior center? What is the teaching opportunity here? Is there an opportunity to talk about social responsibility? Is there an opportunity to educate our children? Is there an opportunity to make them leaders as they move through the educational system into society and being compassionate about all members of our community? I hope there is. I think there is. So the decision about the location has already been made, and I'm aligned behind the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, let's go ahead and vote.
Let the record show the motion carries in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're on to item 10B, but I assume we need to take a little break since it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes. So we will come back in 7 minutes at 9:25.
My wife's never been to one. It's important stuff. It is. Because I've been to quite a few of them. Six hours maybe. Yeah. And lately she's like, I'm done. You can go home on your bed. I'm gonna talk for about 2 minutes. Oh, good. I don't know who else. Okay, so, you know, so this whole idea, we're gonna try to hide buildings, right? Take our think they're thinking of what. I think it's that, the desire to work and to put the proper sidewalk in. And they say, just in order to do that, they can't leave the trees. Now, I'm gonna support Deputy Mayor Francis' item, agenda item, on here. Look at alternatives that would allow you to maintain the street. So maybe one light. Right. And if they wanna get rid of the asphalt, I don't understand, what's the problem with the asphalt? What's the real? The only problem I see is that some people might stumble over the raised portions where the roots from the trees. That's all I can. But you know, they could come in and clean it up if it starts getting hooked up a little bit. I agree. And it's not a big job to do, because it's asphalt. Right. Okay, good. Great. There is a developer here. They're going to sell it to it. Right. Trash is going to sell that land to the developer. But the engineering firm that's doing all the design work and planning for them says we've got our stormwater retention areas that are going right along. two easements. There's the street easement, which actually goes all the way up to where the trees are. And then there's a second easement beyond that, it's called the slope adjustment. And the papers on my deck easements. There's a slope adjustment that's about another 6 to 8 feet beyond that. So those two easements taking the end are with the trees sit up. The city has the authority to say yes or no about doing anything to damage those trees. Now, it's already been pointed out that the stormwater retention areas and the hardscape and all the ground disturbance is going to be created by the operations to build that 30 house development. If they don't kill the trees outright, over time, those trees will die because they can't exist under those conditions.
Yeah, for sure.
If the city decides that it wants to save those trees, and that's where my focus is, they will put pressure on anybody who's going to do the development to ensure those trees survive by not jeopardizing them. Okay? So far, they haven't. So far, they've almost said, oh boy, this is our chance to get somebody else to pay for widening out and put in a cement sidewalk all the way from Crest Drive down to the church. Lutheran church. Just about down to.
Well, where they created development.
So, we know that's the case because apparently there's been enough interchange between people who are in this.
It's not done, but it's gonna be like, you'll come in and you'll work 2 or 3 days.
I didn't bring it with me.
I saw you hold it earlier.
I had it.
Not so much talk politics, it's because Bernard lives on the other side. He's over there, and Bernard has.
I know, I saw Bernard standing up.
Yeah, these two, they're gonna take those 2 trees from his yard. They're beautiful.
I thought in the beginning, the only trees that were in jeopardy were those that are on the state property.
We did too.
But the city, it's the city that's saying.
Well, because
we
the
want,
developers or the people are telling it.
we want to widen them all the way to Boulevard.
Right. It's a little.
Okay? Because if you go west of Boulevard, it's much wider. It opens up. The people that live there park on both sides of the street, and cars, 2 lanes of cars can get by. Okay? So they want to widen it out. The city wants to widen it out. So they're using this opportunity to kind of
take those trees down.
and it'll be the developers that pays.
Well, speaking of that, we're getting hiring our own arborists because all our foliage and all our backyard, beautiful, beautiful trees that I've been growing for the last 40 years,
Are in jeopardy.
because he wants to dig right along and cut off all of my roots, all the way around.
Sure.
Around my whole property.
They're gonna, up to the boundary, they're gonna be doing all kinds of disturbance.
Right.
That will affect.
Right. They're gonna cut my roots and all my trees. We have rights for that. They can't just go and cut those and kill all my trees. So we have a list, we had that one all written out, how much each tree costs and everything. And I don't want them to use it as, that's a price of doing work. All right, so we'll make that $70,000 to kill all those trees. I don't want it, I'm too old for this tree, for me to wait for trees to grow back. It'll ruin my property. They're already taking my view. I have a beautiful view of Catalina, that's gone.
One of my points, 48 years ago when we moved in to our place, from the second floor of the house, looking west, we had a distant view of the ocean. In intervening time, all the trees and the surrounding area were spread out, and probably by 25 years ago, we couldn't see the ocean. Oh, yeah. But what we got is we got beautiful trees.
Yeah, right.
Green canopy, we got birds flying back. And we moved here in the beginning because of the semi-rural atmosphere.
Right.
And the great schools that our kids go back to. Our kids and our grandkids.
Join the crowd. They live there. I mean, she moved here in North County at 55.
All but our two youngest grandkids are adults now. One's a doctor. Medical doctor. I mean,
Crazy.
and they went to school.
I graduated from
So I'd like to make these points to the city council and the mayor. Say, I support Grance's motion that he's put on the agenda here. To direct
Save as many large trees.
What does he direct? He directs the general services, plan, resource management staff to look at alternative ways that will leave the trees there.
Right, that's what we want.
That's what we want.
That's exactly what we want.
I mean, most mature toward pine are such a feature in our neighborhood.
Yeah, we
All
love
of
them.
the trees we have done.
I mean, it's like they're our trees.
Right, right. Well, we all enjoy them, even though they're not exactly ours.
I know.
We walk by them every day, you know, we see them, we see the birds.
Absolutely.
You know, it's changed the whole atmosphere of the neighborhood. And it's just, you know, and Brian doesn't about anybody anything, he doesn't care. We
No,
know.
I flat out asked him if he was willing at all to make some compromise so that he could still make John's money, but maybe, do a little less, less room and try to keep
Minimize
I'm not doing it.
I go, what's your plan B? Because I don't have one yet. There's no plan B. I'm gonna level every tree in this whole. With Brian.
Brian Staver.
Yeah. But we know Jennifer well.
So, Jennifer would have some input.
I went to school.
Brian, oh, Brian, you can't do this.
Yeah, Lily went to school with Dan Staver, he was the president of the company. And we went over there, and then also his brother Tom, I went over there, I said, you guys do anything, you guys just, you really just, I mean, you want to put a 4,000 square foot house right behind my house in Washington. And he goes, Kevin, you didn't do anything wrong, it's just, it's business, this is how it is. And I wanted, it's not everything, there's a nice building, you told me you put 8 customers, and now you're putting 30, because if we could put in 100.
He said that?
Yeah.
Oh, like, he had to.
I want you.
Like he needs to. I mean, come on.
They're filthy rich. They own so much. Why do we do that?
You think that their parents and grandparents would approve?
I know.
No. I mean, that's what bothers me as a long-term local. His family and my family were here probably at the same time. We're local. And none of them.
All right, let's get started, everybody.
Like me that have lived here all their
We know we're nearly done, but not quite nearly done.
Well, I mean, it's
All right, we're going to return to our legislative policies and priorities. So this is item 10B, and we have our council member Kranz, Deputy Mayor Kranz is about to come forward and sit down. But we can, hold on one second. Okay, and so we're going to, just because of time, we're going to bump the last item, which is the council member initiated item from the deputy mayor regarding the general plan resource management element goal 3, policy 3.3. It's item 12A, and we're going to postpone that until next week, given the late hour.
We've been waiting this whole night for that. We've been here this whole time for that reason. And now you're going to postpone it.
Do you want to stay until midnight? I mean, we thought
You think it would take that long?
I mean, we don't know. We have several items in advance.
Minutes. It's not going to be a,
Well, we can just proceed along. It's fine. You want to just keep it on the agenda?
I'm okay.
Councilmember Kranz?
Yep.
Okay. We'll just keep it on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we have item 10B. So we'll hand it over to city staff.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. So each year, legislation is proposed at the state and federal level that either supports or conflicts with Encinitas' values as a community. Encinitas Council Policy CO24, established in 2013, creates a standard for communicating the community's values to the state and federal governing bodies as a means for staff to understand the city council priorities. Staff, along with the city's legislative consultant, communicate the positions of the city to the legislative bodies as necessary in an attempt to ensure legislation created at the state and federal levels are in alignment with the city's priorities. With me tonight is Jonathan Clay from JGC Legislative Consultants, and we're here to answer questions and work with the council to update Council Policy CO24 as necessary if changes are needed at this time.
Welcome, Jonathan. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here to answer questions or help with the development of the legislative policies. I'm prepared to give a Sacramento update if you want, but given the time and all that, I can just skip that as well. So I'll defer to the will of the council on that front.
Okay. I think given the time, we should move forward. But let me see if, do any council members have specific questions for him?
I have a comment.
Okay.
I didn't ask for this to be on the agenda, but I do think that since it's on the agenda, there are changes that I'd like to see, but I'm not prepared to kind of at the dais kind of start wordsmithing and adding things. And so I would recommend, Madam Mayor, that perhaps we have an ad hoc committee that can come back in a meeting or two with some changes so that they can kind of talk about it. And I'll just give for an instance, when we look at support environmental sustainable cities, some of the language under support legislation supporting community choice energy and opposed legislation seeking to hinder CCE, it's kind of old at this point. We already have a CCE up and running. And so there are multiple things that we could be doing to support our CCE. And so I could build that out a bit to talk about rooftop solar and other things that could keep Jonathan really busy up at Sacramento. But that's just one thing. And so I do think that it would be worthwhile to have an ad hoc committee that can kind of flesh it out and just kind of wordsmith it and all of that stuff.
I think that's a good idea. These things do need to be updated, and a lot of this is old. There's just no question about it. And sometimes the phraseology or the nomenclature doesn't feel right. But do you want to be on that subcommittee, Councilmember Mosca?
I would volunteer, yes.
Okay. Does Councilmember Kranz? I think this is on the agenda partly because you were concerned about some things.
Well, yeah, I'm concerned about the program and, the fact that there were some clear legislative goals and policies that were ignored when it came time to support or oppose legislation. So that was the issue. And I'm a little surprised that if you have issues with this, this has been on the agenda since last week. And so, we could have come with, I have my own suggestions for this. The main issue to me is the question about when do we issue support or oppose letters? And if they're, what is the process for identifying, well, this particular legislation may be in conflict with two of our stated objectives, so therefore, what do we do? Add it to the council agenda? Or I just think it's important that we not just ignore it and not take a position based upon our legislative agenda. I also, for example, that you said, support legislation supporting community choice energy and oppose legislation seeking to hinder it. Supporting community choice energy is something that I hope legislation will continue to do, and I think that we should continue to oppose legislation seeking to hinder CCE. Now, you seem to be suggesting that there is nothing that might have an effect on that, but I'm not 100% certain that that's the case. So, but if I'm happy to serve on a subcommittee, but I think that it's pretty clear what we were trying to accomplish here tonight, and it shouldn't surprise you.
I'm not understanding what the deputy mayor is talking about. I think he's saying that he's talking about when a letter gets sent, and I'm just mentioning that I didn't realize that it was on the agenda for that purpose, for an explanation of when a letter gets sent that's consistent with these goals.
Well, there's the policy
But I'm
is
just saying that
attached.
it was on the agenda, so I'm just suggesting that the language is fairly antiquated and can be improved, and I'm suggesting that we could have an ad hoc committee to improve it. If you want to try to wordsmith right now, well, I'm game for it. If you don't want to touch it at all, I'm game for that as well. It's on the agenda, and so I was just suggesting that it can be improved. I'm not opposed to it staying how it is, if that's the will of the council. I was just suggesting that it could be improved. But I don't think that what you're saying is inconsistent with what I'm saying as well. You're just asking a question about if something, if there's legislation that's consistent with these goals, when does a letter get sent? That's not necessarily inconsistent with what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, it is inconsistent with you. Are you confused about that?
Well, here, let me bust in between you guys. So I think sometimes, obviously, when we send a letter has to do with, there are political considerations about which bill is sponsored by which person, and does that legislator help the city of Encinitas? Are we trying not to antagonize them? And there are also things that are in conflict with each other, like, for example, protect local control and promote affordable housing. Like, I think the bill that you're concerned about, you could say that that's on either side of those two things.
No,
So-
actually, when you look through the policy, the legislative program, it says support legislation, oppose legislation that promotes housing construction not containing an affordable component. It's pretty clear SB 9 has no affordable component to it. So, I think that that's the issue that I consider most important, is that there shouldn't be political considerations. I don't have any problem with putting an item on the agenda to talk about the political considerations, but I object to the idea that we should, kind of behind the doors, say, well, let's not send that opposition letter because we don't want to annoy that particular legislator. It's just not the way the policy is supposed to work. And, that's what we're here for. There will be things that we agree on, and there will be things that we disagree on, and that's just the nature of the beast. I recognize that. And there may be a vote to not necessarily follow. We might make an exception to our legislative policies. I get that. But it's important that we establish a policy and that we follow that, in my opinion. So that was one of the goals of getting this on the agenda, and I didn't think that was really, hard to figure out from looking at this agenda item.
Does Jonathan, who came to this council meeting and waited many hours, want to comment on this? I know you have multiple cities, right, that you represent?
Yes, and what I'll say, usually the goal of having a set of legislative policy guidelines is to facilitate action by a city council in the legislative process without always having to go back to the city council on every bill. Because we kind of follow a light your hair on fire type process in Sacramento where a bill will get set, a week later it's being heard, and there's usually not enough time between when that happens and for a council to take official action. So the guidelines are supposed to facilitate that engagement. And it also kind of lays out kind of, I would say, it should represent the values of that council in terms of the things that they want to engage on or always engage on, but either in support or opposition. Yeah.
Does our program look to you more detailed than most programs? Like, it seems to me like there are just a lot of bullet points and.
What I've seen recently is with some of my other local government clients where they're going back and simplifying their programs. I've had some that have had 10-page legislative programs that are now down to like a 2-page document. One thing I'll say about that is you then get very broad, generic criteria, which then gives a lot of leeway one way or the other and harder to interpret. So again, it really comes down to the desire of the council and how many bills they want to see come before them over the course of a year versus, wanting to grant some discretion in terms of how that authority is exercised. But right now, I'd say a lot of my jurisdictions are simplifying their ledge guidelines and condensing them.
Yeah, I mean, that would be where I would suggest is that we have broader statements of values instead of, very specific things like support funding bills for local law enforcement equipment. I don't know. It just seems like there are a lot of really detailed bullet points.
Well, in the interest of time, I would say I would accept the opportunity to work with Councilmember Mosca to refine these and address issues related to policy and bring it back on a night when we're not so late.
Okay. Do you want to do that, Council? Do either of you have any comment?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Kranz, would you accept written edits, which I would suggest be considered?
I'm not sure how that works.
No, we can't. So when it comes back to us after you've done it,
Right.
that's when I can state that. Okay.
So overarching, because I think this is interesting what Jonathan was saying. So are we thinking as a council that we want to have broader or more specific? Because I was going more specific with community choice, but then I think the mayor was saying broader, and I was saying. No, not just legislation to support, but specifically, here's how you can support us and educate our legislators. And so I guess I was going more specific. And so I don't know. So do we have any viewpoint on that?
Right.
So if Tony and I are looking at this, is there some sort of bent on how you guys want us to edit?
I would say lean in the direction of going broader because I think that's more encompassing, more universal and simpler. And I also see a little bit of a redundancy in these lists, so you can probably consolidate by eliminating the redundancy.
Are there goals that the Equity Committee has put out anywhere on the website or anything like that where I could include under promote a just and equitable society?
Well, we haven't. Do you want to say something, Councilmember Hanson?
Well, I was just going to answer the question that the answer is no. They're draft recommendations, and I think that the way they would come is that they would come to all of us before we incorporate those as policy. But that is an interesting idea and maybe something that we can plan to agendize in an upcoming Equity Committee meeting.
Or and maybe Deputy Mayor Krantz and I can release as a draft, and then they can look at it and give feedback or something.
We'll figure out a way to do that. We could likely do that through the city manager's office, but communicating directly with one another with over 2 people is going to be a problem. But we'll figure out a way to do it.
Okay. All right. Well, so we have a plan. You guys will work on it for a while, and then we'll all spend a lot of time editing it.
But we're happy with that.
Okay. Okay. So I don't think we need. Do we? We don't have public speakers on this, do we? No. Okay. Okay. No, we don't want. We don't need any extra. Okay, so that's it. We'll move on from this item. Thank you very much. Next is item 10C. So this is our safety and mobility enhancements of South Coast Highway 101 between Swami's Pedestrian Crossing and Chesterfield Drive. And we have our traffic engineer, Bandigan, here with us, and others. Jill, Lillian, hello.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I guess good night. Thank you for accepting this item tonight to provide us direction on this phase 2 of the cycle track. As I think most of you were on council, with the exception of Councilman Loins. I think 2 years ago we came to council with the phase 1 of the cycle track. South of Chesterfield all the way to the Solana Beach border. At that time, the goal was to provide a new facility in the city that we anticipated would cause mode shift in the city, a new mode of transportation available to a lot of new users. The project was implemented early during the pandemic, where it just started. We added protected bikeway class 4, one-way each direction south of Chesterfield all the way to Solana Beach. At the time, we implemented physical barriers, bollards, and wheel stops. There were a few tweaks made after the project to make it better with the feedback and with the input that we received from the users after implementation. One success of the project was after implementation, we were able to redo a speed survey and noticed with the measures that we added to the design, including lane narrowings, elimination of certain maneuvers, we were able to lower the speed limit of the corridor by 5 miles per hour. The speed was changed. Ordinance was adopted by the City Council. Afterwards, we received direction from both the City Council and the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission that they like to see this missing link between Chesterfield and Swami's, between downtown and Chesterfield, be covered with a bicycle facility. Obviously, we knew at that point that it would be costly, considering the length of the stretch and our vision for the stretch. We knew we wanted to do something that has a lot of coverage, covers most of our different types of users. So we applied for a grant application, HSIP's Highway Safety Improvement Program. We were successful in securing $722,000 from the state, 10% of which is a mandatory match from the city. So the actual money we're getting is around $650K. The rest is city money. We drafted several different scenarios when we got the money from the state to see what our options are. Our first option was obviously for uniformity purposes, was to see if we can extend similar one-way in each direction cycle track northbound and southbound, and basically connect the whole Cardiff cycle track to downtown. The second scenario was a two-way option, and I'll go through the different ideas that we have and different concepts that we put together. Tonight we're here to hear council's thoughts and get a direction from council to come back in February with a final design of this, with a direction that we receive, because to construct the project and utilize the $700,000 from the Caltrans, we have to have a final design. We cannot go to Caltrans with a concept. We have to finalize the design, have full plans, specifications, and estimate, and then submit the package to Caltrans. You're all familiar with the corridor we're talking about, Highway 101, south of Swami's Underpass, all the way to Chesterfield Drive Signal. The corridor has a lot of different cross sections. It's not a constant width. It's not a constant lane configuration. I do believe from Swami's to Chesterfield, we have around like 12 or 13 different cross section configurations. The number of lanes changes, the number of parking availability, bike lane in some areas. It is very different from segment to segment. Some of those I'm showing, the one on the left is right by Swami's parking access. The next one is where we have the guardrails and there's really no parking going on here. And then on the right is north of Chesterfield where we have the campground entrance. So we had a few goals when we were putting together these different scenarios. One main goal of ours, as mentioned, was to increase our miles of cycling facilities. That's what cities are known for, is the cities that are very much liked by the bicycle community are the ones that have connected miles. You can have a lot of different segments of bicycle facilities, but if they're not connected to each other, they would not be appealing. Our main goal was to improve our city's active transportation network by covering this missing link between the Cardiff cycle track that we did 2 years ago and the downtown and then the streetscape north of 101. In line with our action plan, climate action plan, another goal was to provide additional option to provide access to the beach for our residents. Many of our residents expressed at the commission and through city council that they wanted to be able to access to the beach using alternate modes of transportation, not necessarily vehicles, and the fact that we didn't have a bike lane, any kind of bikeway, bicycle facility south of Swami's made it relatively complicated to access campground and San Alejo Beach in this stretch. Another goal, again, was we had multiple recommendations from the Traffic Commission, from the Mobility Commission, and from the City Council to do our best to lower speed limits citywide. We thought this would be another opportunity similar to what we did in Cardiff Cycle Track to implement traffic calming measures with these different scenarios to be able to hopefully after implementation of the project lower speed limits in that area too. And then lastly, obviously, with our experience that we had with the first cycle track in Cardiff, we wanted to be as inclusive as possible. We wanted to be able to provide a facility to different users, not to have the complications that we had in the first phase of the project. At that phase, obviously, we had limited width. We have limited amount of funding. There was limited options that we had. We couldn't really widen the road, so we didn't have the option of providing a separated facility and at the same time keep our bike lanes existing at the time, bike lanes in place that was so much loved by our sport cycling community. But this time around, we made sure that with the scope of the project that we are defining for Caltrans, we have the option of keeping the bike lane in place. So as mentioned, we evaluated 3 different scenarios. The first one is a one-way cycle track. On the left, you see our existing cycle track just south of Chesterfield, northbound looking. Another one, I think this is LA County area, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, this is San Diego. This is the city of San Diego, protected facility, but without any wheel stops, still parking protected. I'm sure by now you're all familiar. You've probably been to Cardiff Cycle Track, all of you. The second scenario was doing a two-way cycle track. There are a lot of benefits with this, in our opinion. We'll talk about some of those benefits. As you can see, the two-way cycle track, we don't need a protected facility on the east side of the road. The way we're proposing it, we're suggesting a two-way facility on the west side of the road by the beach. Users will easily be able to access the beach, and coming from north, they'll be easily able to just return whenever they like. If they have kids with them, if they are getting access to a certain part of the beach, they don't need to go further south to find a crossing or a signal or anything like that to be able to go to the east side and then come back north. They can, whenever they like, just make a U-turn and go back north toward their origin. So that's an advantage. There are other advantages that I'll talk about further in a few slides. These are some of the one on the right, I think, is Santa Monica. The one on the left, if I'm not mistaken, is San Clemente, I think. But they all have physical barriers and separations, and they're the minimum required in the standards is 8 feet, but we thought it would be very tight. The majority of the corridor we're proposing a 12-foot wide two-way. There are some areas that we have limited width, so we went down to 10, but there is no segment that we are down to the absolute minimum. Our minimum is 10 along the corridor. But as said, the majority of the length, we have 12s. And the third scenario, obviously, that was their recommendation, our Traffic Commission. Our Traffic Commission, currently Mobility Commission, had some reservations with the protected facility. They didn't like the two-way option because of some perceived concerns that I will talk about in the next slide. They had concerns with the one-way scenario because the one-way scenario cannot accommodate for bike lanes. If we do the one-way scenario, we cannot keep the bike lanes alive. We had to sacrifice the class 2 bikeways for being able to accommodate one-way cycle track. So one of their ideas was, when you go to council, do express our concerns and do mention one suggestion that can be rejecting a grant and just doing a regular bike lane and not doing a protected facility. Full disclosure, obviously, I have to provide you the suggestion, the option that Traffic Commission, the Mobility Commission thought might be something that we can consider. So with the two-way scenario, as mentioned, there are like multiple cross sections that I didn't want to take council's time to show you like each one, because as mentioned, these are just concepts at the moment. These are not ultimate designs. So I didn't want to bring you all the 15 different cross sections along the stretch. So I brought only two. This is what our vision, what our concept is for around the campground area. As you can see, we are keeping bike lanes in each direction alive. Well, not alive, that doesn't exist now. We're adding a bike lane, I guess, in each direction, a standard class 2 bikeway, which is known as bike lane. This parking lane, well, this photo is looking southbound. This parking lane is the unofficial parking that we have in the NCTD right-of-way for northbound. We added bike lanes in each direction. There is a buffer separating it from the parking lane. And with removing the median in this stretch and shrinking down the width of the lane all the way to 10s, we have very wide lanes there. We were able to save enough space to create a diagonal parking, which in this photo we're showing back-in parking. That's another thing that we can discuss and get direction from council. This diagonal parking, as you know, can increase our parking capacity by a lot. We're actually gaining a lot of parking spaces by converting the parallel parking that we have over there to diagonal parking. We're saving around, if I'm not mistaken, around like 90 or 100 parking spaces, but we are losing a few parking spaces on the north side, which makes the net gain of around 50 parking spaces. Depending on, I'll mention something about a treatment that we want to do with our diagonal parking spaces that can reduce the increase in parking capacity. But if we just do a regular parking, diagonal parking like the way we have in downtown, the net gain would be around 50, even with the removal of parking a little bit north of Chesterfield on the northbound side. We have a protected two-way facility. As you can see, we have a 3-footer buffer, wheel stops, bollards, similar. The treatment on the buffer, what kind of physical barrier we want to use. Obviously, we can modify that or do something different. At the time, we're thinking for uniformity purposes to just continue what we have there. The fact that we have bike lanes introduced with this new project, we don't need the gaps that we had in between the wheel stops on the first phase. On the first phase, we added some 5-foot gaps between the wheel stops so that if somebody had to leave the bikeway, the protected facility for any reason to pass a few kids that were blocking and going slow, or for any reason getting out, we added those openings. But this time around, the fact that we have our bike lanes, we don't necessarily need to have those openings. But then again, that's something that it's in the details of design. We don't necessarily need to finalize it tonight. The sidewalks that we have right now, the pathway that we have on the west side will remain as is. We're not touching the berm and the walkway that we have on the west side, on the beach side. The head-in backing parking is something that we can discuss. We wanted to be, again, uniform with the streetscape back-in parking. We thought this has some advantages. Both head-in and back-in have their own advantages and disadvantages. We can discuss this more. One major advantage of the back-in is when cars want to get out of their parked spot, they have a better chance of seeing the southbound bicyclists in the bike lane. If they do a head-in parking, when they're backing out, they have a tougher time seeing the bicyclists in the southbound direction. The advantage of head-in is the maneuver going in happens very fast, and the blockage off the bike lane, of southbound bike lane, is minimal. for back-in parking, a lot of times people have to park in the bike lane or the buffer area and try to maneuver their way back into the parking spot, which is usually a slower maneuver. Again, depending on how comfortable people are and how efficient they are with this maneuver, which is usually not very usual around here in California. This is another cross-section that I brought with. This is a narrow area. This is where we have the guardrails on both sides, north of the campgrounds, where there is really no parking facility. We have the bluff on one side, and there is a guardrail on both sides, and the walkway on the west side of the guardrail. This, again, as you can see, it doesn't look like we can fit this much in there, but we did make measurements double or 3 times to make sure we have the room. The room is there, believe it or not. We only have right now 1 lane in each direction, 2 edge lines and nothing else, and a striped median. But as you can see, we can add 4 bike lanes, 2 of which used for a cycle track and 2 of which for a standard class 2 bikeway, and then 2 10-footer lanes. Obviously, the striped median that we have right now will be removed, but I don't think anybody would miss that. The only thing that the striped median right now does there is makes things faster. So I don't think anybody would have a problem with a little bit more friction and slowing down traffic north of campground all the way towards Swami's. So we have the option again to do a 2-way cycle track here. As mentioned, if we do a 1-way, like the same cross section that you see here, if we do a 1-way scenario, because we would need an extra 3 feet of separation for each side, we will lose some space in the southern segment. If we want to do another protection for the other side, we'll lose some space. In a lot of different segments of the corridor, the 1-way in each direction would mean that we would lose 1 extra lane. We would have to sacrifice something. One side of the bikeway would have to go away. 1 parking would have to be converted from diagonal to parallel. That's the problem that we ran into with the 1-way scenario. Another major disadvantage of the 1-way scenario was if we create a protected facility on the northbound side, we'll lose a lot of parking on the unofficial NCTD right-of-way that is happening right now. Unofficial parking that's happening in the NCTD right-of-way. That protection would eliminate the possibility of northbound vehicles getting into that dirt area and park. I guess the most important part is which are topics that can affect the decision of council and the direction we receive tonight. The different advantages and disadvantages and the points of concern for these various options. Uniformity. Do we want to have a uniform facility that's similar to Cardiff Cycle Track, 1-way in each direction, even though it would mean a sacrifice of at least 1 side of bike lane? Our design currently shows both bike lanes would have to be eliminated, and we can only keep the protected facility. But if we I guess, make some compromises, there is a chance that we might be able to keep 1 of the bike lanes alive. Again, full disclosure to council for your decision. But it would be tough. We have to go to very minimum width in a lot of areas. But with a 1-way scenario, we might be able to have a 1-way in each direction cycle track together with 1 side of bike lane. That is a possibility. Now, if that bike lane in some areas becomes a door zone, it is possible that it might become a door zone bike lane. Or it might become a very narrow bike lane, like to absolute minimum 5, but it might be doable. Second point of concern, we want to be accommodating to different groups of users. Again, this is a very big decision-making factor for us. Again, with the experience that we had with the first phase, we want to make sure that our pedestrians have the facility that they have where they don't need to use this future cycle track. Our sports cyclists, people who want to go faster with less interruption, they do have their option. We give them a new facility that is nice and clean and just for their purpose. And we also provide a facility for recreational purposes for people who want to go a little bit slower, maybe with larger groups, families, kids. That's the point that would make the 2-way cycle track a lot more favorable compared to the 1-way scenario. As mentioned, existing parking on the east side of Highway 101 north of Cardiff, the one-way scenario, there is a big disadvantage. If we remove that parking because of design restrictions, there's a whole situation with the coastal I'm sure you're aware of. And then again, even if the Coastal Commission was not a point of concern, losing valuable parking obviously at this nice beach of ours is a very important thing. We don't want it to happen if we have an option around it. Another point, possibility of taking the shortest path. As I mentioned, the one-way option only allows users to change direction if they get to a signalized or controlled intersection. If somebody's going northbound or southbound in a one-way cycle track, this is, I'm sure you're familiar with, we have it in Cardiff right now. If somebody's going southbound in Cardiff, after they get past Las Olas signal, there's no way for somebody to come back because there's no access to the other side. At Keys, we have the crossing. Obviously, we have we have the Las Olas crossing, and then we have the signal at the beach entrance. But these are the only three locations that a family with kids, or if somebody's for any reason exhausted or emergency happens, gets a call or a text, hey, come back, they have to get to the nearest signal to make a U-turn. So it won't be the shortest path necessarily. There will be a lot of extra ride, although it's a healthy ride. It's a you're riding on your bike, but still, the two-way scenario gives this option to the cyclist to take the shortest path and then gives them a lot of flexibility with regards to the direction of travel.
Hey, Abe, could I ask you to speed up your part a little bit? Because we still have speakers and we need council conversation.
Sure.
And we have other people, other agenda
Absolutely.
items. Thank you.
Additional parking capacity. The two-way scenario, because of the possibility of adding diagonal parking, as mentioned, gives us a lot more room to create more parking. The concerns that we had at the Traffic Commission, at the Mobility Commission, that made them not recommend the two-way scenario was the potential for friction at driveways and the friction between opposing cyclists. A two-way cycle track can cause handlebars hitting each other if somebody is distracted or riding too close to the center of the two-way. Although, as mentioned, we are recommending a cycle track that is way wider than the minimums. But again, the concern is existent. It's a legit concern. There's always a chance that somebody might be distracted and hit an opposing cyclist. Friction at driveways, one-way or two-way, the friction exists. Cars and RVs coming out of the campground, they would have to cross the cycle track. The one-way has less friction because cars only have to see and check the standard direction, which is their left. But with a two-way, cars would have to check their right too for bicyclists who are riding in the northbound direction. Entrance exit to the cycle track is a concern at the Chesterfield signal. If we're going with a two-way scenario, how people who are riding in northbound direction of the Cardiff cycle track, the one-way scenario at Chesterfield and at Swami's, would have to maneuver that signal to get into the two-way cycle track. There are options for it. The potential blockage that would happen with the diagonal parking, if we do a two-way cycle track in the campground area, that is a matter of concern. And then the potential friction that we have between the beachgoers, this is similar to the Cardiff cycle track, where we have a parking protected class 4. There's always a chance that somebody parks, gets something out of their car, their kids, they might end up in the cycle track because they have to cross the cycle track to get to the walkway area. That is a concern. We have some options with regards to how we want to treat the driveways, the campground access, and the other parking entrances. Again, we will finalize the details of these designs, but this is like one option that NACTO suggests, creating a signing and striping delineation that will clarify for both cyclists and drivers coming out of those driveways that this is a special area, expect conflicts. Another option is to create a speed table where we have these crossings, as you can see, similar to the speed tables that we have in 101 in streetscape area in North 101. This exhibit shows the whole crossing at the point of the driveway raised. So the bicyclists they will be raised a couple of inches, more visible, and the two ramps on both sides would create a traffic calming effect on vehicles going into or out of the campground parking. So it has two effects, increases visibility and has some traffic calming effect. Another option is to utilize speed humps at these driveways. These can be double-sided, both on the travel lane side and on the driveway side. So cars coming out of the State Beach would also have to go over. So basically having two rows of parallel speed humps at these at the two sides of the cycle track. But there are other options. Again, the minutia, the details of design, I don't want to go over it because tonight we just wanted to talk about the concept and receive council direction. This is a timeline of things to happen. If this goes forward, tonight we're expecting direction from council on how to proceed with the design and the grant. About March, maybe April, if we're unlucky, we will finalize the design and come back with a full package for design amenity purposes to the city council. Afterwards, as soon as the design is approved by the city council, we would have to apply for a Caltrans approval to be able to spend the money that will be given to us. The direction that we have received is to conduct surveys before implementation of the project to have a good comparison later on to see how our project was, hopefully successful in attracting more users to the facility. Caltrans approval will take around 90 days, and then we anticipate construction in summer 2022. Sorry, mayors and council, I tend to speak too much.
It's okay.
No more than us.
Can we take the public comments and then ask questions and comments? Okay, so let's go ahead with public comments. Thank you very much, Abe, for the presentation.
We have 6 speakers. First speaker is Daniel Marks. After Daniel is Will, and I can't read your last name. Is Will here? Okay, thank you. And then Marco Gonzalez.
Hello, and thank you. Some of you may remember me back when you had the original bike lane changes you decided, and I gave the designer of that a resounding C-. I've now regraded it. It's an F in all aspects. Now, I'm going to offer to you that a two-way bicycle lane in the areas proposed is inappropriate because most of the cyclists in that area are going to go much faster than that sort of situation would permit. It's like deciding that I-5 isn't good, so let's go back to a 2-lane highway. We're going to be heading one into the other, and that is not good. The pictures that you saw were in very urban areas, downtowns and places like that, where 2 lanes might work, but they don't work. And what we have heard here with an awful lot of words is the trying to solve a problem that doesn't really exist. Now, may I question the gentleman? Well, I wanted to know if he's a cyclist, not just a bicycle rider or knows how to ride a bicycle, but a real cyclist. And we cyclists also have responsibilities and knowledge of conditions out there on the road. And yes, we watch for an awful lot of things, car doors and kids. And by the way, now that I brought up the subject of kids, we have a very new and serious problem on our hands. We've got a lot of teenagers and sub-teenagers on electric-powered bicycles, which actually have a throttle. And they are capable of reaching speeds of 30 miles an hour. They're really little electric motorbikes. And these kids, unfortunately, don't know the rules of the road in general, and certainly not the rules of cycling. And if we had them on a 2-way bike lane, we'll have an awful lot of trouble. Please don't use this. I'll tell you what. If you're not satisfied with the current designer of the bikeways through the city, fire him. I'll take the job and do it for half the price. I'm not only half serious there, all right? Because this is not the answer. We heard a lot of things about parking and this and that, and what we really want to know is how to get cyclists through the city of Encinitas safely and efficiently without disrupting everything else. So I would ask you to vote against or certainly reevaluate a two-way cycle lane through the rural parts of Encinitas. Thank you.
Sir, did you notice that there's not only the cycle track, but there's also a lane that you can cycle in? So if you were somebody that wanted to go 30 miles per hour, that you could actually cycle in that?
Yes, there is, and that's fine, and we use it a lot to the irritation, I'm sure, of many motorists. But one issue that I don't think was adequately addressed was the intake and excess from the two-lane bike path.
Thank you.
It's a bad construction.
Thank you.
Will?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Blakespear and members of the City Council. My name is Will Radigan. I'm the advocacy manager for the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, and I'm representing our position on this. First, I want to thank city staff members for making a really excellent proposal here, and also the City Council for being great leaders in this issue for a long time. We enthusiastically support this proposal. We think it's an excellent proposal, and we encourage the City Council to approve it. So first, I want to say is that I'm a cyclist. You know, I ride these roads quickly at 30 miles an hour. And this project is not about us, frankly. It's about families. It's about people that don't ride their bikes every day. And the many people that don't ride bikes at all now, but might if there was a cycle track available. We actually have data on this. A national survey established that while only about 7% of people across the country say they're comfortable riding in standard stripe bike lanes, an additional 56% say they would ride their bikes if a separated facility like this was available. But what's great about this is that it does take the needs of recreational athletic road cyclists into account by including standard bikeways that you can ride as fast as you want on. But I'd also want to highlight just what an enormous safety upgrade the cycle track will be for everyone. So we have studies on this. A recent study in Canada comparing over 2,000 cycling crashes found that cycle tracks carry roughly 1/9 the risk of serious injury compared to streets with no bike facilities. After a year in which 15 people have died while riding their bikes in San Diego County, we just really urge the City Council to put safety first in this one and respect the evidence for cycle tracks. And finally, we do have one recommendation. While this would be a huge improvement as is, we do want to encourage the design team to look at extending the cycle track an additional 350 feet north to K Street. The reason for this is that we expect many cyclists, especially those that aren't as comfortable riding in heavy traffic, will want to ride on 2nd Street through downtown instead of the Coast Highway. And we're concerned that those riders, after exiting the cycle track, will ride the wrong direction in the southbound bike lane in order to reach K Street and cut over to 2nd Street. Continuing the cycle track to K Street would prevent any of this dangerous wrong way riding by providing a two-way facility for that whole length. And one thing I wanted to add, I heard you mention there is a possibility of lowering speed limits if these traffic calming measures are effective in lowering traffic speeds. And that analysis is based on former California law that says speed limits have to be set on the speed of 85% of drivers. But anyway, that's not the case anymore, so you can change that. But I'll conclude my comments there. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Marco Gonzalez. I have a very, very personal, I guess, relationship with this stretch of coast. Most mornings I ride my bike to work, which is at essentially the north end of this. I'll touch on what Will mentioned about K Street. But I ride an electric bike to work and I surf. And I really like to look at the surf. And I really can't see the surf when I follow the law and take the east side bike lane northward as I'm supposed to. And so the result is I cross at Chesterfield and I respectfully travel at a 3 to 5 mile an hour pace and I don't get in anyone's way and I know I violate the law and I probably shouldn't, but I get into the campgrounds, I cruise through the campgrounds, I come out the gate, I go a short stretch, avoid the strollers and the walkers and the joggers, and then I jump into the campground or the parking lot there at Barney's and down to Pipes. And then I exit onto the stretch between campgrounds and Swami's. And again, I'm going very, very slowly checking the surf, but I know I'm violating the law. This would solve that. And I believe that there are a lot of people, including my kids, including a lot of the folks who surf and ride their bikes to the surf, who would benefit from the types of improvements that are being proposed here. I'm going to strongly disagree with the first speaker who gave a poor grade to the cycle track down on the south end of the stretch. The reality is, as a result of that improvement, we have thousands, literally thousands more people utilizing that stretch than would have used otherwise. And I did it almost every day during COVID just to test out all the naysayers, claims, and frankly, the folks who were getting injured, falling, having problems with it. 9 times out of 10, it was user error, because my kids and kids down to 4 or 5 years old were having virtually no problem whatsoever. I think a lot of the concerns and scary aspects of having 2 6-foot wide bidirectional pathways next to each other are overblown and not going to be realized here. I would say that I like the idea of having 50 extra parking spaces. I very much prefer nose-in parking to back-end parking for various reasons. I do agree with having entry and exit way improvements that would both slow people down and force them to look both ways. I think that the humps in Leucadia have been extremely successful in slowing people down. I would like to see them all up and down the Coast Highway. And then finally with what Will said, you know, K Street is basically right at my office, and I can tell you daily, going between Swami's and my office, that stretch right there, yeah, it would really be helpful to have the ability for cyclists who cycle to Swami's from the neighborhoods to be able to jump back into a cycle track and go back to K Street and into the neighborhoods. It would be much needed and much appreciated. Thank you.
And the last 3 speakers are James Gross, then Dodlove Poncel, and then Judy Burlfine.
All right. Mayor, Council, thanks for having me this evening. Someone asked me a question on the internet. Someone asked a question on the internet the other day. It was, what is something that you let your child do that's sort of dangerous? The answers were fun, like climbing trees, jumping on a trampoline, swimming in the ocean. Some were lighthearted, you know, telling my jokes. And some were maybe like not legal or actually pretty risque, because this is the internet after all. But no one responded with what the data says is the number one way their child will die by a good country mile. The answer is being in or around a car. We're a bit numb to it, but the data is clear. Your child is most likely to die from a car into their adulthood. I'm a father of 3 kids, and I've been hit by a car while riding riding a bike in an unprotected bike lane. It is violent, it happens fast, and most importantly, I don't think the driver of that car, even though it was their fault, meant to kill me when they set out on their journey that day. We need more protected bike lanes. Not because Encinitas is some hippie commune, or we want to wage a war on cars, or we want to waste money. Bike lanes save lives, they create community, and they ignite commerce. Bike lanes are a symbol of freedom, and mobility is as basic a human right as we have that we fight for in our land of the free. If we want to help save the earth, we can go there. Personal automobile transportation creates around 30% of the carbon emissions that are in the air. The number 1 noise pollution factor in San Diego County, you guessed it, personal cars. Traffic, gas prices, safety, noise, pollution, lack of parking. You can't ever build enough for what 20th century technology like a car wants. But guess what? There is a solution. Encinitas is at the tip of the spear of the electric vehicle movement. But it isn't the electrical vehicle that most of us were expecting, or even what we often hear the politicians in DC arguing over today. E-bikes are outselling electric cars by a factor of 3 to 1. And if I were to look around this beautiful city, I would think it's more about 10 to 1. Why don't even more people buy and ride bikes? Polling indicates that people don't ride bikes because they don't feel safe. They have a good right to be scared. Bike deaths are up significantly in the 21st century in the US. The job of government or any community is to make people feel safe. When people feel safe in mobility, they ride bikes. The more people that ride bikes, the safer biking gets. The more people that ride bikes, the more it alleviates traffic. The more people that ride bikes, the quieter and cleaner our community becomes. The more people that ride bikes, the more parks can replace concrete parking lots. We can be leaders or laggards in providing safe solutions, but the revolution is coming for mobility. It's time to build for our children. Thank you very much.
Hi. I'm not even going to try to follow that. That was really great. I haven't been back here for like almost 2 years. It's good to see you all. I want to thank you for the legs you put to the heart of this city with the safe parking program. But I'm going to talk about the bike. But I just was really moved and really heartened by that vote. Thank you. So, thank you for pursuing bike and ped infrastructure. I love our rail trail that we have, and I love the cycle track to Solana Beach because now I can go there and not fear for my life. And this project here will be another piece of the biking is a great way to get to places joyfully puzzle. I strongly favor the two-way cycle track option. Most of the places I want to go to are on the west side, so that's one reason. Also, there's something about that, having the whole thing in one path, both ways. There's something really comforting about that. It's self-contained. Don't need to cross the highway if I decide to go back home. And it feels like, people are invited to get along on there. You have to pay attention, you have to be courteous, you have a line, and you don't go over there, just like when you're driving. And we're kind of asked to be our best selves rather than try to cater to the person who is careless and goes too fast and isn't watching where they're going. Those are not the people we're building this for. They need to shape up. We're building this for the best selves we can be, practice courtesy, and share an experience. So I really push back on this argument that this is somehow going to be more dangerous because we have to pay attention. We shouldn't be looking at our phone when we're driving. We shouldn't be looking at our phone when we're riding electric bikes. We should have our helmets buckled. These are basic things, and we can do this. I have faith. So this is a blessing. This is great, and thank you all for building these great things. And Abe, thank you for designing it and getting the grant. This is fabulous. Thank you.
Hi there. Good to see you all. I'm Judy Burlfine, and I support the two-way cycle track with bike lanes. The cycle track serves slower cyclists like myself. The bike lanes are there for speedy cyclists and car lanes for automobiles. It sounds like a win-win-win. So I want to use the rest of my time to initiate a discussion on 3 related issues. And we can't solve these problems tonight. I know we all want to go to sleep, but I ask that this be a starting point to address them. So the first point is, how do we make Encinitas a safe place for drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, surfers, and more? How do we grow a culture of watching out for each other, not just ourselves? All of us, I know, teach our children that before they go in the street, they have to look both ways. Almost none of us open our car doors when we're the driver with our right hand, so we're forced to turn around and look and see if a cyclist is coming so we don't whack them. It's an easy but poorly implemented solution.
And so we need to teach our children to look both ways when crossing a road with cars and a cycle track with cyclists. We need to teach our adults to not place their surfboard in the cycle track or in the walkway. I'm not sure how we develop this culture, but I welcome all suggestions, and Encinitas can be a place where we care for one another. My second point is about law enforcement. I don't know a lot about it, but I'd like law enforcement to have the resources to give warnings and tickets to cyclists on the rail trail who speed, or to kids on e-bikes who ride the wrong direction, basically to ticket cyclists like we ticket auto drivers. If they break the law, they get a ticket. Riding a bike should not give one license to do whatever one wants. And lastly, the Coastal Commission, their mission statement reads that they're committed to protecting and enhancing California's coast and ocean for present and future generations. It does so through careful planning and regulation of environmentally sustainable development. The statement does not say the mission is to provide as many parking places as possible. I know this is a hard one with tons of bureaucracy to overcome, but I think we need to define the words protect and enhance the coast and define environmentally sustainable development. I want everyone to be able to enjoy the coast, and I want the coast to remain a calm, beautiful, unpolluted refuge. And what is the best way to do that? We need to discuss it. More cars, more pedestrians, more cyclists, more coaster trains, more buses. Let's talk about it. Thank you very much.
That concludes the speakers.
Well, thank you so much to the speakers. I really enjoyed everybody's comments, and James Gross busting onto the scene with all his statistics and a great speech about active transportation. We expect you here every time we have a bike project on our agenda. And I also want to really thank the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition for coming out tonight and spending a lot of hours here. And then, of course, all the people who routinely speak. And we're always happy to hear from you. And thank you to the first speaker as well, the one lone voice on the other side tonight. So I'm going to call on my colleagues first. I do have a few comments, but the chair always defers to the council. So I'll go ahead and call on Councilmember Mosca.
Yeah, it was like kind of a mobility democracy type of speech. I thought it was really good. And at 10:30 at night. So thank you guys for just the really brilliant comments and inspirational moments. It really is inspirational to hear your passion, because we're passionate about it too. And so to answer Judy's question, which she kind of left out there before she left, which is how do we make our city safer? Well, we continue having brilliant folks on staff that are bringing us new and better facilities that are going to make our roads safer for everybody to walk, to cycle, to take mass transit, to drive their car. But making our roads as safe as possible, that has been the number one goal of this city. And with this new facility, we are heading in that direction. And so I'm pleased with what is produced tonight for us to kind of take a look at and to kind of give our blessing to move forward to the next step in terms of design. Just a few comments. The driveways are of concern to me. So I think when we're looking at kind of the next step in engineering, I think that I would, kind of err on the side of over-engineering. Living on the eastern portion of the city, oftentimes I find myself, any road you see this at, but oftentimes I'll find myself going west on Encinitas Boulevard. And you get to El Camino Real and Encinitas Boulevard, and when people stop at that light, if they're going to turn right and go north on El Camino Real, right, what do? They look left. And so then they step on the gas, and you see it all the time. So if you're on your bike riding west on Encinitas, right, or if you're walking at that corner, you can get hit by that car that's turning. And it happens all the time. And I think that's kind of historical and it's institutional in the city. And so I think when we look at some of these driveways where you said at Swami's, where people are now going to be on the other side of the wrong side, unless they're on the UK or something, you're now kind of going northbound on that side. And so somebody coming out is going to look left and not right when somebody's coming up. And so I think that we need to make sure that we're engineering that properly. So that, and I like what you had in terms of like the raised crosswalks and raised situations. Not so much like just the rumble strips or the rubber platform there, but full on. Yeah, I mean something like that just makes it seem like, okay, we're inviting you to be in this right of way, and we want to make it as safe as possible. So that's important to me. Angle parking, I'm going to take a different position than what was said in the, and I think this is just a preference, but backing in I think is better, because I think that when you're backing in, yes, it takes more time, but in terms of the global time, it's not going to be any different, because it's going to take you, if you were nose in, it's going to take you time when you're backing out. But I think when you're backing in, that you're globally aware of everything that's going in when you're driving, right? And I'm aware of what's going on. When I'm backing up, if I'm nose in and I'm backing up, I think it's less safe, and I think studies show that it's less safe. So I would basically, it's only a preference, but I would say that in terms of the angle parking, if we do go with that backing in is preferred. And one of our speakers cited the 85th percentile. I hope that not only with this project, but everywhere that we've been talking about, Rancho Santa Fe Road, Willow Spring, El Camino, that we're now freed from the chains of this 85th percentile, and we're basically, I mean, we're still looking at what makes sense, right? Of course, we don't want to create speed traps, but I think that we should be now looking at our roads, and he just said this, and so I thought this was relevant to kind of just say this now. We should be looking at our roads and making sure that we're bringing down the speeds on a lot of these roads. And Encinitas Boulevard is still like 50 miles per hour in certain areas, and it goes right through the heart of our city. It's unsafe, and we don't have much in terms of bike facilities. It's another thing, east-west feeders we have to look at, and that's really an area that I'm very concerned about. Uniformity, I think that we should have uniformity, but I'm not so concerned if it's logical and it's going to basically get us to a multitude of benefits. So if it's not completely consistent with the South, I'm fine as long as there are benefits to doing that and it's logical. And I do think it's logical. I don't think that I have a problem that if I'm coming north on the 101 and at Chesterfield, I have to basically cross over to the west and then go north. I don't think that's confusing at all. Although I do have a problem, which I basically pointed out to you before, that as I'm riding my bike north, if I'm going to stay under today's paradigm, if I'm riding north and I'm going to stay steady going north, that's very disconcerting to me as a rider. And I'm not a sports rider, just on my e-bike. When I'm continuing north, I'd have to get all the way over to the left, which is really concerning, because then you have all these cars braking in. And I think that we should do something about that. In fact, I would basically, if I were king for a day, I would put a crosswalk on that southern portion and put a dedicated light for the bikes to cross over. I would basically have them on the right and then have a crosswalk and a light to cross them over, because I feel like it's unsafe to kind of it's just very I have a whole buffered bike lane as I'm coming up north, and then I get really exposed when I have these two lanes, turning right, and then I have to basically cut out and inside of them. I agree with the speakers about exploring going 350 feet north so that we can kind of make that transition to K Street and maybe bring them around Second instead of going through downtown. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you. I'll try to be succinct here. I want to demonstrate my support for this concept moving forward. If it was up to me, if I could be king for a day as well, Joe, I would have two-way cycle tracks all around town in loops, so that we're protected wherever we go, and we can go by bike, and we don't have to interface. In my world, in my reality, we would have only the bicycle ways, so that we don't have to interface with traffic, and we can circulate differently than the vehicles do. anyway, Abe and Lillian, I've voiced that to you already. A couple things I want to mention, other than my support for this two-way cycle track and this proposal for the concept. As we move forward, I like the idea that we're accommodating a variety of types of users on bicycles. I think that's really an overarching goal we want to try to achieve throughout the community. We're trying to do a lot in a space here, so there will be conflict points, and I think the proposals that are suggested, for instance, the traffic table, provides the kind of protection we're looking for, and that is it provides, in my view, hierarchy for the bicycle user. It's the bicycle user that will have the continuity of the surface that they're on there, and it's the driver that's alerted to the change in the height of the travelway. So, it almost gives the hierarchy to the smaller the smaller entity in the corridor, and I think that's a nice way to approach being safer. Is consider the hierarchy of what's happening at the conflict points. In addition, I'm trying to remember what exactly they're called. You called them the rubber humps. I think are a real important safety strategy, and we already chatted about that, but I wanted to say it here in a public forum. My focus as we move forward, and I know our city's focus will be too, is addressing each conflict point from the nuances of what that conflict point is, what's happening there, and also to reinforce continuity of movement for the bicyclists. And in that regard, south of Chesterfield, I agree with Councilmember Mosca saying considering a light for the bikes might be something to consider there. Again, though, I think it's off our project limits, but I hope we have the latitude to make sure that we can kind of jump beyond the project limits and make sure we're providing safe continuity to the existing facilities. I like the suggestion we heard tonight for extending to K as well, because, however, I hadn't thought of that. I think that makes a whole lot of sense in concept to connect up with K so that we can provide for continuity north of the project. I like the head-out angled parking. It eliminates what I consider to be the biggest conflict points associated with parking and how people exit and enter their cars and circulate. So that's it for me. Just wanted to give our team the thumbs up for doing a great job here and look forward to moving this forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. So I support this project because we have the highest concentration of beach access points through this stretch in the city. So I think we see a lot of people that are not using the current circulation correctly, and I think this will support them to do it correctly and predictably. I think that this is really important because we also have the longest continuous ocean views through this stretch in the city, and so as one speaker mentioned, putting them all on the west side is a really great way to enjoy those views. We've also learned over this last year, even if we don't build it, they're coming. The people who are opting out of cars, buying e-bikes, and especially kids. And so everything that we can do to build it and make it safe, because they are here and staying, I'm supportive of. So I'm glad we're leaving the adding a class 2 bike lane where it's missing through most of that sea of asphalt. I'm really glad that we are considering the grade separated approach and departure speed tables. I like that idea. Whichever one doesn't trigger a coastal development permit is probably the right way for us to go. And I think that I love the idea of extending to K Street. I hope we can do that. I'm really glad to hear we'll be doing before and after counts so we can capture some of the data around doing projects like this in our city. And I ask that beyond just counting the number of folks that are using it, that we're kind of taking a look at who the user groups are, because now we know we have so many different types of riders. And so having some insight into who those riders are and how we can support them will be helpful. So, the last thing I wanted to ask Abe, I think some of these depictions that you gave us with the cross-section show the door zone buffer in some stretches, but not all stretches. And it seems like the stretches that it's missing there might be room to actually create one if we narrow down the bike lane on the east side. So I just want to ask that we do everything we can to create the door zone buffer so people are aware that there could be a bike that's going to ride up right behind them in the stretches where you have parallel. And yes, to the nose out parking. I think whatever we can do, even if it means less parking, we should go for nose out because it's so much safer. And my last comment is if we're going to add a bunch of parking spots in this precious coastal zone, I hope that we can get something out of it. So if that's, compensation for the dining encroachments that we're using, or if we're going to go forward with the project at Pacific View and they want us to add parking in the area, that we've reminded the Coastal Commission that we've added 50 spots and that we have some flexibility. So that's it.
Thank you.
IOU cards. Of course. Lillian suggested we go.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, your turn.
Yeah, so can you put up the staff report overhead photographs?
Not the presentation, you mean?
Not the presentation, no, the staff report. Are we in another situation where it's going to take a long time to find the staff report?
No, I have,
Find that needle in a haystack.
that, I'm not sure how, if it has the
Yeah,
present.
that there
Oh,
shows.
this is not exact, they're like half a foot here and they're off. This is another version, like the one that was attached.
Show
like
the page with the left turn lane for the north parking lot for pipes. And it's right there, that's the top one there. I'm concerned, we got a letter from the State Parks Department today indicating they're not supportive of what we've currently proposed. And if you could zoom in a little bit more on that left turn pocket in the street there. So what that's used for is that 40-foot RVs and trucks and trailers that are going to the campground do a U-turn there. And I think the big issue is whether there's going to end up causing a three-point turn for those U-turners. And it's also going to create the potential for conflict with bicyclists and issues that I think could make this not as good a bike facility as we had hoped. If you also go down to the entrance to the campground itself, so there's where all the RVs queue up in the summertime waiting to get checked in. And there again, you're going to end up with vehicles that are blocking the cycle track. And I think that, it's really important for me. I'm not prepared to support this until we have some buy-in from Parks and the Parks Department over there for whatever it is that we're proposing, and we've measured to make sure that we're not going to create a whole bunch of three-point turns. I'm sorry we didn't have their support prior to proposing this to us and the community, because I think that that particular facility gets very busy, and making sure that it works for them is super important. So while I agree with what's been stated here tonight about the potential benefits to a facility like this, if we can keep Mr. Gonzalez from being a scofflaw, I think that's always beneficial. My wife is definitely interested in this. As Councilmember Mosca mentioned, creating a way to cross at Chesterfield that doesn't involve waiting at the light in the northbound bike lane, crossing the street, waiting for the light to cross over, walking the bike in the crosswalk because it's illegal to ride a bike in the crosswalk. If we could not paint a crosswalk from the bike lane and have a green light, so say for example, I've sat at that light waiting to go north when the left turn pocket is green. So they've got that protected left turn for the southbound 101 to eastbound Chesterfield. So that would be a time where you could you could move bikes across. And so if we had the bike signal, I think that would be one very efficient way to get across. I have problems with the different facilities north of Chesterfield than south of Chesterfield, but I think that we should take the opportunity to build this if it can work with the parks, state parks. And then we should look at ways to build a similar facility to this one on the south side of Chesterfield so that we can accommodate a two-way bike cycle track from Seaside Beach to K Street, because I agree K Street is important. We currently ride to Solana Beach very often, my wife and I. And, like everybody else, we're northbound on the cycle track, south of Chesterfield, and then there's the question of where to go. And for our ride, we turn right and get on the Coastal Rail Trail, and then go to the undercrossing at Santa Fe, and then we use 3rd Street to get to Neptune, and, so having this extension to K Street, I think, is a really good idea. So if there's any way to do that, I would support that. But again, I'm not able to support moving forward with this until we have confirmation that we've worked out the details with state parks.
Okay, thank you. I'll add my comments. So I am completely and totally thrilled by this project. The two-way bike lane on the west side, I think, is just another example of the city's leadership when it comes to building bike facilities that really allow people to feel safe riding their bikes and to mode shift out of cars and to capitalize on the great resource we have, which is this amazing ocean. And so like Marco Gonzalez, I also travel this section a lot. And I know that there are 8 access points to the beach in this 1.3 mile section. So of the 8, there are 6 are tall staircases, a lot of them in the campgrounds, but including Swami's, which is a very tall staircase. And then there's an access ramp at Pipes, and then there's a little tiny short staircase at Chesterfield. And so having a protected bike lane like this will allow people to access all of those points and to be in the campgrounds and come out of the campgrounds and get onto a bike lane and stay on that west side. So to me, it seems like it makes so much sense that you would be able to go in both directions, going to the beach and from the beach, north and south, without having to cross over Highway 101. And so we're so fortunate to have so much room here. And I think many of you will remember that we have been talking about this section of road since we redesigned the Coastal Rail Trail when we had so much controversy about whether to put it on the east side of the tracks or the west side. There was a full project that was designed by Sandag, putting the Coastal Rail Trail and all this additional great infrastructure on Highway 101. And when we decided to do the rail trail on the east side of the tracks, so many voices in the community said, well, do the other project too. What about the 101? Why don't we make that better for bicyclists? And the reality is it's money. And so I'm thrilled that you got a grant for this. I mean, this is exactly in line with our mobility goals and our climate goals. And so going out and finding a grant that pays for 90% of it, is a 10% match, really is just a great feather in your cap and a coup for the city. And it's going to allow us to put in more of these projects. And I also just want to note that the way I look at our city, Highway 101 changes so much depending on where you are in the city. So I'm not bothered by it being on either side of the road, a protected bike lane south of Chesterfield, and then a two-way protected bike lane north of Chesterfield, and then you get into downtown, and that's a completely different biking experience. You either head up to Second or you stay through our downtown and you're basically in a Sharrow. And then we get to Leucadia Streetscape, where you have a whole different bicycling facility that we're building there. So everything changes, I think, as you go through that corridor. Sometimes there's commerce on both sides. Sometimes there's no commerce at all. And sometimes it's only on one side. So I feel like this is just the reality of our built environment. And although it would be ideal to have the same thing through the whole section, that's just not something that's a reality. So let's go with what we can. And we're fortunate to have so much space here to work with. So I want to make just a couple of quick comments based on the things that were raised by my colleagues and you. I just want to emphasize the importance, I think, of those speed tables or the traffic calming and the humps at the conflict points with the driveways. I think Joy made a great point about making it so the bicyclists can continue straight and maybe not have to go over bumps, but the cars would have to go over bumps. But to me, it seems like the biggest risk is when the cars come sweeping in at a higher rate of speed and would not see the cyclists. So when someone's creeping out looking to get into Highway 101, they're at a much, much lower speed than when they're coming off of Highway 101 going in. So those conflict points, luckily there are very few of them. I mean, there are very few driveways really. The major conflict point is the state parks, and I'm hopeful that you'll be able to work that out. I mean, to me, it seems like we don't need to design this at the dais here. We're giving general direction that we approve it, and so we'll let you work out this with the state parks and the conflict zones. There are times when there are a lot of RVs, but the reality is there are times when there's a lot of traffic everywhere in our city. I mean, in the summer, there's going to be traffic headed into downtown. There will be stop and go. And for the most part, there is not a lot of traffic at the campgrounds. I mean, I think on weekends, they process that very well. And that's not a common occurrence that there is a lot of traffic backed up there. Occasionally there is, but not, it's not, I don't perceive it to be like every week. So I think that's really important. You showed some great examples of that, and I would definitely encourage us to find the best thing to slow traffic down a lot and create those bumps that the cars have to go over. The barrier type, I am less concerned about it being consistent with the barriers south of Chesterfield, which I think are good. But to me, it seems like the goal is to protect the cyclist. So to make it even more of a barrier, more of a K-rail, more of something that really the car is not going to come through is better. And we can have some brakes. As you said, we don't need to have as many brakes. But to me, that safety feature is really important. So, and people don't need to get out as frequently as was mentioned. So I think it's important that we really think about that barrier type. I want to mention the groups that have supported this project with their letters. So it's nearly every mobility and bicycle group that is in the county. So not only the San Diego County Bicycle Coalition, but Circulate San Diego sent us a letter, Bike SD, and our Bike Walk Encinitas have all sent letters of support for this two-way cycle track program. So I think this is a really important thing to note, because these are the organizations that are looking at this all the time. I do slightly prefer the nose out parking, like others have said. I don't feel as strongly about that, but I think it seems to be the way things are going, and it seems safer for the cyclists in the unprotected bike lane. I think it's really important that we collect data on before and after counts. We've talked about this so much on every project we do that's a mobility project. We have to make this institutionalized, so we always do this on our city streets, because we have a lot of bike riders and we have a lot more bike riders, and we really should be able to get credit for this and capture it and show for future projects that it's working. Like, it really, I think it's critically important that we do that. So I hope that we can get on that right away. And I think that's about it. I'm just really happy by who came out waited this long to speak tonight, and I'm really happy to hear that the support of most of my colleagues and the nice comments, and I appreciate the excellent staff work here. So if there hasn't been a motion made, I'm going to make it that we approve the two-way west side proposal that it's the staff recommendation, basically.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. And do you?
One comment,
Yeah.
Mayor. If we're adding north of Swami's to K, the fact that it's not included in the grant, I'm sure we have to check with Pam and Lillian about budget implications, because that would cost us, and we won't be able to use the grant money for that piece. But we sure can design it, since we're designing it in-house. But I'm sure we would have to discuss it a bit more. But I think it's a good thing to add that extension to the motion if we're coming back with requesting funding for it.
I think that's a good idea. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I did totally support that. I forgot to mention it. But it's a great point, especially because there are so many cyclists who go up to Second. And so you will have a lot of people riding wrong way in there anyway. They're not going to cross over for a little tiny section. They're just going to keep going. So creating as much safety as we can between the Santa Fe undercrossing at Swami's and K Street is really a good idea. So yeah, I would like to add that into the motion. But do not let any of this stuff hold up the grant or anything like that. And also this question of a different stoplight for cyclists at Chesterfield, which is a great idea, but that's also really expensive, and we don't want that to hold up the use of the grant to build this facility either. I really hope we can try to stick to that timeline that you showed us and not fall off of that timeline. Yes. You can't make any more comments. I'm sorry. You had your chance, and now it's our turn to talk. Okay, just shout it out.
Going southbound, you will actually have 3 bike lanes. One in the street, the two-way street, and the two-way bike lane. And I think your safety concerns are probably not adequately addressed there.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Thank you. Okay, so there was a motion, and Councilmember Kranz is looking like he wants to comment.
Yeah, because I'd like to get some clarification of, are we just going to tell the park system to, we're building our facility and we don't care? Or how are you seeing this working through with the Parks Department?
Well, I expect them to work interagency as they do on lots of projects, just like we don't direct them to work with SDG&E or to work
Right,
with...
so will we then, we got a letter saying that they don't support this, and so at what point will we get it back, or are we going to give direction to staff how to handle this conversation with the state
Would you
parks?
like to respond to the state parks?
I do know through Jamie, we did send the plans to them before coming here, and I received input through through Jamie, but I haven't seen any kind of official comment. I haven't seen this letter that you mentioned. But they had our draft plans for more than a month. I think around 2 months ago we sent them. But we sure can restart the conversation, have meetings with them, sit with them, get some clarification about the concerns.
They have concerns about this
Yeah,
project.
absolutely. Yeah, we can certainly, sit with them multiple times. We have, as I said, we have to come back with a full design in February or March. So we have a good 3 months to discuss any kind of concern, any kind of tweaks that we can make to the design to make things better. Absolutely, we can. There's no reason to say we don't want to deal with.
So I'll modify the motion to include working with state parks to work out the conflict areas around the park entrance.
Sure, we sure can have
but
those meetings.
yeah.
And you'll bring it back if there are unresolvable issues?
Absolutely, yes. If there's something that can't be resolved, yes. One thing, I guess, and I have to admit that it was brought up. I'm sorry. I know it's late, but because I don't want to surprise council, so the 2 solutions that was discussed tonight about driveways, especially at campground accesses. So I hear this one was liked by council and also this one. Something that I like to clarify, this one, although it looks like the bikeway, the cycle track does not raise, we have to raise it because we can make the cycle track rise very, very smooth. We don't need to make it abrupt because there's no traffic calming purpose. So the cycle track can start rising very slowly, tens of feet in advance of the crossing, but we would have to elevate them. So the cycle track would have to raise. We cannot keep the cycle track.
I mean, I think these are things, like these very specific design details, I do think staff needs to do all the analysis, come up with best practices, and make a suggestion for us. You said that you're going to come back with a fully designed project. And so, these questions of the specific application, I feel like staff needs to work that out and not have council weigh in on something that detailed.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
So, but yeah, just to be clear, so the direction is to work with the parks, the California State Parks, to resolve conflicts around their entrance. I mean, obviously, if something catastrophic happens in terms of your negotiation, you should come back to us. But the motion is not that you come back to us. The motion is that you stick to the timeline that you presented. Yeah. Okay.
When does the grant expire, by the way?
Oh, we have time.
Well, when does it expire?
Usually there's 3 years to finalize the design and get Caltrans approval.
Okay. So I think there's a motion and a second, and so we should go ahead and vote. Yay!
The record shows the motion passes in favor of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's exciting. So we will move on to our next item, which hopefully we will go through quickly. This is item 10D, discussion and selection of the deputy mayor. So maybe I can take this. I have been so thrilled with the deputy mayor for the last year. Councilmember Kranz has done a great job, and it's been a pleasure sitting next to you. You don't have any annoying tics or anything that I've noticed. And I would like to nominate Councilmember Mosca to serve as the deputy mayor next year.
Second.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second.
I do have annoying tics.
Then, yes, I'm going to get after you and tell you to cut them out if you're sitting next to me.
Councilmember, there we go. The vote is unanimous in favor of Councilmember Mosca as the deputy mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you. And so in the interest of getting to the council member initiated item from the deputy mayor, let's go quickly through 10E. So if it's possible to put up the list of all the different boards, does staff have that? And then if anybody wants to get off of their board, they could say so and someone else could offer to be on it. And I'll just say that when I was reading this one, I was feeling that it was poignant because when we had this conversation with Jody, we were getting off of, she wanted to get off of all of her boards. It was just exactly 1 year ago, and we were doing it online at the time because we were still having our online meetings, and she was getting off of every board. And so we were picking them up for her. So, now we're doing it again with a new council member and a chance to reevaluate. So, Councilmember Krantz, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I am actually going to ask that I be replaced on the North County Transit District Board by Councilmember Hinsey, who is currently the alternate for that. I've been serving since I was elected in 2012, and I have very much enjoyed the opportunity to serve on the North County Transit District. I think that there is the organization benefits from having new blood come in and bring a different perspective, and I think Councilmember Hinsey is definitely a strong transit advocate and will represent the city very well. I am interested in having her alternate assignment on Sandag. I hadn't told you that, but I would like to do that, so maybe taking that opportunity. I don't know who wants to be the alternate on NCTD, but I'm interested in coming off the board completely.
Well, and also, do we want to phase it so that it happens when you're no longer the chair?
And there are 2 more meetings before December and January meetings. I would continue to serve as chair. So if we could make this change happen prospectively by the end of January, say, for example, that would be one way we could do it.
Okay, so let's just make that effective whenever the date is. You can tell Anne Marie, and then the form, you can fill out the forms. Does Councilmember Lyons want to serve as the deputy or the alternate on NCTD?
That hasn't made it on my list. No, it hasn't. I do have some other requests.
Well, I would say that Councilmember Hinsey was the alternate, and others have been alternates before, and I think I've missed 1 meeting in 9 years, and I would expect her probably to be the same. So, quite frankly, serving as an alternate is pretty boring.
Well, I am the alternate in several cases already on other boards.
So does that mean that you're saying yes to that?
It might depend on what the outcome of my requests are.
Okay. Well, then maybe we'll come back to that alternate. I think it's easiest just to start at the top. And so I'm looking at them here. Unfortunately, they're not able to pull them up. So maybe I'll just read them and we'll just go through it that way. I don't know if I need to do that. If you've already written down the ones that you want to talk about, Councilmember Lyons, you could do that.
So there's 2 that I'm interested in. One is the Sandag Shoreline Preservation Working Group. as far as current assignments there, Councilmember Hinsey is advisory and Blake Spear is alternate. If either of you are interested in handing over.
I'm happy to come off that.
You're not going to?
You can have
Okay.
that.
What did you say again?
You can have that. Yeah.
Oh.
So is somebody going to take notes about this? Are you doing that? Okay. Okay, Shoreline Preservation Working Group. Okay, the Coastal Cities Issue Working Group, I'm also happy to come off of.
Okay, that was the other one I was going to ask about.
Hinsey's on that too.
Coastal Cities Issues.
League of California Cities, Coastal Cities Issues. I'll also give you the Sea Level Rise Committee, subcommittee if you want. Actually, we're going to have to talk about the subcommittees, which ones need to still exist. Because that one says 2 reps from Environmental Commission, including Jim Wong, and he's not even on the commission anymore.
Can we do the regionals and then
Yeah,
come back
that's
to
a good idea.
those
Yeah.
subcommittees?
Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Lyons, did you want to bring up any others?
In the future, I'd be interested in a few things. I just want to mention them maybe for the record now, but I know they're not available. And one is the Sandag Board of Directors, one is the San Elijo JPA, and the third is the San Diego County Water Authority. But I don't believe any of those are available at this time, but I just thought I'd make that statement.
Okay. Anybody else want to come off of any other thing that they're on? No? Okay. Okay, well, I think that then will probably take care of all of the regional committees and board appointments. And then let's go to the in-house council ad hoc and standing committees. So there's the Sea Level Rise Subcommittee, which has Blake Spear and Hinsey and Jim Wong, and it was established in 2014. I don't think I've ever met on that committee. Do you think we should just disband that committee? Okay, let's disband that committee. The City Attorney Recruitment Subcommittee is okay, let's eliminate that committee. Communications Subcommittee is Kranz and Hinsey. I don't think we need that one either.
What was that even about?
I don't know.
We looked at our quarterly rec thing.
There's also a short-term rental subcommittee, which I don't think we need.
They already reported back.
Done.
And there's an e-bike subcommittee, Kranz and Lines.
Done.
Yeah.
Okay, eliminate that committee. Okay, and then that's good. So essentially we have no, we have no more existing subcommittees, in-house subcommittees like that. I know. We still have, well, so now we have in-house council ad hoc subcommittees. So there's cultural tourism, school district liaison, fire governance, et cetera. So does anybody feel like they want to change those ones that they're on? I think those are probably fine. Oh, we do have them up now. Okay. Okay. Well, those are all, I think those look all fine to me.
And we did add one subcommittee tonight, the Legislative Agenda Subcommittee.
Ad
That's
hoc.
true.
Ad hoc.
Yeah, the Legislative Agenda Subcommittee. Okay, any other comments anybody wants to make on this?
Are you willing to give up your second alternate on Sandag?
I am, yeah. I do enjoy being able to attend the annual board meeting and those big events, but I think I can still attend those even if I'm not the alternate.
Yep.
And that's similar that I've never had to stand in as the alternate for either of Councilmember Moscow or Mayor Blake Spear, so that's fine with me.
Okay, and so that leaves us the NCTD one, Councilmember Lyons.
Yeah, based on the fact that I am the alternate on several of these, I'll go ahead and accept that assignment as the alternate on that one. I don't see it as too much of a commitment.
Yeah. It's a pretty big one. Like, of the top assignments, like NCTD is one of the top, so it's kind of like, it is kind of something you might consider embracing.
Okay.
Yeah. It is interesting too. I mean, Councilmember Kranz could speak to that, but the train is kind of a big deal.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just one other, I don't think it's a big deal, but Kelly, you're my alternate on Metrolink and Losan vis-a-vis the fact that you're the alternate on Sandag, I think.
No,
right?
I actually think that I nominated both of you for those.
She doesn't have to be on Sunday.
As the Sandag chair.
Because I see her as my MetroLink replacement one day. I wouldn't want to.
Yeah. No, it's okay. I think that still stands.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to say on this? Okay. Well, I think we're done. Any questions, Claudia?
No, do we need to vote on that?
Yeah.
Doesn't it come back to that final? I'm sorry.
No, you just need to vote on it.
Okay. I'll move all the changes we just made.
Second.
Okay.
Oops. The vote is unanimous in favor of the motion.
Okay, great.
So can I just ask one thing? For those regional positions that we nominate people for, are we going to send individual, do we need individual motions? And will we send, like, for instance, NCTD, they may need an individual motion that Kelly's the new, no? All right. All right, because I know that County Water Authority wanted that the last time, and so just.
I think Anne Marie will probably send out something saying that if there's a change, that here's the new alternative, or alternate or whatever. She normally will do that, because then you'll have to fill out 700 forms for them, the conflict of interest forms. So Anne Marie will be taking care of that.
Okay. Great, thank you. So now we're on to the council member initiated item. So I know that's what you are all staying for here at 11:15. I hope it was worth it. I'm going to hand it over to the deputy mayor.
Thank you. Can you bring up the staff report for this one? There's a picture in there I'd like to show. And I think that the staff report indicates pretty clearly that my focus is on the resource element, the resource management element of the general plan, and specifically related to Goal 3, Policy 3.3, which advocates on behalf of the mature trees that we have in our city. I know that when Councilmember Schaefer and I were on a subcommittee to explore issues related to the urban forest and how we maintain the urban forest, one of the things that came out of that was a focus on, being a Lorax, kind of the Dr. Seuss Lorax, looking after the trees. And I wanted to bring up this particular goal and policy because I think that some of the time we prioritize curb and gutter and street widening over the trees. And so my hope is that what we can do is give direction to staff to elevate the importance of this Goal 3, Policy 3.3, to start looking at ways to develop projects, work with developers to save trees. And that may mean that we don't get straight sidewalks. Sometimes we may have to divert around. We may have to use tools that are in our neighborhood traffic management program that might also double as traffic calming. But again, I think that as a city council, we want to emphasize this particular general plan goal and policy so that it is at the fore when working with developers on proposals for projects.
Could I ask you a quick question about this picture? Were you saying that eucalyptus tree to the right had to be removed, or the development?
No, so right in front of the development, there were 4 more eucalyptus trees in the line with that big old hefty tree right there. And what happened is that as the project was finishing up, Shea Holmes reached out to me and said, "Hey, Tony, one of the conditions of approval for our project was to remove these 4 trees. We have paid for an analysis of the status of these trees, the health of these trees. 2 of them have some decay, some rot that is a fatal disease. But the other two are in perfectly good condition, and, you know, I know you're focused on trees, so maybe we can just leave them in place. We're happy to pay a fee to the city for future removal of trees and construction of sidewalks, but the trees, we think, add to Leucadia. And the whole removal of the trees was cooked into the approval condition, and in order to salvage those trees, we would have had to go back to the Planning Commission and go through a lot of effort to salvage those trees. And we didn't do that. And so this is finishing up, was a Google Map photo. It just so happened they were finishing up the construction. That's essentially a straight curb. Someday, you know, maybe we'll get more curb and gutter and wider streets, but I doubt it. And I don't know that that's necessarily what we want, but that's what this example is a project that was conditioned upon the removal of these mature trees. And I think that we should be doing more to focus on ways to salvage the mature trees.
Okay, should we hear from the public speakers?
Please.
Okay, the first three speakers are John Schlesler, then Bernard Minster, and then Jennifer Hewitson.
Good evening, I'm John Schuster. My family moved to Encinitas in early '74, and we decided that we wanted to live on Crest Drive, and so we bought a existing home. It's 4 houses south of Melba Road. And in fact, from the second floor, we even had distant ocean views, which we really liked. Well, over the years, all those trees between us and the ocean grew up and they expanded, and we lost our ocean views years ago. But I think we got more for it than we really got from those ocean views. We got those really beautiful trees, green canopies, spread out, tall, healthy, birds coming and going all the time. And so trees mean a lot to us. And there's been so much talk in the neighborhood regarding the potential impacts of the development there on Melba Road. So I support Deputy Mayor Krantz's concerns about these trees, especially trees along roadways that people every day drive by, they walk by them, they ride bicycles by them, and they've really come to appreciate them and treat them as an important part of the neighborhood. And so all of our kids and our grandkids have gone to local schools, and they've used Melba Road to walk to and from school. And they're all grown up except for the youngest two. And when we told them that those trees along Melba, the Torrey pines, the cedars, and even the oak trees that are a little farther away from the road were in jeopardy, they said, no way, because they felt about those trees the way I feel about them and the way my wife Eleanor feels. So I strongly support, I think, the spirit of behind your recommendation, Deputy Mayor, and I urge the City Council to support that, and that it be a useful mechanism for working with developers to respect and maintain the things about our neighborhood that all the neighbors feel are important. So thank you.
Bernard Minster, Ward Encinitas. Good evening. Mayor Blakespeare, council members. I strongly support the proposed action on Policy 3.3, which echoes the mayor's words, who will speak for the trees. I urge you to add a sharper focus on timeliness. As an example, next slide, On my street, these two Torrey pines, circled in red, are approximately 35 years old. They're healthy, 70 feet and 90 feet high, respectively. I registered them in a NASA Globe tree database. They are now earmarked for removal by the city to accommodate road improvements. In a Zoom consultation with engineering, I said that building an 18-inch deep concrete sidewalk right against the trees would surely kill them. Steve Nowak told me, Torrey pines are not protected in Encinitas. These don't belong to you. They are in the right-of-way. The city could do whatever they want with them. My hands are tied, and the city has standards. No mention was made of Policy 3.3. The council had considered the Melba sidewalk issue on February 21, 1990, and again on October 14, 2015. I offered to provide him with the minutes. He responded that these predated his employment by the city and was irrelevant. Deviations from standards could only be approved by the council, but it was way too early to get this on the council's agenda. This reminded me of a similar instance in 2008, different administration. I tried to bring up a request with the city and was told repeatedly, this is too early, too early, too early. And then suddenly, it's too late to revise the plans. Too much work and money have already been spent. Had today's action item been on the books then, my position would have been a lot clearer. I strongly support it, but I would urge you to add words allowing citizens to petition the council directly on matters of policy, even if it's early. To the mayor's words, who will speak for the trees, I would add, before it is too late. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. I'm Jennifer Hewitts on Wotan Drive. Thanks for letting this go on so we could finish. I'm here in full support of the proposed creative street design and mature tree preservation stated in Policy 3.3. I'll start with a short quote from a 2016 newsletter by Mayor Blakespeare. Keeping rural streets feeling rural. What creates a rustic natural feel along a street? Old growth trees, absence of improvements like curbs, gutters, sidewalks, dirt instead of concrete at the road's edge. This week, we approved the request of 86 residents who signed a petition to designate Wotan Drive as a non-improvement street to maintain the street's rural feel. Some decisions at the City Council are difficult. This one was easy. Our city's older sections should be allowed to maintain their rural charm. This is the essence of community character, end quote. We appreciated that. It was a unanimous council vote. Unfortunately, the rural charm and community character on Melba Road will soon change drastically if state density law has its way and the city proceeds with its intended street widening and tree removal between Crest and Ballure. For now, anyone who walks this eastern section of Melba will experience a very different Encinitas. Suddenly, it's greener, cooler, and more beautiful as they are greeted by a tree tunnel of mature Torrey pines, native live oaks, and ancient Monterey cypress. This is some of the last remaining tall tree habitat in the area. Annual nesting Cooper's hawks have raised many generations, and owls and red-shouldered hawks perch high and hunt in the habitat below. Multiple species rely on this tree-covered open space for survival, including threatened monarch butterflies staying through spring and summer, and then overwintering nearby in dwindling supportive habitat. Kids walk to school daily beside this forest. It is their needed slice of neighborhood nature, where beauty and shade are provided, carbon is sequestered, and air is cooled. Please prioritize creative alternatives to street design standards, and then apply that creativity to Melba and to all of Encinitas. Preserving tree canopies benefits everyone. Encinitas style can mean a trees first standard if you choose to create it. I thank you for that 2016 vote and ask you to approve Policy 3.3 in order to build on and make standard your past considerations. Thank you very much.
The next three speakers is Beth Hagan, and then C.J. Minster, and then Kevin, the last speaker will be Kevin Williams.
Hi, City Council. My name is Beth Hagan, and thank you for listening to me today. I'm here in support of Policy 3.3 of the General Plan Resource Management Element, which can help achieve the mayor's vision of preserving our urban forest and delivering significant benefits to the people of Encinitas. An example similar to that cited in this agenda item exists on Melba, where a proposed development and the requirement of standard improvements come into conflict with this established resource management policy. A negligible widening of Melba Road on its north edge, while replacing the existing curb and sidewalks, would remove 5 well-established mature Torrey pines and an oak. The guidance offered by adopting this action can be beneficial to the city in preserving these trees. Adapting this action can also encourage integration of tools already existing in the city's complete street and Encinitas neighborhood traffic management programs, which could possibly guide the development of needed traffic calming measures to address the problem of vehicle speeds on Melba. Melba Road is a residential road with a speed limit of 25 miles an hour and is designated as a Sorrow Road street. It is a very popular route to school and for all sorts of activities, from dog walking to e-bikes to skateboarding. A city speed survey conducted in September found grossly excessive maximum speeds of 55 miles per hour and average speeds that qualify for the street for calming features. Adapting the proposal action could provide the city the opportunity to address both preservation of the trees and road safety and be in front of addressing these issues in similar situations throughout the city, rather than being behind and in a position of responding to problems. Acting on this proposal could very well be an all-round win-win for everyone in Encinitas. Thank you for your time.
Sure, I could still walk after sitting all that way. I'm CJ Minster. I live on Melba Road between Crest and Ballure. Based on what I've heard all of you express in various ways at one time or another, I believe you care as much about protecting our natural environment as I do. I believe we all agree that our Earth is fragile and that all of us have an important role to play in preserving it for ourselves, our children, and our grandchildren. That role extends to protecting the habitat of the birds and wildlife that share this earth with us, and includes, of course, preserving the mature tree canopies that contribute to the health of our planet and provide us with so much joy. That being said, I urge you, the council, to direct staff to begin considering out-of-the-box alternatives when working with developers. Alternatives that are in concert with Goal 3 of the City of Encinitas General Plan Resource Management Element, Policy 3.3, which states, quote, "Mature trees shall not be removed or disturbed to provide public right-of-way improvements if such improvements can be deferred, redesigned, or eliminated." Thank you, Council, for your attention to this consequential item. Thank you.
That concludes the speakers.
Well, I totally support this, Councilmember Kranz, and I totally support the speakers. Thank you for coming out tonight, staying so late to talk about it. I think, it's interesting you read that newsletter from 2016 because I had, I've written so much I forget what I've written, but it is really true that streets are very different depending on where they are. We can't talk about Melba specifically because that's not agendized. What's agendized is this action item that he has, but I think that there are projects like that one that would be implicated by this, and we could ask for that to be brought back as well. And I'll also just mention that, the trees, I feel like the trees are so important for our quality of life and our planet and everything in Encinitas that we value. And I'll just recall the time where we were trying to protect the ficus in downtown, because there was an effort to remove a lot of those ficus, and it was Sheila Cameron who, or somebody, I forget who it was, who suggested, and then I started suggesting it too because it was a really good idea that they be made like historic trees, and that actually changed the course of where we went on the ficus, that we worked with the developers to try to manage the roots and some of the stuff with the tree canopy that was creating problems instead of taking out the ficus. And I do think this is one of those similar examples where when there are roads that we could have traffic calming and we don't need to have them marginally increased in width, we could save trees in our right-of-way, and I think we should err on the side of doing that. So if Councilmember Kranz's suggestion will help us do that better, or will set priorities better, I mean, I think in some ways the question is whether that's going to create any change in the way that we approach these projects. But it does seem that that's the case from what you've written here as your recommended action, and I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, and I think I see Roy over there, and maybe he's got 2 cents to add to the process here, because this resource management element was adopted with the general plan. I'm assuming at one point the planning department, used this as a guide, but maybe not. Maybe at some point we just said we're just going to go with the 26-foot wide road, curb and gutters, 4-foot sidewalk, whatever. So how do you see the ability to implement this particular policy into the planning process?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. As far as this, I think it's important to highlight the hierarchy of how we look at documents. So this is our general plan element, that it's a policy that recommends, or actually it's given the word shall, that it requires us to consider preserving mature trees if we can eliminate road improvements, redesign. The issue that we're dealing with since the adoption or the general plan that includes this policy is the city council, subsequent city council adopted our public road standards. And those are implementation policy, and that governs. So in the public road standard policy, it provides an avenue in which the city council can waive public road standards. So to implement this policy, that we would bring something forward to the Planning Commission and with alternatives. So one alternative would be with the improvements, and the other alternative would be ways to satisfy this policy, which could include either deference of the improvements or elimination of the improvements in order to preserve the mature trees. In the public road standards, city council is the only authorized body to waive the standards. So ultimately, if the goal and the direct direction is to preserve mature trees, you'll see projects coming before you with the option of either eliminating public road improvements or deferring public road improvements in order to preserve mature trees.
There be a way to modify the standards, the public road standards, and the approach to the public road standards that provided enough certainty about the process and what is an established mature tree? That was the other thing I mentioned in here, is that we should probably be looking to have a better definition of what, an objective standard for mature tree. And, so that it didn't, to me, it seems like the right path to be on is just a single path, which is to preserve mature trees. And this notion that we have to have two options, one preserves and one doesn't, seems like we're putting developers through an added expense that, if we, as a council, establish that we want to preserve mature trees, that should be the direction that we go, is to preserve mature trees. Now, I recognize that some projects, the scale and the road widths and, emergency response and those sort of things are pretty critical. I don't want to compromise public safety, but, that's, I think, an important part of this equation, and I would prefer that it didn't have to come to the council every time we were trying to save mature trees.
Yes, if regarding mature trees, it's not just about road improvements. So mature trees also, it's on private properties. So the discussion about mature trees is not just about road improvements. The issue related to road improvements, according to our public road standards, any deviation of the public road standards requires city council approval. So if we're deviating from the public road standards to preserve mature trees, then our public road standards process requires city council approval, and then the city council can direct staff to relook at our public road standards and come back with a different, change our process for deviations.
Let me just clarify then. It would be possible, as Deputy Mayor Cran says, and I think you just reiterated, that we could change our public road policy to address our resource management policy, which is to prioritize accommodating mature trees when we're expanding roadways. We could, because it's a roadway, I don't want to get confused with anything else. It's a roadway thing.
That is correct. It's our public road standards. They're adopted road standards that the city council adopted. And within that public road standards, it clearly defines the process when developers or when projects would result in deviation from those public road standards. And that process is the city council is the decision-making body.
I appreciate you brought this up, Deputy Mayor Kranz, because I see this happens in other ways. It seems subtle, but we have a general policy statement, and we all think, oh, this is our statement, this is our philosophy, this is what we're going to do. In this case, it's preserve mature trees, as is stated in 3.3, but then we don't have the implementation policy that allows us to do that, and it gets really confusing for our community. I'd like to sort that out on this one.
Yeah, and it's a very good point, and we're seeking that direction. Given when we, especially when we're reviewing projects, I think it's always important to have that clear direction. So the issue of mature trees is, like I said, it's not just about the road improvements, but there's also other policies related to preservation of mature trees to the extent feasible on private property. Mm-hmm. If we want to define mature trees, it's going to expand into other policies.
But couldn't we just limit it to not talking about private property? And I think there's also some of this is just the reality of the different types of streets, because like when we're talking about putting in a bike lane on Santa Fe, right, which is a major corridor and this is a major capital project, we might take out some trees that are in the right of way because that's a really important thing that we're pursuing. But then you might have a more rural street like a Wotan, where we said this is going to be an unimproved street consciously, and we're going to just take it off the table. But even something like Melba, where it's just a completely different type. So it seems like we might be able to have some different variety, but at minimum, we can just talk about public right-of-way and not private roads. But I would also just like to ask that we have brought back to us a discussion specifically of Melba, so we could actually talk in policy terms and have it agendized to see what are the options, especially before that project goes too far. As Bernard said, it's too early and then it's too late. So could we get that in front of us before it's designed?
If I may, Your Honor, the problem with that is if the council gets involved in something that is at a staff decision, you are the appellate body, which means if you get involved and give direction, you have weighed in, and you no longer become a neutral body to weigh in on any particular appeal, should there be an appeal of that. So what you're doing today is giving general policy direction and hoping for something that's specific that can, in a general context, so that you can give it to staff so that they would be in a position of having specifics and making the determination, and that if somebody should appeal, they appeal to you and you remain neutral. So the answer to the question that would be problematic.
So what would you recommend?
I would recommend that if you wish to give enough direction to staff in a general context so that they can apply to any project, including maybe that one, that the direction would be as specific enough, as Roy mentioned, that they would be able to apply that to projects coming forward, not just one project. Because we don't want you to be compromised should there be an appeal.
Okay, so Roy, I know it's late and all, but can you focus just on the specifics of right-of-way, not private property, and some distinction about types of streets or volume of traffic or something like that we could you could suggest to us as a policy position?
Tonight?
Maybe not. I don't know. You could come back to us.
The
Yeah,
reason
think about it and come back to us.
I apologize. I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Where I was going is, if in terms of the different types of roads, or it's not something that I could off the cuff be able to opine on that. However, as in a general sense, and focusing on the public road standards, there is a defined process that's in our laws today. I hear the council loud and clear that your goal is to preserve mature trees to the extent feasible, applying the policy. So moving forward, or at least prior to any amendments to our public road standards, our approach, hearing the council's direction or your goal is to preserve mature trees. We will follow the process that that's defined in the public road standards, and that is we will present options that will preserve mature trees to the Planning Commission, as they are the decision-making body for projects. However, they're not the decision-making bodies for any modifications to the road standards. They would make recommendations to the City Council on that option that would preserve mature trees, and it's ultimately up to the City Council to decide on whether or not to approve that deviation. Unless you direct, in the meantime, you could direct the city or staff to bring forward a potential amendment to our public road standards to modify the process.
That's what I'm interested in. My goal is, well, the resource, what we've stated as a goal, but what I don't like is there's developments happening all the time, and people are waking up and finding out that, hey, there's going to be a project in their neighborhood, and hey, those old trees there, they're going to have to go, and it really creates anxiety. It's unhealthy. The whole process of development to begin with generates a lot of anxiety. But now we're taking out some mature trees. Is there a way that we can get to the point where we're saying, as a planning department, no, those trees that are going to be in our right-of-way are going to stay in our right-of-way. We're going to figure out a way to work around them so that the public has the confidence that this city is following this resource management element goal and policy. And I'm hearing what you're saying is, no, we've got these road standards and we've got this process for going through this, and we'll take it to the Planning Commission with options. We want to take that option off the table as soon as possible. It doesn't matter where in the city that the project is.
Yeah.
And that's what I'd like to see. And I think that, I recognize that you've got, there's protocol that you all follow, and you follow laws, and tell us where we can adjust the laws to make it possible for you to focus on saving trees from the start.
So I think what I would suggest is a separate policy just focusing on mature trees. Focusing your goals, your objective is to preserve mature trees. And then from there, we can look at our implementation documents and then modify those documents, including the public road standards, to be consistent with that high-level policy.
That'd be great. And how, is there a way to do that so that it happens to projects that are in the pipeline right now?
I would say it would be difficult with SB 330 because some projects have already filed SB 330, so they would only be subject to policies and standards in place at the time when they file their SB 330 applications.
Well, but this is in our general plan. This is policy that's in our general plan.
I'm saying we can still implement the process that I laid out earlier, where we will present the two options to the Planning Commission. However, any modifications to the policy or any future policies, they may not be subject to that. But we are, any projects with an SB 330 application now, they would only be subject to the policies and procedures that are in place today.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that trying to get us there as soon in the most straightforward path as possible is good, and also having a process to deal with the inevitable conflict with our goals, because there will be like our mobility goals at times will run into this. And I mean, I just think about Quail Gardens Drive, which has a continuous sidewalk on the west side, except for in front of the Botanic Gardens, where the decision was made to save the trees, and there's no continuous sidewalk, and that has created, a lot of people have been really unhappy about that. So, but it was a decision that was made somehow at that time, and maybe when that road was built, they could have moved it farther to the east, and then you could have had both, save the trees and have the sidewalk. And I think ideally that's what the deputy mayor is getting at, is like, could we just make the sidewalk go out a little bit and still get both? But there will be times where we can't, and so you need some type of dispute resolution when those two goals run into each other. But then there are these examples where it seems as if we're just taking them out unnecessarily, like that picture he showed, which seemed kind of silly to have these trees all totally gone for no real reason right in front of that apartment. So anyway, I mean, I think if we gave this direction, if you could try to get back to us with something that might work toward that goal, that would be good. Does that seem like it's in line with what you all want?
So for clarification, so what's going to happen is that when this kind of situation arises, that it would go to the Planning Commission, and then it would come to us for resolution of what we want to do. But then in the future, you're thinking that you would come up with a policy so that it would be more streamlined. It wouldn't have to come to us like that.
That's correct.
All right.
Do you feel like we need a motion for that, or is that just a recommendation to staff?
Sounds like
Probably we should make you should move this item right here, right? The recommended action, yeah. And I'll second it,
I move that.
yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause I want to go to bed.
Well, I think we need
So-
to have this, I think it's well worded the way it's drafted.
That's nice of you to say.
I might just recommend that we look at a separate policy for preservation of mature trees, and out of that then would come specific ways that would be implemented, and one of those would be to amend the public road standards, which I think.
That's what it
he was
says,
saying,
isn't
right?
it?
Okay.
That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is late, but I thought that's what.
Okay,
so
it's
let's-
late, I'm sorry.
Okay, so go ahead and vote.
Motion is unanimous.
Thank you all for waiting.
I know, thank you.
And some of the people that they just couldn't hang, there were, I don't know who they were that left, but tell them I'm sorry it was so late.
Every morning on our walk.
Okay.
Under the
Yeah.
trees, right?
Under the trees.
Yes, good.
But the really, really good information for us, so thank you for coming in and speaking.
Okay, so we're going to speed to adjournment. So are there any city manager, city attorney, city clerk reports? Okay, and we're going to skip AB 1, 2, 3, 4 reports. Councilmember Mosca, no.
You may not.
Okay, we're adjourned.
I wrote a